Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Konoha's Wealthiest Ninja? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sakura Haruno walked down the street of Konoha on one of her few days off from the hospital. The 20-year-old Sakura was a bombshell enemy. The female population, all the male population of the village who weren't already with someone would have been after her. However, she downright scared most of them. She was third in charge of all medical ninja. She also had a mess with me and I will kick your butt to next week personality, and she had the superhuman strength to back it up. Because of that, she was alone. Even at age, her old team had fallen apart. For years ago, her teammate Naruto had brought back Sasuke Uchiha. However, Sasuke hadn't changed much. He was still as dark as ever. Sasuke, thought Sakura as she lowered her head. Why her? When Naruto brought Sasuke back, however, she never got the time of day from him, but Ino had somehow captured his dark eyes. They had been dating now for 2.5 years. To make things worse, Naruto had left just after he brought Sasuke back on a long-term S-rank mission with Jiraiya and Kakashi. All she knew about the mission was they went to hunt down a group of S-class ninja. Suddenly Ino appeared at her side. "Hey forehead, guess what I just saw?" said Ino. "What?" asked Sakura as she rolled her eyes at her friend. "I just saw the perfect man for you," said Ino. "So you saw Sasuke-kun?" asked Sakura as her blonde-hair friend glared at her. "Sasuke-kun is mine, forehead girl, and has been mine for almost 3 years," said Ino with hate in her voice. "And here I was trying to be a good friend by finding you a man. However, when I try to help, you try to get my man." Fine, I will come with you," said Sakura as Ino grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Soon Sakura found herself by one of the bathhouses. "Why are we here?" "Like I said, forehead girl, I am showing you your perfect man," said Ino as she jumped up into one of the high trees that surrounded the bathhouse. Sakura followed her friend up to the tree. What she saw stunned her. There was the most heavenly man she had ever seen. The man was sitting down in the steaming water. She could see his muscles even at this distance. His wild blonde hair and a hot towel covered his eyes and his face. Whoever this guy was, he was best-looking guy she had ever seen. He even beat Sasuke-kun. Suddenly, something that looked like a giant red dog appeared next to the man. "Well, kid, it seems that we have some females looking at us," said the QB, making sure that the two female couldn't hear him. "What is this we part about?" responded Naruto. "Without me, Kit, your body would be covered in scars from all those battle against Akatsuki," responded QB. "They were only after me because of you," said Naruto back to the fox. "Well, it doesn't matter now, they are all gone," said the fox. "When do you need to meet the Hokage?" "In about half an hour," said Naruto as he took the towel away from his face, revealing to the girls his bright blue eyes and now whiskerless face. Naruto had lost his birthmarks after he made a deal with the fox. In return for the fox's freedom from Naruto, the fox would become a summon creature that only Naruto and his children, when he had some, could use. It wasn't so bad losing the marks. They had always worked against him in inflation missions anyway. Most of the time now the QB would be at Naruto's side because they had grown very close over the years of training and fighting together. "My God, look at those eyes," said Sakura as she started at those bright blue eyes that seemed so warm. "I knew that you would like him," said Ino with a smirk as she watched her friend drool over the man. Suddenly steam filled the air. When the steam dissipated, the man had disappeared. "Where did he go?" "I don't know," said Sakura, unaware that they were being watched. Well, I would never think those two would be spying on me," thought Naruto with a smirk as he stood full dressed in a nearby tree. Naruto just stood there taking in the sight of Sakura. She had grown in more than one way. She was a little bit taller and her hair was also a little longer, still nowhere near the length of Ino. She was beautiful beyond Naruto's dreams. He couldn't even think of words that could example her beauty. "Well, I have to go meet Tsunade." With that, Naruto turned toward the Hokage's tower and disappeared in a golden flash. Tsunade sat reading another scroll on her already covered desk. Suddenly she felt a person standing in front of the desk. "Hello, Tsunade," said the male voice. Tsunade looked up from her paper to see the man. Tsunade had to take a double take. The man looked exactly like Minato Namikaze, even down to his clothing except for some minor difference. The man's coat was black with orange flames on the bottom. His headband was black instead of blue and his pants were also black. I was wonder when you would show up? Naruto, said Tsunade as Naruto took a seat. You know you look just like your father with those whisker marks gone. That's what the pervert always says, said Naruto before he turned serious. Tsunade, I think it is time to inform the council about my parentage. I thought you might want to do that, said Tsunade with a smirk, so I called for a meeting in less an hour. After that you can move into the Namikaze estate. Do we have all the evidence put together? Asked Naruto. Yes. Good, said Naruto as he let out a breath. I wonder how they will take the news? They will not like it, but after they hear how you, Jiraiya and Kakashi destroyed Akatsuki and that you no longer contain the fox but instead have it a summons, they will respect you, responded Tsunade. After she said that, Shizune walked into the room. Lady Tsunade, the council is ready for you. Okay, we will be right there, said Tsunade as she and Naruto stood up and followed Shizune into the council room. The council was in a large circle room with a half-circle table where the currently 10 council members sat, 1-4. Each of the 10 of the 11 clans that founded the village. The only clan who didn't have a seat was the Namikaze clan, but today that would change, thought Naruto as he looked around the room and saw many parents of his friends who sat on the council. Shino Akimichi Sr., Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikage Nara, Hayashi Hyuga and Kinsun Inuzuka were the council members who kids were friends with Naruto. Along with those 5 sat Rin Mitarashi, Kin Yumino, Ibiki Marino and Karen Heikate. However, one member of the council stunned him. There sat his old friend Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto went and stood in the shadows near the wall. This better be good, Tsunade, said Hayashi Hyuga. It is. 3 of our ninjas have destroyed what was left of Akatsuki, said Tsunade. That is good news. However, why did you have to call a special meeting of the council just to tell us this? Asked Inoichi Yamanaka. The end of Akatsuki isn't the main reason why I called you here today. We have also found the last of Namikaze clan, said Tsunade as the council suddenly gasped. How can this be? The 4th was the last Namikaze and his wife died in childbirth along with the child? Asked Rin Mitarahi. Wrong, the 4th son lived, said Tsunade. The 3rd Hokage decided it would be best to keep his heritage hidden until he unlocked the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Why? Asked Karen Heikate. Because if Rock found out about the 4th son, they would hunt him down and kill him. With him hidden until he could use the jutsu, Rock would not attack us and it would give him time to grow up and train in relatively safety. Said Tsunade. I see, said Hayashi Hyuga. So who is this ninja? I will show you, said Tsunade as she turned and called Naruto to come forward. Naruto stepped into the light as all the older members of the council eyes widened. Allow me to introduce Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze and jailer of the 9-tailed fox. What? Yelled all the older council members but Shino Akimichi Sr. This can't be real. The demon child is Minato's son, said Hayashi Hyuga. Yes. We have a letter left by Minato to his son, along with DNA tests that prove that Naruto is his son. However, the best proof is that Naruto can do the Hiraishin no Jutsu, said Tsunade as Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash and reappeared behind the council's desk. I am my father's son, said Naruto. I have mastered this jutsu. Also, the fox is no longer sealed in me, instead it is now my clan's summoned beast. I believe him, said Sasuke, talking for the first time. You can't believe him, he is the demon fox, said Karen Heikate. Think, Karen, do you think the 4th would seal the fox if there was a chance that it could hurt his only son? Said Shikage Nara. I always trusted the 4th, I will not stop now. Fine, said Karen as she sat back down. Well, since you are Minato's son and last of the Namikaze, I assume that you are going to move into the Namikaze estate and take your clan's spot on the council, asked Hayashi. That is the plan, said Naruto with a foxy grin. Fine, said Hayashi, if that is all. I do ask of this council one thing, said Naruto as he sat down in the long-time empty Namikaze clan chair. What? I ask that you keep my return a secret for a week. Therefore I have time to get used to my new home before I have people knocking at my front door. Said Naruto. Fine. Said Hayashi as he ended the council meeting. Well, I will see you around, dupe. Said Sasuke. Considering that we are neighbors. Said Naruto, smiling at his friend. True, now I must go, I am late for my date with Ino. Said Sasuke as he disappeared, leaving Naruto grinning. If Sakura-chan isn't dating Sasuke, maybe I have a chance. Thought Naruto as he followed Tsunade to his new home. Even after 6 days, it still felt weird to Naruto. He had grown up in a very small and run-down apartment, but now, he was rich and owned a compound with dozens of buildings, all of them highly ornate and in the old Japanese design. He had his own liberty filled with his family scrolls. He had an indoor training ground and 2 outside ones. A study for himself and a dozen bedrooms beside the master one. All of that was just in the head household, and the other buildings seemed to be just smaller versions of the master one. Also, the compound had what was an old dog kennel for ninja dogs. However, Naruto had modified it to house his ninja foxes that he had learned to train during his 4-year mission. Even with the dozen or so foxes walking around the compound, he still felt so lonely. Maybe eating uptown will cheer me up, said Naruto out loud as he put on his cloak before heading out the front door into the night air. Don't worry, Sakura, I am sure you'll find that man again, said Ino as she and her best friend sat down at their favorite restaurant. I am not so sure, Ino, he could just have been a passing merchant or something, said Sakura sadly as she took some more Baroque meat. I don't think so, forehead girl. Did you forget his muscles? He has to be a ninja, and the only ninja allowed in this village are ours and the Sans, said Ino. Sakura had not forgotten the stranger's muscles. They, along with the rest of the man, had filled her dreams since she saw him almost a week ago. Suddenly Ino grabbed her hand. Sakura, look out the window. Sakura looked out of the window. There stood the nameless man. He was dressed in almost all black with a black coat with flames around the bottom edge. His blonde hair almost glowed in the fading light of the setting sun. However, his blue eyes did glow. She thanked God when she saw the leaf headband just above those eyes' glowing orbs. She watched as he entered a restaurant and sat down in the booth right across from them, and as he ordered some food. Sakura, are you just going to stare at him all day, or are you going to go talk to him? Whispered Ino, unaware that Naruto could hear their every word. He even heard Sakura's heartbeat pick up when he entered the restaurant. Didn't respond as she watched the man slowly eat some of the Baroque meat he had ordered. Forehead girl, if you don't snap out of it soon, he is going to leave and you may never see him again. Act now, yelled inner Sakura as outer Sakura stood up and walked toward the man. Hello there, said Sakura in a soft voice. I was wondering when you would listen to Ino. Can come talk to me, Sakura, said the man as he calmly drank some water. How does he know my name? Asked Sakura to herself as she stared disbelieving at the man. So, Sakura, feel free to take a seat, said the man as Sakura sat down across from him. Who are you? Asked Sakura as she looked into those eyes. So you don't remember me, do you? Asked the man as Sakura shook her head. You mean we have met before? Asked Sakura. Of course, and I am not just talking about when you and Ino spied on me in the bathhouse a week ago, said the man. Crap, he saw us, yelled inner Sakura. Sorry for spying on you, said Sakura as she lowered his head. I bet he hates me now and I haven't even leavened his name yet, she added to herself. Don't be, my sensei peeps on woman all the time. If I hated you for doing it once, then I would have to kill him for doing it his entire life. Besides, I am glad it was you who was spying on me in the first place, said the man with a smirk. Thank God, said inner Sakura. I thought we lost this heavenly specimen of a man. Sakura, can I ask something of you and Ino? Said the man. Depends on what it is, responded Sakura. I am having a welcome home party tomorrow night at my house at 5, okay? I want you to gather the rest of the Rookie 12 and Guy team and invite them to my house. Okay, but they will want to know whose party they are going to, asked Sakura as the man started to chuckle. You haven't figured out who I am yet, Sakura-chan. When he said Chan, Sakura blinked. No one called her Sakura-chan anymore, well except for Lee, but he is an idiot. Maybe this will give you a hint. I was on the same team as you when we were genin, said the man as Sakura's eyes widened. It can't be, yelled inner Sakura. Naruto, asked Sakura. No, this hunk can't be Naruto, she yelled to herself. Believe it. Sakura-in, said Naruto with a smirk, I am back. I see, was the only response that she could raise as her brain tried to understand the information it was just given. Well, I'm sorry about this, Sakura, but I have to get going. As to tomorrow night, I moved, so have Sasuke lead you to my house, said Naruto as he stood up and left the still stunned Sakura sitting there. Here, let me pay for yours and Ino's meal, he added as he started to walk to the counter to pay for all three of them. In a flash, Ino was at her side. So who is he? Ino, that was Naruto, said Sakura as Ino's eyes went wide. Naruto, yours and Sasuke-kun teammate and who has had a crush on you as long as I can remember, that Naruto? Asked Ino. Yes, he is back, said Sakura, and he wants us to get the rest of our friends together for a welcome home party at Naruto's new place tomorrow. Where does he live? Asked Ino. I don't know, but apparently Sasuke knows, said Sakura. Well, it seems that you will see him again, said Ino with a smile. Hinata Hyuga sat in her room, her mind running through all the things that could happen when she went over to Naruto-kun's house. Thoughts like what should she say, what should she do ran through her mind as her cousin, Neji Hyuga, called from downstairs that it was time to go. She and her cousins soon found themselves along with the rest of their friends outside Sasuke's house. So how far away is Naruto-kun's house? Asked Hinata as Sasuke led them past the Uchiha district. Not far, said Sasuke as he stopped in front of the now light-up Namikaze compound. When did someone move into the old Namikaze compound? Asked Tenten as she looked around the large recently cleaned buildings. Well, Tenten, you can't really have a party in the dark, can you? Said a voice that sent a shiver of delight down Hinata's and Sakura's spines. Everyone turned to see a blonde-haired man standing there dressed in a black coat with orange flames on the bottom. Naruto-kun, is that you? Asked Hinata as she fought back the urge to faint. Of course, said Naruto. Come on in. Everyone but Sasuke watched stunned as Naruto calling walked to the front door and opened it. Naruto turned around to see the stunned faces of his friends. What? Naruto, you baka, that is the Namikaze household, yelled Sakura. Yeah, I know. So they are a legendary clan, so what right do you have to enter that house? Said Ino as she joined her friend in yelling at Naruto. You forgot to tell them, didn't you, dupe? Said Sasuke as everyone turned to look at him. Yeah, said Naruto as she smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Guys, my name isn't Uzumaki anymore. Turns out I am the last of the Namikaze clan. Every one of his friend's eyes widened. You could even see Shizo's as well from behind his sunglasses. So you're telling me that you are the last of the clan that the fourth Hokage came from? Asked Ino. Yeah, he's my dad, said Naruto as every eyes grew even wider. You're the son of the fourth Hokage who gave up his life to kill the nine-tailed fox? Said Sakura as Naruto face fell. I would rather you not talk about my father's death, Sakura, said Naruto. Sorry, said Sakura as a wave of shame came over her. Don't worry about it, I have food and drinks inside, come on in and enjoy my new home, said Naruto as his friends walked into his house. Everyone was stunned as how big and ornate the house was. The large living room with 3 large couches and a large stone fireplace. Everyone sat down as Naruto disappeared and reappeared with drinks and snacks for everyone. Naruto, how did you get all these foods so fast? Asked Sakura as Naruto grinned. Don't worry about it, said Naruto as everyone started talking, sharing what had happened during the 4 years that Naruto was gone. Naruto was surprised to find out that Neji and Tenten were now married and Shikamaru and the now Leaf Ninja, Temari, were engaged. He was saddened to find out that Sakura's mother had died in a house fire. However, Naruto had to fight back a smile of joy when he heard that Sakura wasn't seeing anyone at the time. Sakura-chan, will you go out on a date with me? Yelled Lee at Sakura. Everyone watched as Sakura punched Lee hard in the face, sending him flying into the wall, making a huge dent in it. Why, Sakura-chan? Asked Lee as he slowly stood up. Because you have asked me that same question every day for the last 4 years, and every day I keep telling you the same thing. And no, yelled Sakura. Suddenly she remembered that this Naruto's new house and she had just damaged one of his walls. Look what you did now, we look like a brute toward that hunk of a man. Let's hope he can forgive us, said a very worried inner Sakura. Ah, sorry about the wall, Naruto, said Sakura as she lowered her head in sham as Hinata smiled. Yes, Sakura looks like a uncivilized brute right now, and since Naruto-kun comes from the noble Namikaze clan, I bet he throws her out for being so unladylike in his house. Thought Hinata as Naruto stood up and walked toward the wall. Sakura, said Naruto as everyone held their breath. Here it comes, thought Hinata with glee and Sakura with dread. Don't worry about it, said Naruto as the huge dent in the wall disappeared. I placed repairing seals all over the place. You would have to almost destroy the entire house to stop itself from repairing itself. Before anyone could say anything, there was a knock at the door. Come on in, yelled Naruto as Tsunade walked into the house. Ah, good, you're all here. That means I don't have to hunt you all down, said Tsunade as she handed Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, and Kiba each a folder. Inside are the new genin teams that you will be training. Ah, Hokage, I never took the Jonin exams, so how can I take a team? Asked Naruto. Naruto, you have been on a 4-year-long S-rank mission after a year that makes you a Jonin automatically. Did you not notice that you got a pay raise in your bank account? Asked Shikamaru. No, not really. Ever since I saw how much my family left for me, I didn't notice the increase in my weekly income, said Naruto as everyone looked at him. Are you that big of an idiot that you can't tell the difference between a Chunin pay and a Jonin pay in your bank account? Asked Kiba. No, considering my family owns the bank, I didn't notice, said Naruto as everyone looked at him. Your family owns the bank? Asked Tenten. That, along with multiple businesses in the city and most of the city's apartment buildings, is owned also by my family, said Naruto. So you're filthy sinking rich? Asked Sakura. Yes, he is, said Tsunade. The Namikaze clan was almost as skilled businessman as they were ninjas. His clan owns about 1/4 of all the land inside the city. Hell, he owns your apartment building, Sakura, said Tsunade as everyone's eyes widened. His clan is the most powerful and wealthiest in all of Konoha history, and Naruto is the last of his clan, therefore he controls everything that his clans own. Does my clan really have that much power? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Tsunade before she turned to Sakura. Sakura, you are off hospital duty so that you can train your team, said Tsunade before she left tea house. The party went on for a few more hours. However, at the end, all that was left were Naruto and Sakura. Hinata was dragged away by Niji, saying it was time to go home. Well, I am sorry, Sakura, but it is getting late. Can I offer to walk each of you home? Said Naruto as Sakura's heart started to race. Sure, said Sakura as they left Naruto's house and began walking down the now darkened streets. Their own light came from the stars above. Sakura was in haven. She was walking alone with Naruto under the stars. However, it didn't last as long as she hopped. Soon they stood outside her apartment door. Well, here we are, said Sakura as she opened the door. Sakura, if you want to, I could use a sparring partner tomorrow, asked Naruto as he rubbed the back of his head while looking up at the ceiling. Sure, what time? Asked Sakura as her heart raced. Then, said Naruto. Then I better go to bed so that I can put up a good fight tomorrow, said Sakura with a smirk. Good night, Naruto-kun. With that she closed the door, leaving a stunned Naruto standing in front of her door. Well, kid, it looks like you are winning over that cherry blossom, said the Kyuubi as he appeared next to Naruto. I hope so, said Naruto as he walked away from her door. 2 blocks away, Hinata stood on top of the tallest building in the Hyuga compound, watching everything with her Byakugan and reading Sakura's lips. That little witch, there is no way I will give up Naruto-kun to some uncivilized brute of a woman, hissed Hinata as she went inside to rest and to plan Sakura's downfall. Sakura awoke from a pleasant dream about Naruto and herself on a beach. However, her lateness in getting up means that she only had an hour to get ready and then get over to Naruto's house. She dressed in her normal training clothes and rushed to Naruto's house. I shouldn't feel this worried about a sparring session with Naruto, thought Sakura as she was about to knock. However, Naruto's voice filled the air. I am out back, Sakura. Sakura walked out back. She hadn't been back there last night. It was an open garden with a shallow pond in the center. Also a training field on one side and a kennel on the other side. Inside of one of the kennel cages sat Naruto taking care of some small animal. There sat Naruto taking care of 12 or so puppies. They all had different shades of white, black, gray, brown and red, and all very cute and playful. Ah, they're so cute. I didn't know you had ninja dogs, Naruto, said Sakura as she walked up to Naruto and picked up a small white pup that ran to her feet. I don't, Sakura, said Naruto as he stood up. These aren't dogs. Naruto, are these wolves? Because it takes a lot of skills to raise ninjas wolves, said Sakura as she scratched the pup she was holding near. Sakura, these are not wolves, said Naruto as Sakura looked confused by this statement. Naruto, if this cute little pup is not a dog or a wolf, then what is she? Asked Sakura. That Sakura is an Arctic fox, said Naruto as Sakura's eyes widened. Fox, this is a fox, said Sakura as Naruto nodded. As soon as he did, she dropped the puppy. If it wasn't for Naruto's quick reaction time, the pup would have hit the ground. He placed the pup down before looking up to see Sakura rush out of the kennel door. What is it, Sakura-chan? Asked Naruto. Those are foxes, yelled Sakura. Why in the world would raise foxes? Because I always liked foxes, and foxes are faster than both wolves and dogs. Also, they can't be fooled by genjutsu of any kind. True foxes may not be as physical strong as either wolves or dogs, however they don't need to be. Even the dumbest fox can outsmart the smartest of the other two, said Naruto. They are foxes, they bring nothing but pain and death, said Sakura as tears filled her eyes. It was the nine-tailed fox that killed my father when I was just a baby. I am so sorry, Sakura, but that is no excuse to hate these pups, said Naruto. Just because one fox did something evil doesn't make all of them evil. Yes, it does. If one of them is evil, then all of them are evil, yelled Sakura. Sakura, if that was true, then all Uchihas are evil because Itachi Uchiha was evil, said Naruto as he wiped away her tears. Sakura-chan, any creature is only as good or evil as it was raised. But Naruto, they are foxes. How can you like foxes? Asked Sakura. Sakura, foxes are like me. They are very protective and loyal to those they love, said Naruto. Suddenly he turned sad. If you don't want to be around me, Sakura, I will understand, but if you choose to stay, understand I do use foxes almost as much as Kiba uses Akamaru. The thought of not being with Naruto filled her with dread. Why are you thinking about this? Yelled inner Sakura. Are you really going to give up Naruto-kun because he happens to like foxes? Suddenly she felt something brush against her leg, looked down to see two little black eyes looking up at her. It was the little pup she had held earlier. What does she want? Asked Sakura. She wants you, said Naruto with a smile. Her name is Juno. I found her when I was in the land of snow. Her parents had been killed, so I took her in. She was half dead and it took almost a mouth to get her healthy again. But why does she want me? Asked Sakura as she picked up the pup and held her up to her face. Well, she properly thinks that you are her mother, said Naruto as the little pup liked Sakura on the nose, causing Sakura to laugh. Suddenly an idea came into Naruto's mind. If you want, you can take her home. But I don't know anything about raising or training her. Then I will help you, however it will mean that you and I will have to train together almost every day, said Naruto with a blush. Yes, 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 yelled inner Sakura as she jumped for joy. We get this cute little fox and get to spend almost every day with Naruto-kun. Yes, I will take Juno home with me, said Sakura. If that is okay with you, Naruto-kun. Of course, Sakura-chan. Now let's get to our sparring session, said Naruto with a smirk. Soon Sakura stood across from Naruto on his outdoor training field. Are you ready, Sakura-chan? Anytime, responded Sakura. Ready, said Naruto. Go, they both said together. In that instant, Sakura ran toward Naruto. At the same time, Naruto pulled a scroll out of his vest and bit his thumb. I will not let you summon anything today, Naruto, yelled Sakura, but she was too late. His thumb ran down the now open scroll. Summoning Justu, yelled Naruto as he slammed the scroll into the ground. Sakura stopped as two puffs of smoke filled the air, and out of those puffs came two full-grown red foxes. These foxes were larger than any fox she had ever seen. They came up to Naruto's waist, and each of them had a leaf headband around their necks. Sakura-chan, these two are the first two foxes that I ever raised. With that each of the foxes moved, she was now surrounded. She did the only thing she could think of. She punched the ground, sending both Naruto and his foxes flying through the air. Well, I see you have improved, Sakura-chan, said Naruto as he flew through the air, looking down at Sakura, who was looking up at him from the creator she had made. Yes, I have, said a voice behind Naruto. Naruto turned to see another Sakura with a fist flying toward him. However, when her fist hit him, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. However, Naruto's two foxes were not so. Luckily, both of them took full force punches. Both of his foxes landed hard. Shadow clones, Sakura, I am impressed, said Naruto as he stood next to his two foxes. Naruto, I didn't hurt them, did I? Asked Sakura as she dispelled her clones. They are only knocked out, Sakura-tan, said Naruto as he made two shadow clones. That instant Sakura was on guard. However, the clones didn't attack, instead they picked up the two foxes and carried them toward the kennel. Okay, let's try this again. With that they charged at each other. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't land a hit on the much faster Naruto. However, Naruto couldn't dodge them all. Finally, Sakura sent Naruto flying toward the pond in the center of his backyard. Sakura watched as Naruto disappeared in a golden light. Where did he go? Asked Sakura. Suddenly she felt something hit her back hard. Whatever hit her sent her flying toward the pond. She twisted her head around only to see that it was Naruto who had hit her, and he was flying through the air next to her. The next second she knew she was on her back in the soft sand of the pond, the water coming up to halfway up her body, but at the moment she didn't. Because at that very moment Naruto was on top of her and his face was only a few inches away from hers while his body pressed softly against hers. Sorry about getting you wet, Sakura-tan, said Naruto with a small laugh. Don't be, Naruto-kun, but how did you do that? Whispered Sakura in Naruto's ear, the hot air sending severs up Naruto's spine. It's my family's jutsu, the Hiraishin no Jutsu. It allows me to move at super fast speeds. However, if I am already moving when I do that, I carry the momentum with me. So when you hit me, I carried the force of your hit through the just to causing me to hit you in the back, said Naruto with a chuckle. Suddenly both of them stopped what they were doing and stared into each other's eyes. She gazed into his blue eyes as he gazed into her green eyes. Slowly they started to move toward each other. Yes, come closer, Naruto-kun, yelled inner Sakura as she jumped for joy in preparation for a kiss from Naruto. Shut up, yelled Sakura to her inner self as she felt Naruto's breath on her lips. Suddenly a loud knocking came from the front of the house. Both of them looked toward the front hoping it would stop, however it didn't. Instead, a voice filled the air. Naruto-kun, I need to see you right away, yelled Hinata. Slowly Naruto and Sakura stood up out of the pond. Stay here, Sakura, said Naruto as he walked toward the front door. Damn, yelled inner Sakura, so close. A few minutes later Naruto returned. What was that all about, Naruto? Asked Sakura as Naruto rubbed his temples. Apparently the Hyuga clan elders want to have a meeting with me right away, said Naruto. When? Asked Sakura. Right now, said Naruto sadly. Sakura, I am afraid I have to go get ready for this. Okay, said Sakura as she went over and picked up Juno. Do you mind if I take some of your food for her? No, of course not, Sakura-chan. Come back tomorrow before we look over our Genin team's files and we will begin both you and Juno's training. Okay, Naruto-kun, said Sakura. So when will the Namikaze come? Asked one of the Hyuga elders. Any minute now, said Haishir Hyuga as the door to the elder meeting hall slowly opened and Hinata walked in dressed in an all-white dress required by all Hyuga women when in the Hyuga council room. Most honorable council members, may I present to you Naruto Namikaze, last of the Namikaze clan, said Hinata as she stepped aside to let Naruto walk into the room. Unlike the Hyugas who were dressed in the finest robes, Naruto was dressed in his normal battle attire. His black clothing clashed with the all-white that the Hyuga's elders were wearing. Naruto Namikaze, welcome and please have a seat, said another of the council members. Thank you and please call me Naruto, said Naruto as he sat down Indian style. Now will you please, what is so urgent that you require me right now? Naruto Namikaze, watch your tongue, said one of the Hyuga elders. In this hall we have rules. Elder Hyuga, I mean no disrespect, but I don't care, but the rules of the Hyugas. I am not a Hyuga, so unless you have something important to tell me, I am leaving, said Naruto as all the Hyuga, minus Hinata, glared at him. No one had ever threatened to leave the council in while they were in session. Naruto-kun, please show some respect, said Hinata. I am sorry, Hinata, but my words are true. You guys demand that I show up as if I am you Hyugas own me. I am no owns me, so speak now or I will leave. Fine, said Haishir, we will get to the point. We want to know which of the clans you side with. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Naruto-kun, you might not realize it, but you hold a lot of power, said Hinata. Right, no, the village council is in two camps. Half the clans support us, the other half support the Yukika clan. Your clan, as the 11 member, holds the deciding vote, said Haisha. So you want my clan's vote so that your clan can control the council, said Naruto. Yes, and in return for your help we are willing to support your rise to Hokage, said Haisha. Everyone just watched as Naruto as he closed his eyes thinking. Please Naruto-kun, pick the right one, thought Hinata as she tried to read Naruto's face. What do you pick? Asked Haisha. Do you side with us and get your dream or side with the Yukika? It has always been my dream to be Hokage, said Naruto as all the Hyugas started to smile. However, I would rather give up that dream than obtain it through some backroom bargain. Therefore I will refuse you. As he finished speaking, he stood up and started to make his way to the door. Naruto-kun, please rethink this, yelled Hinata. You are giving up on your dream. Hinata, I will not give up my dream, but I will work for it. I refuse to let it be handed to me without me earning it, said Naruto. So you are siding with the Yukika? Said one of the elders. No, I side with Konoha and her people, said Naruto as he turned to face the Hyuga council. Unlike you all, I wear the leaf symbol wherever I go. I think not for the good of just my clan, I think of the good of everyone who call this village home. If your clan has a good idea that will help Konoha and her people, then I will support it, but I would do the same thing if the idea came from the Yukika clan. While Naruto was finishing his speech, Hinata looked around the room, and what Naruto had said was true. He was the only ninja that was wearing his headband. And here I thought that the Hyugas had changed. I guess I was wrong. Goodbye, said Naruto as he turned so fast that his black clock snapped in the air as he disappeared out the door. Well, that didn't go well, said one of the Hyuga elders. Indeed. We need a way to get his vote on our side, whatever it takes, said another of the elders. My daughter, did you call him Naruto-kun? Asked Hayashi as Hinata stared to blush. Yes, father. Good, I want you to start dating him, said Hayashi as Hinata's eyes widened. If you can make him fall in love with you, he will be more willing to fall in line with our line of thinking. Hinata was so happy she had just gotten permission to date Naruto-kun. Thank you, father. However, it will take some time, said Hinata as she bowed. Why would it take time? You are from one of the most powerful clans in the city. He would be a fool to refuse a date from you, said Hayashi. Father, he loves another, and now I think she has started to love him back, said Hinata with a hint of hate in her voice. Who? From what clan? Asked one of the elders. Sakura from the Haruno clan, said Hinata with even more hate in her voice. A Haruno, said one of the elders. Their clan is nothing compared to us. Why would he want to date her? Her clan brings nothing that can help his clan get more power. Her clan isn't even on the council. Love is foolish. One should only marry for power and the good of the clan, said Hayashi. Don't worry, daughter, we will take care of the Haruno. Sakura walked home with a smile on her face and little Juno in her arms. The moment she entered her apartment, little Juno ran around jumping onto the couch and yipping in a happy tone, making Sakura laugh at the sight of this little white fox. However, soon little Juno calmed down and just watched over Sakura's shoulder as read one of her medical books. Soon it was time for bed, and as Sakura climbed into her bed, little fox pup followed her. Sakura watched as Juno went to the edge of her bed before curing up into a small white ball. The next morning she woke to a loud beeping from her alarm clock. Shut up. However, Juno had a different idea. Suddenly Sakura felt something lick her face. Juno, laughed Sakura as she rolled over only to see Juno looking at her with cute little eyes. After making some breakfast, Sakura heard a knock at the door. Coming, said Sakura as she opened the door to see Ino standing there. Hello, forehead girl, said Ino as she and Sakura sat down at the small table. I have today off. Do you want to go shopping? Sorry, no. I have another training session with Naruto-kun today, said Sakura. Does this training session take place in the bedroom? Asked Ino as winked at her friend. No, said Sakura as she blushed. We haven't even kissed yet. So I am betting that you almost kissed him, said Ino as a smirk. Sometimes I really hate you, Ino. So tell me what stopped you too, said Ino as Sakura's face fell. Hinata showed up to invite Naruto-kun to some meeting with the Hyuga Council, said Sakura as Ino's eyes filled with dread. What is it? Sasuke-kun told me that they might try to persuade him to see things their way, said Ino. What would they try to persuade them to do? Asked Sakura. Now that Naruto is back, his clan's vote is the 11th vote in a split council, said Ino. So his vote is the tiebreaker, said Sakura. Yeah, and I am sorry to say that Naruto is now in the middle of two powers both after his vote, said Ino. What are the two camps? Asked Sakura. Well, the first group is led by the Hyugas, the second is led by Sasuke-kun, stated Ino. So are you guys going to try to persuade Naruto-kun? Asked Sakura as Ino saw a look of protectiveness in her friend's eyes that she had never seen before. Of course not, Sasuke-kun knows that Naruto will make up his own mind, said Ino. Suddenly she heard a yip coming from behind her. She looked only to see a white animal sitting on the counter looking out at the two of them with little black eyes. Now Juno, how did you get up there? Laughed Sakura as both watched as the little animal jumped down onto a stool before jumping onto a box before finally reaching the floor. Now I see why Naruto-kun says that foxes are smart. Foxes? Said a stunned Ino. Why do you have a fox, Sakura? Well, she was a gift from Naruto-kun. He raises and trains ninja foxes, said Sakura as Ino nodded. Suddenly Sakura slapped her head. Crap, I am supposed to meet Naruto in 10 minutes. In a flash Sakura grabbed her gear and Juno, Ino, can you lock the door for me? Sure thing, forehead girl, said Ino as Sakura tossed her friend the keys. Supper my place at 7, that is, you're not too busy with Naruto. Sure, said Sakura as she and Juno disappeared around the corner. It is about that those two got together, thought Ino before the entire apartment went up in an exposition. Outside the apartment Sakura looked up to see a wall of flames coming from her apartment. Ino, screamed Sakura as she ran toward her now destroyed apartment. When she arrived the fires were still huge. At that moment Juno jumped out of her hands and ran into the fire. Juno, Sakura heard yelps coming from inside the towering flames. Somehow she knew what Juno was saying for her to come inside. So Sakura ran inside the flaming ruins of her home only to find Juno sitting in front of Ino's body. Good job, Juno, Sakura said as she picked both her friend and pet, carrying them out of the fire just as the AMBU showed up. What happened here? Asked one of the AMBU. Stand back, yelled Sakura as she started to clear her friend's lungs of smoke and checking for other damage. Good, she will live, said Sakura as she studied the outward appearance of her friend. Most of her blonde hair gone, she also had second and third degree burns on her face, arms and legs. Suddenly she noticed little Juno walking Ino's face and that she was liking Ino's burnt flesh. However, what stunned her was the fact that the third degree burns were turning into second degree burns before final disappearing altogether. Juno was somehow removing her friend's burns. Sakura, what happened? Asked Shizune as she appeared at her friend's now destroyed apartment. I don't know, Ino came over asking if I wanted to go shopping, but I had to leave for a training session with Naruto-kun and I was late, so I asked Ino to lock the door when she left. However, after I left the whole place exploded, said Sakura as she watched her friend get taken away by the AMBU to the hospital. When I ran back, the whole place was in flames. Then Juno. What? Who's Juno? Asked Shizune. Juno is the fox pup Naruto-kun gave me yesterday, said Sakura as she bent down and picked up the little white fox and held her to her chest. She ran into the fire and found Ino badly burned and knocked out. That is when I carried both out of the fire, said Sakura. Okay, but how did you remove the burns so fast? Asked Shizune. I don't think even Lady Hokage couldn't have removed burns that fast. I don't know, but Juno liked Ino's wounds and they started to go away, said Sakura. Shizune, do you think we can do this after I make sure that Ino will be okay? Okay, said Shizune as she and Sakura went to make sure Ino was okay. Naruto stood in the hospital lobby waiting to hear word about Ino and to see Sakura. At the moment both Sakura and Tsunade were busy treating Ino's wounds. Naruto-kun, said a voice behind him. Hello Hinata, said Naruto calmly, not even looking at her. Naruto, I am so sorry to hear about the blast at Sakura's apartment. I hope that is she okay, said Hinata, unaware that Naruto had tuned his ears into her heartbeat and knew that she was lying about the last part. Hinata Sakura-chan is fine, she had just left before the blast happened, said Naruto as angry ran through Hinata's body. Oh, that's great news, said Hinata, although inside her mind she was screaming, and the witch lives, the council failed. Yeah, but Ino was in the apartment though, said Naruto, they are taking care of her right now. I see, said Hinata as a nurse walked up to Naruto. They are out of surgery, said the nurse, they are currently in room 344. As soon as Naruto found out where Sakura was at, he disappeared up the stairs. Sakura-chan, are you alright? Asked Naruto as he hugged Sakura in the hallway outside Ino's hospital room. I am fine, said Sakura as she hugged him back. Ino took the full force of the blast, but no one knows what caused my impairment to blow up. We are working on that, Sakura, said Tsunade as she exited Ino's room. However, Sasuke had choose to sit by Ino's bed and, in a rare scene of public caring, hold Ino's hand and look at his girlfriend with tenderness in his eyes. Outside the room, Tsunade smiled when she saw the two people she considered her children hugging each other. However, I do have a question for you, Naruto. What is it? Sakura says that this little fox liked Ino's burns and they went away, said Tsunade. How? Asked Sakura. Well, that is simple. Juno must be a medical fox, said Naruto as the two women looked at him. Okay, I will explain. There are 5 types of ninja foxes. The first is combat, which are the strongest and most common. Second is the spy, they are the smallest and the stealthiest. Next comes the massagers, they are the weakest but the fastest, great for sending messages from one place to another. Then come trackers, who are a mix of combat and spy foxes who are highly trained in finding people. Lastly is the medical fox, they are the rarest, because they can use the chakra in their body to heal just like a normal medical ninjas. So you're saying Juno is one of these medical fox? Asked Sakura. I guess it is the only thing that would make sense, responded Naruto. But how did she know how to heal Ino's burns? Asked Tsunade. Juno probably saw you remove a burn, or as you read a book about it, said Naruto. I was reading a medical book last night and one chapter was about burn treatments, said Sakura. Well, that's where she learned it then, said Naruto as he looked over to the cushion chair where the white fur ball slept. She must be exalted to have to sleep so early. It is a good thing that Juno belongs to you, Sakura-chan. Why? Because with the right training in the medical field, she could be just as good at healing people as the normal medical ninja, and I know next to nothing about medical justu, said Naruto. A match made in heaven, said Tsunade, thinking about both Sakura and Juno and Naruto and Sakura. Sakura-chan, if you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at my house, offered Naruto. Thanks, Naruto, but first I want to see if I can save anything from my impairment, said Sakura. Okay, but do you mind if I come with you just to make sure you're safe? Asked Naruto. Naruto, I will be fine, I can take care of myself, said Sakura as she went and picked up the still sleeping Juno, who was so sleepy that she didn't wake up as Sakura picked her up. I know that, Sakura-chan, but that still doesn't stop me from worrying about your safety. After all, you almost died. I just don't want to lose you, Sakura-chan, said Naruto as Sakura fought back tears at the last part of his speech. Okay, you can come with me, said Sakura as they headed to Sakura apartment. They managed to save about 4 bags of things, mostly her clothing. However, she did lose the last picture of her now dead mother. They eat supper in relative quilt. Sakura was tired after her impairment being destroyed and her friend almost dying. Sakura walked into her room that Naruto had given her. The room was 2 times the size of her bedroom back at her apartment. It came with a huge bed in the center of the room. Good night, Sakura-chan, said Naruto, and don't worry, my foxes are on full alert, no one is getting in without me knowing. So sleep well, Sakura-chan. Sakura went to bed, little Juno sleeping next to her. This bed is so nice and soft, thought Sakura. But I bet Naruto's is softer, said inner Sakura, and he is just down the hall. Yeah, said Sakura as she fell asleep in the early morning hours. She awoke. Bathroom. She thought as she walked back from the bathroom she heard voices coming from a room down the hall. Do you really think the Hyugas would really try to kill Sakura-chan just to get me to vote on their side? Said Naruto as Sakura looked in through the creak in between the doors. The room was a study room filled with books and a fireplace. The only light came from a fire in the fireplace. Naruto was sitting in one of the chairs and someone else was sitting in the other. It is the most likely answer, Kit, With Sakura out of the way, Hinata could try to make you love her. That way she could persuade you to her clan's point of view," said a deep male voice that Sakura couldn't place. "Like I could love anyone but Sakura-chan," said Naruto. "I've loved her since I was 7 years old." "He loves me," said Sakura to herself as her heart fluttered. "I know that kid, I watched it all," said the male voice. "Who is he talking to?" asked Sakura. "If I knew that they would have tried to kill Sakura-chan, I would have sided with them to keep her safe," said Naruto. "You may not have a tail or anything like that, Kit, but you do have some fox nature in you, Kit, and a fox is willing to die to keep their mate alive," said the male voice. "We are not mates," said Naruto. "Yeah, I know, but it is only a matter of time. Both of you love each other. I see how you two look at each other," said the voice. "I hope that is true, but how will she react to you? Look what you took away from her," said Naruto. "I am sorry for what I did. I told you why I did that. If I known what it was a trick, I wouldn't have come here," said the voice. "I never said I blame you for that. I know that you were tricked to coming here. However, that doesn't matter right now. We have to worry about Sakura-chan's safety. That is all that matters," said Naruto. "No, that is not everything, Kit. You must not bow to the Hyuga's demands. If they get control of the council and this village, they will do more damage than I ever did." "Agreed. Now let's get our training session over before Sakura-chan wakes up and sees you," said Naruto as Sakura started to tiptoe away. She stood behind her door looking out into the hallway. "Okay, Kit," said the voice. "Let's go, QB," said Naruto as Sakura stopped in her place, unable to move. "QB, he can't be talking about the demon fox," said Sakura as Naruto and a fox that came up to his waist came walking out of the room. Sakura's eyes fixed on the fox. It was reddish-orange with red eyes. However, it was the tails that caught her eye. It had 9 tails. It was the demon fox. "If that is the demon fox, then why don't I feel like running, and why do I feel safe? He killed my father?" thought Sakura. "Maybe it was the way he walks next to Naruto-kun. It is the same way that Juno walks next to us, like a very good friend, not an enemy," said inner Sakura as QB stopped right in front of her door. "Come on out, Sakura, I know you're there," said QB as he turned and started directly into her eyes. Slowly she opened the door. "Naruto-kun, I think you have some explaining to do," said Sakura as she looked down at the QB. Sakura sat in the same room that Naruto was talking to the QB only a little bit ago. Sitting across from her was Naruto with the fox sitting on the ground facing her as they began their story. The sun picking through the windows as Naruto finished the tale. "Sakura-chan, I hope that you can understand this." Sakura just sat there stunned as what she had just heard. Her blonde friend had carried a heavy burden since birth. She had always wondered why everyone hated him. Now it made sense. Naruto had carried the 9-tailed fox inside him since his father sealed it in him at birth. "So you have the 9-tailed fox sealed in you?" asked Sakura. "No, not anymore, but I have his summoning scroll, therefore I can summon him into the real world whenever I want. In fact, apart from the times when he wants to take a nap, he stays in this world," said Naruto before looking back at the ground. "I would understand if you wanted to leave and never speak to me again." "Naruto, I would never leave you. You stopped the fox from destroying the village. You are a hero," said Sakura as she rubbed Naruto's cheek. "You have no idea what that means to me, Sakuran," said Naruto as tears filled his eyes. "The villagers only saw me as the fox itself, not as a person." "What do you mean?" asked Sakura. "Kit, let me show her," said the QB as Naruto nodded. "Show me what?" asked Sakura. "Sakura, I have the ability to show you Kit's memories. You will see how he was treated as he grew up." "Okay," said Sakura as one of the QB's tails touched each of their foreheads. Suddenly Sakura found herself in a strange place. The wall where buried, however, 2 figures came in clearly. One was a 5-year-old blonde boy, Naruto, and some older lady. "Where am I?" "You are in one of Kit's earliest memory, Sakura," said QB as he appeared next to Sakura. "Where is Naruto?" "I am sorry, Sakura, but I can't bring Naruto into his own memories," said the QB before going back to explain what was going on. "Right now we are in the orphanage that Naruto spent the first 5 years of life." Sakura watched as little Naruto walked up to the lady. "Excuse me, but why don't I get to eat like the others?" asked younger Naruto as he held his stomach. "Because demons like you don't deserve food," yelled the woman as she began hitting Naruto with a wooden stick. "What is she doing? All he asked for was some food. yelled Sakura as she clenched her fist as young Naruto curled up into a ball for protection as the stick came down on him faster and harder. She is taking out her anger of me on Naruto, sighed Kyuubi before the image faded. Sakura, why do you think Naruto eat like a pig every time he got a chance when he was younger? I don't know, said Sakura as the image faded and replaced by another, this one of Naruto eating some sort of brown grow with mold on it. What is he doing eating that you can see the mold growing on that thing? That is what Kit got for food only 3 times at most a mouth at the orphanage, said Kyuubi. When he was younger Sakura they tired to starve him to death. So he eats so much because he remembers being starved by the people at the orphanage as a kid, said Sakura as her fist became titter in anger and tears formed in her eyes. And I always called him a pig for eating so much food. That is then the image changed to an older Naruto, maybe 6 years old, running down the street. What am I looking at now? Asked Sakura, afraid of what she will see next. You will see, said the Kyuubi sadly as younger Naruto fell to the ground with a kunai in his leg. I got him, said a man as he appeared along with a crowd of people as Naruto began crawling away. Stop, why are you casing me? Asked Naruto as he tired to crawl away, but the mob gathered around him. Like you don't know, demon, yelled a woman in the group as the mob began beating and kicking him. That went on for a few minutes. Sakura watched in horror as little Naruto's jaw was broken and his body began to be covered with bruise and cuts. Stop, yelled a younger version of a woman that Sakura works with at the hospital. The Hokage has ordered that he is to live, so go home. You know that he is the demon, he needs to die, yelled the man who threw the kunai into Naruto's leg. Go home now, yelled the ninja as the crowd began to disperse, but not before giving Naruto a kick or two to his ribs as a going-away present. Thank God someone came to help, said Sakura as she watched Naruto slowly stand up holding his ribs with one hand as the other was badly broken. Thank you, said Naruto as he smiled at the woman. Suddenly Naruto got slapped hard across this face, sending him flying into the nearby wall. Sakura started in awe at the younger version at her coworker. She was always so kind, always so caring to children. Now Sakura was watching as she turned away from a child who needs medical help. Never talk to me again, you demon filthy. I should have let that mood kill you, said her coworker before she walked away from Naruto as his blood stained the wall and as it started raining. Now Sakura was in tears. Why would they do that to him? He was just a kid? Because of me, Naruto had to stand beatings like this almost daily until he became a ninja 6 years later, said the fox as Sakura eyes wide. She could hardly deal looking at it once, but every day for 6 years that was unimaginable. Didn't anyone show him any kindness as he grew up? Asked Sakura, hoping that Naruto had some good memories. Before Naruto went to the alchemy, there was only one person who ever showed him any form of kindness, said the Kyuubi as the image changed to a sunny day in one of the many parks around the village. There a 7-year-old Naruto sat under a tree watching the kids play. Suddenly a little girl wearing a hat walked up to him. Hello, do you want to play a game? Asked the girl as Naruto looked at her. Sure, I am Naruto Uzumaki, said Naruto as he held out his hand. The girl took it. Hello, I am Sakura Hiruno, said the little girl as older Sakura eyes widened. The little girl was her. The hat must mean it was time that she was still embarrassed about her pink hair. I like your hair, it is the same as my friend Ino's. How come you wear a hat, Sakura? Asked Naruto as younger. Sakura gripped onto her hat. My hair is horrible, so I hid it, said little Sakura. Let me see it please, said Naruto as younger Sakura slowly took off her hat to show her pink hair. Your hair looks great. It goes great with your eyes. You think so? Asked Sakura as Naruto nodded. Sakura, where are you? Yelled a voice that Sakura remembered as her mother. Suddenly her mother appeared next to younger Sakura. The moment she saw Naruto, she kicked him hard into the tree. Mom, what are you doing? Yelled little Sakura as she ran to Naruto's side. Are you okay, Naruto? Sakura, get back here now, yelled Sakura's mother. However, younger Sakura didn't move until her mother ripped her away from Naruto's side. Then the image went black. Sakura, you were the first person to show Naruto any form of kindness on that day. He started to fall in love with you, Sakura, said Kyuubi as the room turned black. Now you know some of the things Naruto went through as a kid. If you had not come around, it is likely that Kit would have become like Gaara, a mindless killing machine. Suddenly Sakura found herself back in Naruto's house. Without even thinking, she launched onto him and started crying. "Naruto, I am so sorry, I didn't know," wailed Sakura into Naruto's chest as Naruto's finger laced through her hair. "It's okay, Sakura-chan, I don't have to deal with those things anymore," whispered Naruto into Sakura's ear. However, suddenly Naruto stopped what he was doing. "What is it?" asked Sakura as both she and Kyuubi looked up at him. "I can smell smoke and hear rumbling," said Naruto as he ran toward the door with Sakura and Kyuubi behind them. Naruto looked out toward the village to see 3 giant gray snakes rampaging through the village. Each of the snakes had the sound sign on their heads. The village was under another surprise attack by the Sound Village. "Sakura, we have to move," said Naruto as he walked back into his house and grabbed his gear, and Kyuubi disappeared in a puff of fire. "I know, Naruto," responded Sakura as she too grabbed her gear. "No, Juno, you stay here." The little fox pup looked on sadly as her master left to join Naruto by the exit. "You ready?" asked Naruto. "Yes, but it will take some time to get across the entire village," said Sakura. "No, it won't. Sakura, hug me and hold on tight," said Naruto as Sakura gave him a look. "Just trust me." Slowly Sakura did what she was told. A second later Sakura felt her feet leave the ground as air rushed past her. As soon as it stopped, she found herself in front of the hospital clear across town. "How did we get her so fast?" asked Sakura as she let go of Naruto. "My family's just to," said Naruto. "Sorry, Sakura, but I have to go." Without even thinking, Sakura kissed Naruto on the cheek. "Just come back, alive and in one piece," said Sakura as she walked away, leaving a stunned Naruto standing there rubbing his cheek with a smile on his face before disappearing in a flash of yellow light. Orochimaru stood beside the Kages from the Rock and Lightning villages on top of the now ruined outer wall of the Leaf Village. "You see, soon the Leaf Village will fall," said Orochimaru as he watched his along with the Rock and Lightning ninjas fight the Leaf ninjas. "It seems that you're right, however I still want some of the Hyuga clan alive," said the Lightning Kage. "Do you want anything from this village?" asked Orochimaru to the Rock Kage. "All I want is to destroy this village and that face," said the Rock Kage as he pointed toward the stone face of the 4th Hokage. "He killed so many of our ninjas in the last war, including my only son." "Well, you can get that easily," said Orochimaru with a smile. Suddenly 2 huge smoke clouds filled the air in front of the Sound Snakes. Tsunade stood on top of a giant slug and Jiraiya stood on top of Boss Toad as both the slug and the toad crushed the snakes. Just after the Hokage and the Sannin crushed the snake, another column of smoke came up next to the slug as a huge red snake appeared next to the slug and toad. On top of that snake stood Sasuke Uchiha. "Look like it is time for us to enter this fight," said the Rock Kage along with the other 2 bit their thumbs. Soon 3 more columns of smoke came up as 3 more summons appeared on the battlefield. The Lightning Kage stood on top of a huge yellow eagle with glowing golden eyes. The Rock Kage stood on top of a huge black dragon with red eyes. Finally, the traditional purple snake of the snake boss came up with Orochimaru standing on top of his head. "Orochimaru, I demand 100 human lives for calling me out," said Mamba. "You will be well fed," said Orochimaru. Suddenly everyone stopped as a loud howl filled the air and the wind picked up to gale force. "What is going on?" yelled Tsunade as she covered her eyes to block the wind as huge flames appeared around the southern edge of the battlefield. "Look like Naruto has come," said Jiraiya smiled as the flames got higher and hotter. "What do you mean?" asked Sasuke as a huge figure appeared out of the flames. "Naruto has let him out to play," said Jiraiya as Tsunade's and Sasuke's eyes widened. "You can't mean," said Tsunade as she turned toward the flames just in time to see a fully formed 9-tailed appeared out of the flames. A chill ran down everyone's spine as the red eyes of the fox scanned the battlefield. Everyone's eyes looked in awe as the demon lord came closer. Tsunade noticed that around the 9-tailed fox feet were dozens foxes all wearing the leaf headband. "Those must be the ninja foxes that Naruto raises," thought Tsunade as she watched one of the foxes rip the neck out of a rock ninja. "What is the meaning of this? The 9-tailed fox is dead," yelled the Lightning Kage as the eagle he was one started to tremble in fear. "Who could have the power to control him?" asked the rock Kage. Me, said a voice from behind the rock Kage as he spun around to see a blonde-haired man standing before him. The Kage's eyes went wide with anger and shook. You are dead, how can you be here? Yelled the Kage. You died killing that fox. I believe that you have me mixed up with someone else, said the man as he gave the Kage a smile. No, you are the Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, yelled the Kage. Wrong, I am Naruto Namikaze, Minato's son and holder of the demon fox summoning scroll, smiled Naruto as a look of fear came over all the rock ninjas' faces that heard him. They had all heard stories of the Minato Namikaze and his family Justu that could kill a dozen men in half a second. It can't be, yelled the rock Kage. That monster never had a son. Sudden Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash and reappeared on top of the Kyuubi's head. I would kill you for what you said about my father, but my friend, Kyuubi has a bigger beef he has to settle with the rock village, said Naruto. It is time that I got revenge for what your village did to me, for what you took away from me, said the Kyuubi. You used me, now I will show no mercy, I will kill every last ninja you sent to this village. Do you know what they did to the fox to make him this angry? Asked Tsunade. I don't know, but I do know I don't want to be them right now, responded Jiraiya. Suddenly the fox's nine-tailed came flying toward the three enemy summons, killing all three in seconds. We have to fall back, yelled the lightning Kage as he and the other two landed on the ground. Agreed, said Oyu. I never believed that that little blonde brat was the son of the fourth Hokage. We will retreat. I don't think so, said Naruto as he stood behind them. Orochimaru's eyes went wide as Naruto aimed a kunai for his neck. However, it missed and got the snake Sannin in the shoulder. He tried to run through some hand signs, but one of Naruto's other foxes came up and ripped off Orochimaru's arm. Orochimaru's blood flew through the air as he tired to regain his stance. However, soon Orochimaru relieved he was surrounded by a pack of foxes all bearing their fangs. You're not going to get away from them, Orochimaru, said Naruto as pulled out a scroll and slammed it into the ground. Everyone watched as a circle of fire appeared around them. As soon as the circle was complete, the flames shot up, forming a dome of fire around Orochimaru and the pack of foxes. Have fun, said Naruto to the foxes as the sound of tearing flesh and a high-pitched scream filled the air. Who is next? It is my turn, Kit, said the Kyuubi as one of his tails came down so fast that no one saw it until it was too late. The Kyuubi's tail had wrapped itself around the rock Kage. Let me go, yelled the Kage as he was pulled toward the mouth of the Kyuubi. Eno, Eno. Those were the last words of the rock Kage as he was eaten by the nine-tailed fox. That same instant Naruto disappeared in a flash of golden light and stabbed the lightning Kage in the back as he was trying to escape. A few seconds after the lightning Kage fell, the firewall around Orochimaru and the foxes came down. Tsunade almost fainted at the sight. There were the remains of Orochimaru's body being chewed on by foxes. Two of the foxes were even having a tug of war mock using the disembodied head of Orochimaru for their toy. Naruto just killed Orochimaru and the lightning Kage in less than a minute, and the fox killed the rock Kage, said a stunned Tsunade as she watched the nine-tailed fox shrink down to the size of a large wolf. Kit, let's go and kill the rest, but let me have the rock ninjas. Can you take care of the others? Asked the Kyuubi. Sure, but Kyuubi, leave one or two alive so that the story gets back, they don't try this again, said Naruto. Fine, I will let some live, but they will lose arms or legs depending on how I feel, said the Kyuubi as it disappeared along with Naruto. What just happened? Asked Tsunade. It seems that the kid is going to win this battle for us, said Jiraiya as he disappeared as well. Tsunade walked down the halls of the very crowed hospital going over the reports from this long day. Naruto had killed about 1/8 the invading force. However, the nine-tailed fox went into a furry, killing ninjas so fast that they had no idea how many he had killed. However, he had stopped when Naruto had finally fallen due to lack of chakra. He was now sleeping in the hospital. However, the fact was that bugging her is what could make the nine-tailed fox as angry at the rock ninjas as to wanting to kill them all. Also, when Naruto did go into blacked out, the fox had remained around and was now guarding Naruto and only let Sakura, herself, and Jiraiya to see him. Hinata had come just after the battle was over to check on Naruto and the fox and threatened to kill her and all the other Hyugas if she came one step closer to Naruto. Slowly Tsunade opened the door to Naruto's room. Come on in, Hokage, said the fox as he sat next to Naruto's bed, but please be quiet. Tsunade walked toward the bed only to see a sight that made her smile in a day filled with so much death and pain. There sat Sakura sound asleep, on of her hands wrapped around Naruto's hand as she used a little bit of his bed as a pillow for her head. I was wondering where she went off to, said Tsunade as she noticed another sleeping form. This time on Sakura's lap, it was the little fox pup Juno. Yes, after you told Sakura to go home and get some rest, she went and grabbed Juno and came here to look after Kit, said the Kyuubi. Kyuubi, what did the rock do to make you so angry? Asked Tsunade as Fox lowered its head as a look of pain and shame covered his fox face. Rock ninjas killed my mate Hokage, said the Kyuubi softly as Tsunade's eyes widened. Aren't demons immortal? Asked the female Hokage. Most of the time that is true, however female demons when they are with child are mortal. That is why their mate only leaves them to get food, said Kyuubi sadly as Tsunade's eyes widened. The feared demon Lord Kyuubi had a family. What happened? Asked Tsunade. My mate needed some food, so I went out hunting. Now I know what you think. I came to your village to get food for her, but no. We don't actually like to eat humans. They fight back too much, and all the armor you ninjas wear in battle hurts the stomach. However, when I came back I found her dead and surrounded by dead ninjas, all with leaf headbands, said the Kyuubi as a look of pure sadness appeared in the Kyuubi's eyes. That is why I attacked your village. I thought you had killed my mate and our unborn pups. We would never do something like that, said Tsunade, fighting back tears at the story. True, during Naruto's training we returned my den where the bodies of the ninjas still lied. That is when we noticed that the headbands had a justu on it. The leaf headbands were in fact rock headbands. I was just so upset over the loss of my mate and our pups that I failed to see though the justu. We had just defeated Rock in a war when you attacked, so they sent you to destroy us by tricking you into thinking that we killed you mate, said Tsunade as everything started to make sense. For years people wondered why the fox had attacked, but now she knew. Yes, they killed my mate, blamed it on you. That is why I tried to destroy you, said Yuba. That is why I will not let anything happen to Kit and his mate over there. So are you telling me that Naruto and Sakura are mates? Said Tsunade as she looked at the ninjas she considered her kids. No, but it is only a matter of time before they do become mates. That is why I have to protect them from the Hyugas, said Kyuubi. The Hyugas, what do they have to do with Sakura? Asked Tsunade. The day after Kit's welcome home party, they bribed Kit with the Hokage potion. In return he would vote their way on the council. He refused them of course, but the next day Sakura's impairment blew up. So Kyuubi, why would they try to kill Sakura to get to Naruto? Asked Tsunade, unable to see how killing the woman that Naruto loves could get him on their side. With Sakura out of the way, Hinata could take her place and get Naruto into the Higwa line of thinking, said Kyuubi as Tsunade's eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. The Hyugas wanted control and they are willing to do anything to get it. I don't think Hinata could kill to get Naruto, said Tsunade. No, but her clan could, and Hinata wants to be Kit's mate so much she wouldn't care what her clan does as long as she can get her Naruto-kun, said Kyuubi. Then we will protect them together, said Tsunade as she went on to check Naruto's heartbeat. By the way, what was your mate's name? It's kind of funny, but my mate was also named Sakura, said Kyuubi with a chuckle. That caused the Hokage to laugh a little. Okay, that is funny. Don't tell me, did your Sakura have pink fur and the same type of personality as our Sakura has? Asked the chucking Hokage. That caused the Kyuubi to laugh out loud. Yeah, she did. My mate even gave me the same nickname that Sakura gave Kit, laughed the Kyuubi. What is sort of lovely dobby nickname did Sakura give Naruto's anyway? Asked the Hokage as she turned to leave. Baka, of course, laughed Kyuubi. Hinata walked toward a meeting with her father. It had been 2 days since the invasion and her mind still racing with the shock that Naruto had the 9-tailed fox sealed in him. If anything, the shock of that knowledge made her love him more. You wanted to see me, father, said Hinata Hyuga as she bowed toward her father who was sitting inside his Zen garden. Yes, daughter, how is your courtship of the Namikaze going? Asked Hayashi. Not well, father, gulped Hinata. Why isn't it going well? We got rid of the Haruno. You should have just walked into her place, said Hayashi calmly. Father, you didn't get rid of her, said Hinata. I got a report that said a young woman was in a coma. Father, the bomb you and the elder's place did send someone into coma, however it wasn't the Haruno. It was Ino Yamenka, daughter of Inoichi Yamenka and who is dating Sasuke Yukika. She awoke yesterday and is now resting at home, said Hinata as her father's eyes widened. Not good, said Hayashi. The death of someone from a lower clan could easily pass off as an accident, but the injuring of the Hurist of the Yamenka clan and girlfriend of the last Yukika, that would invoke an investigation done by the best of the ANBU. I know, father, said Hinata. We will have to destroy some evidence. Luckily Niji is in charge of evidence in the ANBU. We could use that to remove some evidence. However, I know that Niji will never betray the Hokage to cover our tracks. The elders and I will take care of that. Now what is the situation with the Namikaze? Do you have a plan to get rid of her, or do we have to try again? Father, that would be unwise to try to hurt Sakura Haruno now, said Hinata. Oh, said Hayashi, and why is that? Right now she is living inside the Namikaze's main house and Naruto-kun has set up many defenses around her, including a seal that blocks our Byakugan from seeing inside the house. Also, we shouldn't get rid of her, said Hinata. She is trained by the Hokage herself and her medical skills are top-notch. It would be a waste to the village to eliminate her. Okay, then what should we do? Asked Hayashi. She lost her father to the Kyuubi during the first attack, hopeful that will drive her away. If not, we have to try other ways to get her away from Naruto-kun. Like showing him that our clan is in a better position to help him rebuild his clan, said Hinata. Since he is from the Namikaze clan, he will know that he needs noble blood to rebuild his clan and not the blood of a commoner. Daughter, you will take that front and the elders and I will take another. One of us shall succeed in removing the Haruno, said Hayashi as Hinata bowed before leavening her father. Hayashi sat in his garden as he felt the wind picked up and the temperature drop rapidly. Strange, it seems that we have a storm coming, thought Hayashi as he stood up to leave the garden. We don't normally get storms this big this early in the season. Later that night across town, Sakura watched as Naruto slept as the wind howled outside and the rain pounded the roof. Every once in a while a bolt of lighting would light up the room. How can he sleep through this storm? Even Juno can't sleep though this, thought Sakura, a very tired Sakura as she held the little fox in her arms. It had been only a day since Naruto was released from the hospital into Sakura's care with orders no hard training until he picked up the genin squads tomorrow at noon. He looks so peaceful, thought Sakura as she looked at him dreamily as Naruto suddenly sat up. Sakura-chan, shouldn't you be asleep? Asked Naruto as he yawned and rubbed sleep from his eyes. He looks so cute when he does that, thought both inner and outer Sakura. Sakura? Asked Naruto again. Oh, sorry, what? I asked, why are you up? Shouldn't you be asleep? Asked Naruto. Baka, can't you hear the storm? Sakura, I put a seal in my bedroom that keeps all natural sounds, like rain, lighting and thunder out, said Naruto as he grinned. Come on in and hear for yourself. Slowly Sakura waked toward Naruto's king-size bed and as she got closer the quieter it got. Soon she couldn't hear anything. The only hint of the storm outside was the flash of light that came through the window every once in a while. Naruto, why doesn't my room have this seal? Asked Sakura as Naruto's face fell. It does have the seal, Sakura, said Naruto. I just forgot to activate it. Baka, then let's go turn it on, said Sakura as Naruto shook his head. Sakura, I am sorry but no. You see, when you first turn the seal on it has to be quiet in order to set a baseline notice leave. If I turned it on now it would be useless, said Naruto. If you want you can sleep here and I can sleep in another room. Naruto, this is your house, I am a guest and beside you just got out of the hospital. Besides, I have a better idea, said Sakura as she grinned at Naruto. How about we share, you stay on one side, I stay on the other. The instant she said that, Naruto blushed like crazy. Just look at him blush, yelled inner Sakura. Okay, said Naruto as he moved aside to let Sakura into the bed. Little Juno just ran down and ran to the end of the bed before curling up into a ball. This smells so good, thought Sakura as put her head onto one of Naruto's pillows, inhaling the scent coming off the pillow, Naruto's scent. I bet Naruto-kun smells better, said inner Sakura as Naruto moved her to the farthest edge of the bed before falling asleep. We will have to find out that later, thought Sakura as she fell asleep, soon followed by Naruto. The Kyuubi could only smile as the two sleeping figures started moving closer together. Soon they were together in the middle of the bed with Juno sleeping on the far edge. Those two are going to have a wake-up call tomorrow. Thought Kyubi as he curled up at the foot of Naruto's bed as he watched over the two sleeping forms in it. I will not fail to protect Kit and his Sakura like I failed to protect mine. Naruto awoke first to a sight that he thought would never happen. Sakura was asleep using his chest as her pillow. One of her hands were a little bit lower on his chest and her legs were wrapped around his. However, she wasn't the only one who had moved. He had an arm under her body wrapping itself around, coming to rest on her hip. His other hand was on top of hers on his chest. Naruto didn't know how long he just lied there looking at the woman of his dreams asleep on his chest. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw the cloak. They only had an hour to report to the Hokage's meeting before they meet their genin team. Sakura-chan, whispered Naruto into her ear. It is time to get up, Sakura-chan, said Naruto a little bit louder this time and moving her a little. No, mounted Sakura as she moved closer to Naruto, which made him smile even move. Sakura-chan, in an hour we have to be at the Hokage's meeting for our genin teams, said Naruto as Sakura finally opened an eye. However, the moment she noticed that she was sleeping on top of Naruto, her eyes snapped wide open and she jumped out of bed. I am so sorry, Naruto-kun, I did mean to sleep on top of you like that, said Sakura, but I love it anyway, she added to herself as she blushed. That's okay, Sakura-chan, I liked it, said Naruto as he blushed a storm as he got out of bed. After we meet our teams, would you like to go out and get something to eat? Sakura's blush instantly became deeper. Naruto, are you asking me out on a date? Yes, said Naruto as he looked at the ground for a moment before speaking again, but I am also asking if you would like to be my girlfriend. Of course, but only you will be my boyfriend, said Sakura as they both started smiling and blushing. I hate to stop this, but now you only have 45 minutes to get to your meeting, said Kyubi as he sat next to the door along with Juno. The moment that he said that, they both rushed to get ready. They both arrived at the Hokage Tower with minutes to spare, with Kyubi walking beside Naruto and Juno being carried by Sakura. All four of them entered the Hokage's office. Already Kiba, Hinata, Anko and surprising Kakashi was already there. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here and on time? Asked a slightly stunned Naruto. Well, said Kakashi as he looked toward the ceiling and rubbed the back of his head. Because if he didn't start showing up for things one time and if he didn't put away that book of his, I would cut off his manhood and feed them to my snakes, said Anko as she glared at Kakashi. Isn't that right, Kakashi-kun? When Anko said, kun, everyone looked back and forth from Kakashi to her as he hung his head in defeat. Yes, Anko-chan. Wait, are you two together? Asked Sakura. Yes, we started dating last week, said Kakashi. Wow, 1 week and she already has you whipped, and I those Shakamaru's. Whipped fast, said Kiba. Okay, stop the small talk, said Tsunade as she pulled out a file. Even though we are working out a peace deal with Rock and Lightning, we are still currently at war. Because of that, we have having a different setup for the genin squads than normal. We are joining your squads into 3 teams, each comprised of 2 of you and 6 of them. In this setup, the teams will be safer and they can go on higher ranked missions sooner. Understand? Yes, said everyone. Good, then Squad 6 will be under Anko and she will be teamed up with Squad 7 under Kakashi. Squad 8 will be under Naruto and he will be teamed up with Sakura. Leading Squad Kiba will take 10 and team up with Squad 11 under Hinata. Understood, everyone nodded and left with the exception of Hinata. Lady Hokage, said Hinata. What is it, Hinata? I wish for my squad to be paired up with Naruto-kun and his squad, said Hinata boldly as Hokage glared at her, fighting the urge to rip off her head off her shoulders. Why? Asked the Hokage as Hinata shrugged to find an answer. Hinata, I know that you like Naruto, however he and Sakura have been teammates since they were genin. They work great together, she didn't add, and belong together. Just like you and Kiba work great together. If you want to get to know Naruto better, then do it on your own time. Yes, Lady Hokage, said Hinata as she turned to leave. Oh, one more thing, Hinata, the Kyubi told me that the Hyuga Council tried to bribe Naruto with my job. Hinata instantly froze up. I also know that he turned your council down, and the very next day the woman he has always had a crush on apartment blew up. If I find out that the Hyuga Council had anything to do with it, I will have their buttes, understand? Understood, Hokage, however we didn't have anything to do with that horrible accident, said Hinata as she turned back to face the Hokage, hoping that she couldn't see through her lie. That is good to hear, Hinata, said Tsunade with a smile. However, if I find out that you are lying to me right now, I will have your butt as well. I am not lying to you, Lady Hokage, said Hinata. Great, dismissed, said Tsunade as Hinata left. She is lying, said a voice coming from behind the Hokage. I know that, with the evidence you gave us and your testimony, we can take all the rats out of the Hyuga clan, said Tsunade as she turned to face the voice. Thank you again, Niji. I am sorry, but I can't testify against them, Hokage, and please don't use the evidence I have given you, said Niji as he bowed his head. Niji, I know that they have a hold you because of that birdcage seal-up. We can stop them from using it on you until they are behind bears, said Tsunade. I am not worried about me, Hokage, said Niji as he looked at the ground. What did they do, Niji? Asked Tsunade, afraid of how made she will get at how far the Hyugas went this time. They took Tenten away from me. They ordered me to destroy the evidence and to keep my mouth shut, and if I do both of those things they will let me see her after something called the vote occurs. What? Yelled Tsunade as she slammed her fist into her desk, making a huge dent in it. They took away your wife? And what is this vote? Yes, they took away Tenten and they say that she will die if I talked or any of them was arrested. Also, I no idea what this vote is, only that it is the source of all the worries inside the Hyuga clan, and it is the reason why they are after Naruto's vote and therefore Sakura. Those cowards, how dare they hold your wife's life as a hostage to make you do their bidding. It is not just her life, Hokage, as look of complete sadness came over Niji's face. Tenten told me right before she was taken that she is pure Ninti. What? Now they are threatening your unborn child too? That is that last stare, they will die for this, yelled Tsunade as her fist came down again, this time completely destroying the desk. She stood up and after a moment to calm herself down she spoke again. Isn't there any of the other Hyugas that could help you find Tenten? No, they are all too afraid of the main house, and I can't go to Naruto for help because Hinata is following him and Sakura around at all time looking for an opening to get Naruto alone, and the clan has his house under severances. I can't get near him without them knowing. I just feel so powerless, said Niji as tears formed in his eyes. Don't worry, we will get them back to you. You might be able to, but I can. Go, I will get Naruto to help you out, said Tsunade as she placed a hand on the father-to-be shoulder. Thank you, Hokage, said Niji. So, Sakura, after we meet our team and go on our date, how about we start yours and Juno's training? Asked Naruto as they walked down the street toward the school. Suddenly Shizune came running up from behind them. Naruto, yelled Shizune as Naruto stopped. What is it, Shizune? Asked Naruto. Lady Tsunade forgot to give you this, said Shizune as she handed him a scroll. Okay, said Naruto as he took the scroll from Shizune before she left to go back to work. Slowly Naruto opened the scroll and read the short message on it. However short it was, it still shook him to the core. Naruto, I put this message on a scroll that not even the Byakugan eyes can read. Naruto, we have evidence that the Hyuga clan was behind the attack on Sakura. They're also watching you two right now. It is imperative that you don't let Sakura be out of the sight of either you or the QB unless you two are at your house. I will come over around noon to fill you and Sakura in on the details. Signed, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. What is it, Naruto? Asked Sakura. Take a look, said Naruto as he handed the scroll to Sakura, who quickly read it. I see. Well, looks like we have having lunch with the Hokage today, said Sakura. Well, let's get going. Soon both stood outside the door waiting for Irika to introduce them. Okay, Rick, Minuto Marino and Kinkura Inuzuka will be Squad 8. And your joint sensei will be Naruto Namikaze, said Irika as Naruto and the QB walked into the room. Cool, we get the hero of the attack for our sensei, yelled a brown-haired boy dressed in a white shirt and blue shorts. Rick, yelled Irika. Sit down. Yes, sir, said Rick. Okay, said Rick as he sat back down. Okay, then joining Squad 8 will be Squad 9 Hinura Heikate, Lu Yamanaka and Luke Nara. They will be commanded by Sakura Haruno, said Irika as Sakura walked in carrying little Juno in her arms. Okay, I want you all 6 of you to follow them. Actually, we will meet you all on the roof, said Naruto. Grabbed Sakura so fast that they couldn't see him, and both of them disappeared in a flash of light as the Kyuubi disappeared in a ball of fire, scaring everyone including Irika. Slowly the 6 genin walked out of the classroom and headed for the roof. Sakura and Naruto sat waiting for their genin teams with smiles on their faces. Slowly the door opened and their genin walked out onto the roof. "Great, you're all here, so please squads 9 sit together," said Sakura. "Same goes for you squad 8, said Naruto. Slowly the genin sat down in front of their senseis. "Okay, our 2 squads will be teamed up, that means that we will train together and go on missions together," said Sakura. "However, first we must learn about each other." "I will go first," said Naruto. "Hello, my name is Naruto Namikaze. I love my girlfriend. I dream of become Hokage. I dislike people who look down on other people." "Okay, your turn." "Hello Naruto-sensei, I am Rick. I like Kinkura." "Rick, I will never like you," yelled Naruto's only female genin. Naruto had read her file. She is Kiba's first cousin. However, unlike most Inuzuka, she couldn't understand her clan's dogs, and because of this she couldn't use any of her clan's animal-based justice, leaving her only skill to be in genjutsu. "My dream is to defeat my rival," said Rick as he glared down at the other male on Naruto's team. The boy was dressed in all black. His fire red hair almost covered his cold eyes. "I also dislike my rival." "Okay," said Naruto as he turned to face the female on his team. "My name is Kinkura Inuzuka. I like Minuto-kun. I dream of getting my clan to respect. I dislike perverts." "And Rick," said Kinkura. "My name is Minuto Marino. I like and what I might dream is none of your business. Also what I dislike is also none of your business," said Minuto, not even looking at anyone. "Okay," said Naruto as he looked at Sakura. "My name is Sakura Haruno. I love my boyfriend. I dream of become the best medical ninja in the village. I dislike perverts," said Sakura as she turned to look at Shikamaru's little cousin. She was dressed almost the same way that Sakura dressed when she was younger, except it was yellow and her hair was black. "Hello, I am Luke Nara. I like animals. I dream of being the best ninja I can be. I also dislike perverts too, Sakura-sensei," said Luke with a smile. Sakura nodded as she turned to look at the only male on her squad. Ino's second cousin, Lou Yamanaka. He may look like a Yamanaka, but he acted like Shikamaru and he even had the smarts. "Lou Yamanaka, I like chess. I dream of doing nothing but sleeping and I dislike working," said Lou as he crossed his arms across his chest. Sakura then looked at her last member. She was Kakashi's niece and she dressed like Ino did when she was younger, only with sliver hair. "Hello, I am Hinura Heikate. I like and dream of Minuto-kun and I dislike Kinkura Inuzuka," said Hinura as Kinkura and herself glared at each other. "Come on Kit, get this meeting over with. We a meeting with the Hokage at noon," said Quibi as the genin turned to see the demon sitting there along with a little Juno. "Team, allow me to introduce my personal fox, the Kyuubi, and Sakura's fox Juno," said Naruto as the kids looked at the demon lord. "Okay, listen up," said Sakura as everyone looked at her. "What you took early wasn't your real genin exam. Tomorrow at 9 meet us at training ground 8 for your real test. Also don't eat." "Why not?" asked Rick. "You're throw it up," said Naruto as he, Sakura, Juno and the Kyuubi disappeared, leaving the stunned genin wondering what their fate will be. "So, Hokage, what do we know?" asked Naruto as Sakura, Tsunade and himself sat at the living room with Kyuubi sitting by the closed door. First it was the Hyuga clan who planted the bomb. The only thing that stopped the bomb from going off when you were there, Sakura, was the fact that the timer failed and it went off too late. Second, the reason why they are on after your vote is because of something they called the vote is coming, said Tsunade. Lastly, Niji gave us the evidence but we can't use it or make a move against the Hyugas. "Why not? They almost killed Sakura-chan," yelled Naruto. "Because they ordered Niji to destroy the evidence. If it came out that he didn't, they kill Tenten." "What?" yelled Sakura. "They threatening Tenten? Wait a second, I haven't seen her in a while. Did something happen to her?" "Yes, the Hyuga are holding her so Niji will do their bidding and they will not let him see her until this vote is over," said Tsunade, "and worst, she is PR'd. Keeping mates apart is unforgivable, but keeping them apart when they are accepting a kit," said the Kyuubi bearing his flags and with killer intent in his eyes. "I will personally make sure that they all see hell for that." Agreed, but first we need to find Tenten and get her to away, said Naruto as he reached for a book before he suddenly stopped. Wait a second, why don't you give Tenten a mission? Therefore they would have to let her go complete the mission. No, that won't work, said Tsunade. In order to get permission to marry Niji, Tenten had to give up being a ninja. Why? Asked Naruto. Because if she was a ninja they would have to teach her in the Hyuga style of fighting, said Sakura, and now that she isn't a ninja they could keep their family techniques in the family. That is horrible, and all of that because they can't put the birdcage seal on adults, said Naruto as the woman looked at him. How did you know that? Asked Sakura. Because of this, said Naruto as he got up and pulled out a scroll from a shelf. What is it? Asked Sakura. Apparently my clan designed the birdcage seal, said Naruto with shame in his voice for what his ancestor had done, as he showed the ladies the seal design. So what does this mean? Asked Tsunade. I studied the seal design and discovered that my ancestor left the seal with a fatal mistake, said Naruto. As long as the Hyuga haven't changed it to much then I should be able to remove it. That's great, said Sakura. Maybe if we free all of the branch members then we can find Tenten. That would take too long and most of the branch family will not have their seal removed without Niji leading them, said Tsunade, and he will not angry the elders when they are holding his wife hostage. Well then our only hope is a spy, said Naruto as he bit his thumb and a ball of smoke appeared in the room. When the smoke cleared a small brown fox maybe a little bit bigger than Juno appeared in the room. Allow me to introduce my best spy fox, Stan. He will be able to find out anything that the Hyuga are hiding. Naruto Yubaka with the Byakugan, they will see him, yelled Sakura as Naruto smiled at the fox. Tsunade, I know this little guy can do it. Besides, just like medical foxes, spy foxes have special ability, like the ability to turn invisible, and if that is highly trained then they are invisible to everything including the Byakugan, said Naruto with a smirk. Don't worry, he will find Tenten. Won't you, boy? Yes, Lord Naruto, said Stan as Sakura's and Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as the fox disappeared. Did that fox just talk? Asked Sakura. Yeah, said Naruto as if it was nothing. I thought only the Kyuubi could speak English? Asked Tsunade. No, after about a year every ninja fox can speak in English and in fox, said Naruto. Juno will more than likely learn to speak in a few months. Sakura turned to look her fox sitting by the door. So soon you will be able to speak, Juno? Asked Sakura to her fox. Juno's only response was a nod of her head. The next morning Naruto and Sakura looked on as their team walked toward them. So what is this test? Asked Rick joyful as both Naruto and Sakura each held up 2 bells each. Your goal is to take a bell from either one of us, said Sakura. But there is only 4 bells and 6 of us? Asked Luke Nara. Yes, said Naruto, and while smirking, only 4 of you will pass, the rest will be sent back to school. By the way, you only have to noon, and when you come at us, said Sakura with a smirk. Come to kill, said Naruto as the genin looked shook. Get ready, go, said Sakura as the genin jumped away. I will bet you that Rick will attack us head on first, said Naruto. He acts like Lee, said Sakura as Rick appeared in front of the tree. Yeah, he does, said Naruto. So does that make you Guy? Asked Sakura as Naruto's face fell at the thought as himself as Guy. Naruto-sensei, Sakura-sensei, I have come for one of the bells, yelled Rick as he charged at Naruto, who smiled as the boy charged them. When he was only 5 feet away, Naruto disappeared and Rick suddenly came crashing down into a face plant. What happened? Well, Rick, you ran right into my trap, said Naruto as he walked up to Rick, who was still trying to move. I placed a gravity seal on your back until it is remove your body weights 5 times the normal amount. How do you move so fast, sensei? Asked Rick. Well, if you can get up and get a bell I will teach you, said Naruto as he looked toward the trees where Kinkura Inuzuka sat looking down at her teammate. Does Naruto-sensei know that I am here? Kinkura asked herself. No, I am behind these leaves, and unlike that baka I will get a bell. Kinkura, said a voice from behind her. She spun around to see Lu Yamanka. What do you want? So you haven't figured it out yet? Said Lu. This entire test is about teamwork. But there are only 4 bells and 6 of us? Asked Kinkura. We only need 2, 1 for each team, said Lu. I got our team together and we used Rick to prove their defenses. The only people we are missing are you and Minuto. Fine, said Kinkura, I will help. Okay, in a few seconds Hinura and Lu are going to attack Sakura-sensei from the right. My job is to keep your sensei off their backs. While I am doing that you free Rick and then together we will attack Naruto-sensei, said Lu. Okay, said Kinkura. Suddenly she saw Minuto walking toward their senseis. In both his hands were maces, one regular, the other a ball and chain. So we have another one, said Naruto as Minuto walked ever closer to them. I will get one of those bells, said Minuto in a matter-of-fact voice. Well, if you want them, come and get them now, said Naruto as Minuto started spinning his mace. Fine, I will, said Minuto as he sent his mace flying at Naruto, who just stood there as the mace came flying at him. As soon as the mace came within range, Naruto's foot came up, kicking the flying mace upward. However, the mace somehow moved back down toward Naruto. I can control my mace, Naruto, said Minuto as he grinned, even in mid-flight. The mace came flying toward Naruto. However, when it came within inches of hitting him, he disappeared in a flash of light and repaired behind Minuto. That is Naruto-sensei to you, said Naruto as Minuto's eyes widened before Naruto roundhouse kicked him in the gut. At the same time, Naruto slammed another one of his paper gravity seals on Minuto's back. Minuto fell to the ground, unable to move at a base of a tree. What happened? Asked Minuto as Naruto walked up to him. You got cocky, that is what happened, said Naruto. Suddenly he heard the sound of running feet. He turned his head to see Rick's leg coming right for him. Naruto caught it, and at the moment he caught it, he twisted it, sending Rick flying into the ground. At the same time, Naruto saw out the corner of his eye only to see Kinkura removing the gravity paper seal from Minuto's back. Naruto jumped high in the air to see Rick and Minuto formed a line facing him. Kinkura had retreated back into the woods. Soon he felt Sakura land right next to him. Well, it seems that my team has already got the idea, Naruto, said Sakura as Naruto smirked before he punched Sakura hard in the gut. Nice try, said Naruto as Sakura fell to the ground on all four before she changed in puff of smoke into Kinkura. How did you know? Asked Kinkura as she spit up blood. First, you didn't get Sakura-chan's eyes the right shade of green. Second, the smell was a little off. Lastly, she calls me Naruto-kun now, said Naruto. How could you know so much about her that you could tell all those differences so fast? Asked Kinkura. I wouldn't be a good boyfriend if I didn't know these things, said Naruto with a smile. Our senseis are boyfriend and girlfriend? Asked Rick. Yes, isn't that right, Sakura-chan? Asked Naruto as he looked up in a nearby tree where Sakura and her team sat watching. Right, Naruto-kun, said Sakura with a smile as she jumped down and started to heal Kinkura. So did your team figure it out because mine did? Well, Kinkura has at least, and these two got the idea in the end, said Naruto with a smile before turning to the very confused guys. Kinkura saved both of you. Her teamwork in removing the seal I placed on both of you. This was a test of teamwork and you passed, but you still need a lot of work. Okay, Naruto-sensei, said Rick as he bowed toward Naruto. Fine, as long as I passed I don't care, said Minuto. Okay, we start training and missions tomorrow, said Naruto. Meet back here at 10 for your first training season and mission. Yeah, yelled Rick as the genin started to leave. Soon it was only Naruto, Sakura and Kinkura who was just now able to move. Kinkura, do you think you and your parents could come by the Namikaze estate later today? I have something to give you that can help you with your training. My parents died when I was born, but my aunt and cousin can, Naruto-sensei, said Kinkura as she walked away from the training ground. Are you thinking what I think you're thinking, Naruto-kun? Said Sakura. You bet I am, said Naruto with a smirk. Ino, I am so happy that you are okay, said Sakura as she hugged her friend inside Naruto's house. Ino and Sasuke had come over in Ino's case to talk to her friend. In Sasuke's case, it was to have a sparring session with Naruto. Not so hard, forehead, said Ino as Sakura let go of her friend. I just got out of the hospital a few days ago. Sakura looked over Ino. Except for the fact that she had lost a good amount of hair, she looked normal. Her hair now stopped at her shoulders instead of her lower back. Sorry, I am so glad that you are okay, said Sakura. I mean, that blast was meant for me. Yeah, Sasuke thinks it was the Hyuga clan, said Ino as she and Sakura sat down on one of couches in the living room, while Sasuke and Naruto went out back for a spar. That is what we think as well, Turns out the day before it happened, Naruto turned down their bribe. Said Sakura. Well, I walked by your place yesterday and it seemed almost rebuilt. It looked like you could move in a few days, said Ino. Well, I was kinda going to ask Naruto if I move in here, said Sakura with a deep red blush covering. I see, said Ino with a smirk. Are you hoping to get inside his pants or something forehead? No, well not until we are married, said Sakura as her friend smiled. You sound pretty sure that you will marry him, Sakura, said Ino with a smirk. Well, said Sakura, trying to find words to explain why she was so sure that she and Naruto would get married. Don't worry about it, Sakura, said Ino. I do have one more thing to ask of you. What is that, piggy? Asked Sakura as Ino glared at her for using her old nickname. Well, if you keep calling me that, maybe I won't have you be my maid of honor, said Ino as Sakura jaw dropped. You're getting married? Asked Sakura as Ino smiled as she showed off a new diamond ring. Sasuke-kun proposed to me when I woke up in the hospital, said Ino as she smiled, her eyes not even looking at Sakura but off into space, remembering that moment. Congratulations, said Sakura as she hugged her friend again, but this time not as hard. So when is the wedding? Well, this coming spring is when I'm hoping to get married, said Ino. Also, I always wanted a May wedding and Sasuke-kun said I can have whatever I want. Also, doesn't Ino Yukika just sound so good? Not as good as Sakura Namikaze, yelled inner Sakura at Ino. Yeah, that sounds great, said Sakura, talking to both her friend and inner self. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Sakura stood up and opened the front door only to see Kinkura and two other Inuzuka along with two large dogs. Sakura-sensei, what are you doing here? Asked Kinkura. Isn't this Naruto-sensei's house? Yes, Kinkura, it is, but I live here too, said Sakura. Okay, Sakura-sensei, said Kinkura. This is my aunt Kinsun Inuzuka and my cousin Kiba. It is a pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Inuzuka, said Sakura as she held her hand. Thank you, said Kinsun. What's up, Sakura? Said Kiba. Kiba, what are you doing here? Asked Sakura. Well, I was hoping to have a little fight with Naruto and I had to look out for my favorite cousin, said Kiba. By the way, where is he anyway? He is out back with Sasuke having a little spar, said Sakura as a loud boom filled the air. Okay, maybe not so little, said Sakura. Meanwhile, while the girls were talking inside. I see that you have improved, dupe. Same for you and congratulations on your engagement, said Naruto. If you promise not to be such a dude, then you can be my best man, said Sasuke with a smirk. It will be my honor, Sasuke, said Naruto, who had to laugh at Sasuke's face when Naruto made fun of him. Sasuke, I am going to ask you a very important question about the Hyugas. Let me guess, they are behind Sakura's apartment blowing up? Asked Sasuke as the two friends sat down on one of the benches. Yeah, but more things is that we found out that the Hyuga are worried about something they called the vote, and even Tsunade doesn't know what it is. Do you know what this vote is? Asked Naruto as Sasuke nodded his head. Well, what is it? The vote, as they put it, will happen next month and only happens once every 5 years. It is the vote to decide who leads the council, said Sasuke. That is what they are worried about, who runs the council? Asked Naruto. Yeah. Seems kind of lame to worry about who leads the council, said Naruto. You dupe, leading the council is the second most powerful position in the village, only the Hokage has more power. Said Sasuke, whoever leads the council decides what the council talks about and what they vote on. Also, they decide what laws are sent to the Hokage for approval. Naruto's eyes widened as he started to realize how much power the council head has. With that power, the Hyuga clan could sweep problem under the rug if they hurt their clan. Along, in case of a tie, the council head gets another vote, therefore they win. Also, they control who gets city contracts and village funds. So, in other words, whoever controls the council controls everything in the village except the ninjas, said Naruto. Yeah, and until you came back, the Hyuga was going a win to keep their 20-year run going, because the clans were balanced with the Yamanaka, Nara, Heikate, Marino clans and mine backing Inoichi Yamanaka to take Haishur Hyuga's place. Said Sasuke, and if the vote went to a tie, the current head gets to vote again. Wait, you're not trying to get that power? Asked Naruto. No, because I plan to restart the police force that my clan started, and rebuilding my clan will take too much time, said Sasuke. I see. said Naruto as he looked at the ground. Are you going to try to get me on your side like the Hyugas did? Suddenly Sasuke started laughing, and to Naruto's surprise it wasn't one of the cold laughs he always did but a happy one. No, you dobe, said Sasuke. If there is anything I know about you, it is the fact that you give in to bribe, therefore I am not even going to try. Naruto looked up, seeing the new arrivals to the backyard. I have to go help my student, said Naruto. Sure thing, dupe, but remember the Hyugas will go to any length to keep that power, said Sasuke as Naruto walked toward their gust. You're going to help me, Naruto-sensei? Asked Kinkura as she looked at her teacher. Yes, I am, that is if your aunt will let me, said Naruto as he looked at Kinsun. Of course you can help my niece, Naruto, said Kinsun. Great, said Naruto with a smile as got down on one knee to look Kinkura in the eye. Now Kinkura, you can't use your family's animal-based justice because you can't understand the dog's language, right? Yes, Naruto-sensei, said Kinkura as she lowered her head in shame. I am the only member of my clan who can't understand the dogs. Well, I know how you can use most if not all of your family's moves and not have to understand the dogs when they are speaking to you, said Naruto as everyone's but Sakura's eyes widened. You can't be serious. I am sorry, Kinkura, but you have to understand the dog when using them, said Kinsun, and I am afraid that Kinkura can never understand the dogs. You're right, said Naruto as Kinkura looked down again in shame. Kinkura can never understand the dogs, but what if the animal was speaking in human? Naruto, that's crazy, no dog can speak human, yelled Kiba as Naruto started laughing. What is so funny, fox brat? When did I say anything about a dog being her partner? Said Naruto with a grin. I want to give her one of my ninja foxes. What? Yelled Kinsun as Kinkura smiled as she turned to face Aunt. Can I have one, please? Sorry, but no, I don't want a fox that is loyal to the Namikaze clan in our clan house. It might be a spy, said Kinsun as Kinkura's face fell. If it's your clan's secrets that you are worried about, then don't. This fox pup will be raised by you guys and trained by your family. Besides, a fox is super loyal to its partner and will never betray him or her. Therefore I will have no power over the fox that is partnered with Kinkura, said Naruto. Okay, say that my mom agrees with this. How is the fox language different than the dogs? How can she understand them? Asked Kiba. After the first year of life, every fox can speak in both human and fox. Therefore she will be able to speak to her fox in human, therefore she doesn't have to understand the fox language, said Naruto as Kinkura smiled again. Okay, but what about the first year? Asked Kinsun. Young foxes may not be able to speak human, but they can understand it, said Naruto. So what do you say, can she have a fox? Sure, said Kinsun as Kinkura jumped for joy. Okay, come with me, said Naruto as he stood up and taking Kinkura by the hand leading her into one of the fox pens. At least 24 fox pups were at play. Sakura couldn't help but smile at how Naruto cared for Kinkura. She let her mind wander and daydream. Inside Sakura's daydream. Stop it, laughed two young boys, both maybe in 6 or 7, as fox pups jumped all over him, liking their faces and pulling lightly at their blonde hair. Come on, sons, it isn't so bad, laughed Naruto as he sat crossed-legged with a little girl maybe 3 or 4 with pink hair May sitting on his lap as 3 small foxes sniffed her feet, causing her to laugh as well. Standing just outside the cage laughing at the scene was an older girl maybe 10 years old with an adolescent brown fox standing next to her. She also had blonde hair but with pink highlights running through it. Suddenly the girl's head turned toward Sakura. The young girl's face looked so much like herself, but those blue eyes. She has Naruto's eyes, thought Sakura. Come on, Mom, join the fun, said the girl as he beckoned Sakura to come into the scene. Hey Sakura, said Ino as she snapped Sakura out of her daydream. What is it? Asked Sakura. I asked if you agreed that Naruto is great with kids, said Ino as she pointed toward Naruto, who was sitting on the ground laughing at Kinkura, who was being attacked by the fox pups. However, just like Naruto, she was laughing. Duh, said Sakura as the daydream image of Naruto with their kids playing with the fox pups came into her mind again. It seemed so real, as if I was really there, thought Sakura. Naruto-sensei, how will I know which one is the right one for me? Asked Kinkura. You're just no, said Naruto as a small red fox suddenly jumped higher than the other ones and landed in her arms. Naruto could only smile as Kinkura looked at the fox. Naruto-sensei, I think this is the one, said Kinkura. That is Ronan, he is a red fox, said Naruto as they walked out of the kennel. I am so happy that you finally found an animal that you can work with, said Kiba as he rubbed both his cousin's and Ronan's head. Yeah, your parents would be so proud, said Kinsun as she looked at her niece and surrogate daughter. Thank you, auntie, said Kinkura before she turned to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto-sensei. Naruto just smiled at the sight of the little girl holding the little red fox in her arms. You're welcome, Kinkura, but remember foxes are not the same as dogs. You may not be able to do all your family's moves, said Naruto. Why? Asked Kinkura. Most of the foxes are not physical as strong as dogs, however they can see through genjustice and they are a lot smarter, said Naruto. However, if that happens I can show you some moves that only foxes can do. I see, Naruto-sensei, said Kinkura before she turned back toward her aunt and cousin. When we get home can we start Ronan and I training? Sure, but first we should let Ronan get used to his new home, said Kiba as he rubbed his cousin's hair. Okay, said Kinkura as she looked down her fox. I hope you like our food, Ronan. I am sure that he will, said Naruto. However, if you want to give him a treat, red foxes just love fish. Ronan yipped happily and moved his head side to side when he heard the word fish. Suddenly both Kiba and Kinsuna started laughing. What? Asked Kinkura. He just said fish. Where's the fish? Chuckled Kiba, causing Kinkura to laugh as well. Well, we have to get going, said Kinsuna as she led Kinkura, who was holding Ronan, away. See you tomorrow, Naruto-sensei, said Kinkura as she left, leaving Kiba, Sasuke, Ino, Sakura and Naruto standing in Naruto's backyard. So, Kiba, what do you want? Asked Naruto. Well, I was hoping for a spar, said Kiba with a grin. I am sorry, Kiba, but I just finished a spar with Sasuke and I have to help train me and Sakura's team tomorrow, said Naruto as Kiba's face fell. How about tomorrow instead? Okay then. So how are your brats? Asked Kiba. Well, we have a strange mix, one of the acts like Lee, another like Shikamaru, one like Ino, another like Sakura and one that acts like Sasuke, said Naruto. Who's the one that acts like Sasuke? Asked Kiba. Minuto Marino, said Sakura. So you guys have the Marino. I really pity you guys now, said Kiba as everyone looked at him strangely. Don't tell me, you didn't read his file, did you? I skimmed it, said Naruto. Well, his family is a family of integrators, said Kiba. Therefore, since a young age he has been trained to never to show emotions because they can give away what you really think. Also, they are raised to think that removing all emotions is the way toward become the best ninjas. Along with that, since they are a family of integrators, even the kids are trained in means of getting people to talk. I see, said Naruto. Well, I better get going, said Kiba as he turned to leave. We should also get going, there is so much to do and we have dinner with my parents tonight, said Ino as she grabbed Sasuke's arm and dragged him away. Well, I am going to bed, said Naruto as he yawned loudly. Okay, said Sakura as she moved her off Naruto's lap, which she was currently using as a pillow as she read another book. Naruto-kun, I have a question for you. Yeah, said Naruto. Ino told me that my impairment is almost fixed, said Sakura as Naruto's face fell. So you want to leave, said Naruto with such sadness in his voice that it broke Sakura's heart. She rushed over to his side and placed a soft hand on his cheek. Naruto-kun, I will never leave you. I was going to ask if I can stay here with you, said Sakura as Naruto's eyes widened and shook. You want to stay? Asked the almost stunned Naruto as Sakura stroked his cheek. Of course, I do, you baka, said Sakura softly. Now what do you say? Can I stay? Of course you can stay, Sakura-chan, said Naruto, so happy that he picked Sakura up, causing her to yip in surprise. Before she started laughing at Naruto's reaction to her question. Neither of them were aware that out in the darkness of the night sat a lone figure was watching them through the small window. Tonight is my night, thought Hanabi. Hyuga, sister of Hinata, was dressed in all black against the moonless night. She pulled down her goggles to hide her eyes and pulled up her face mask. The only hint of anything other than black was the dark red handle of her katana. She waited until all the lights went out in the household before making her move. Softly she landed on the roof of the Namikaze household, using her churka to soften the landing into nothingness. Slowly she looked around the roof. The only sign of life was a red fox sitting by the front door and another brown fox sitting on the far edge of the roof. Softly and fast she ran toward a small skylight in the roof above the living room. She opened the window and jumped down into the dark living room. The moment she landed she activated her Byakugan. Just as I thought, the seal only on the outer walls. My Byakugan works perfectly in. Thought Hanabi as she looked around the household. Sakura was asleep in the far bedroom with a little animal next to her. Naruto was also asleep with a much larger fox asleep at the foot of his bed. With all the grace of the best-trained Hyuga in the main household, she moved to Sakura's door. Slowly she opened the door. There was her target, the sleeping Haruno. Slowly she walked up to the bed. Sakura remained asleep. Slowly she pulled her katana out of the shelf, the blade reflecting the few rays of light as Hanabi held it over Sakura's chest. "For the good of the Hyuga clan you must be removed. Goodbye," said Hanabi as she plunged the sword down into Sakura's chest. Warm blood flew around the room as Hanabi stabbed Sakura multiple times with her katana. After being stabbed at least half a dozen times, Sakura's eyes opened, and to Hanabi's surprise she was smiling. "You came to the wrong place," said Sakura before she faded away and was replaced with a pillow. "Gen stew," thought Hanabi as fear ran down her spine as she turned around with her katana in hand only to come face to face with the nine-tailed fox. With many other foxes all round the empty bedroom, all of their sharp fangs glinted in the darkened room. "Welcome," said the Kyuubi as his red eyes glowed in the dark. "What? How did you know I was here?" said Hanabi as she tried to face down the Kyuubi. "You fool, we let you in," said the Kyuubi as Hanabi's eyes widened. "You thought that the seal didn't work inside the house, did you, Hyuga?" "Who said that I am a Hyuga?" said Hanabi as she wondered how she was tricked. "Because you smell like one of those snakes, and the seal that Kit put on the inside of the house fools the Byakugan," said Kyuubi with a smile. "How dare you insult the Hyuga clan and the Byakugan? Nothing can fool the Hyuga clan's bloodline because it is the strongest bloodline limit in the entire village," yelled Hanabi as anger raised throughout her body. "That is where you are wrong, Hyuga. There is always a way to defeat everything. You see, the seal that Kit put on the house to blocks you from seeing inside, but it is also forms a multi-level defense. If they come inside, it allows us to choose what we want you to see. Sakura is in a completely different room. Now you have two choices: surrender or we have some fun and we get to rip your throat out." Hanabi quickly looked around. She was outnumbered at least 20-1, and one of those was a demon lord. Also, if what the fox said was true, then her Byakugan was useless in here. She had no choice. "I surrender," said Hanabi as she tossed her weapons at the feet of the fox. "Now that is a good Hyuga," said Kyuubi before he turned toward two of the other foxes. "You go get the Hokage. You wake up Naruto." "Yes, Lord Kyuubi," responded both foxes before they both disappeared. Soon Naruto and Sakura appeared out of the same room, and a few minutes after that the Hokage and a few ANBU appeared. "This better be good, brat," yawned the Hokage. "Is Lady Hokage, we caught this Hyuga full-armed inside the here trying to kill Sakura," said the Kyuubi as she pointed his nose at Hanabi. "I see. Remove your mask and put your hands in the air," ordered the Hokage as Hanabi removed her mask and raised her hands. "The NBU take her and integrate her for information and don't inform her family." "Lady Hokage, she is a Hyuga and a ninja of our village. It is unlawful to integrate her without informing her family," said one of the masked ANBU. "Normal, you would be right, but since she had just tried to kill a fellow leaf ninja, therefore she gave up those rights," said Tsunade as the ANBU nodded before tsuking Hanabi away. "Well, this will make the Hyugas upset," said Naruto. "Huh?" said Tsunade. "Maybe we can trade Hanabi for Tenten?" said Sakura. "No, because then they would know that Niji is working with us," said Tsunade as she turned toward Naruto. "Any word from your fox?" "I talked to him earlier today. He has searched the branch members' homes and found nothing. He thinks that Tenten is being held somewhere inside the main household," said Naruto. "I also asked Sasuke if he knew what his vote is. Turns out it is the vote to decide who controls the council, and until my clan returned, the Hyugas would have won again." "I see. That explains a lot and why the Hyugas would go to such lengths to get your vote. Well, I will let the two of you get some rest. Good night then," said Tsunade as she left the two ninjas. "Well, let's go back to bed. yawned Naruto as he made his way back toward his bedroom. Suddenly an idea popped into Sakura's head. "Naruto-kun, can I sleep with you?" asked Sakura as she started to pout a bit. "Please, I don't feel safe because an assassin just came and tired to kill me. I would feel safer with you." "Sakura, you don't have to lie to me. I know that you don't feel that unsafe," said Naruto as Sakura's face fell. "I am sorry about that part, but I do feel safer when I am around you," said Sakura as Naruto stood in his doorway. "You coming?" asked Naruto with a smirk as Sakura walked toward him. They walked into Naruto's bedroom and got into bed and cuddled together in the center. "Just don't any ideas," said Sakura as she laid her head on Naruto's chest. "Too late," said Naruto as he smelled Sakura's hair. "Pervert," said Sakura as she fell asleep, soon followed by Naruto. The next morning Sakura was first to wake up to find a sleeping Naruto. "He looks so peaceful," thought Sakura as she looked up at her boyfriend's sleeping face. "Yeah, our boyfriend is so hot," screamed inner Sakura. "Wait a second, we have been boyfriend and girlfriend for a few days and we haven't kissed yet," said Sakura. "Well, we will have to fix that today now, won't we?" said inner Sakura with an evil smile. "Yes, we will," thought Sakura, who was also grinning as she rubbed Naruto's cheek before moving up to his blonde hair. Sakura's hand went behind Naruto's ear and scratched it a little, causing his leg to move. "No, it couldn't be. Remember, QB did say Naruto does have a little bit of fox nature in him," said inner Sakura, "and Juno loves being scratched behind the ear." So outer Sakura scratched Naruto's ear again, causing his leg to move yet again. The harder that Sakura scratched, the more Naruto's leg moved. The leg moved, he smiled and moved closer to Sakura. "This is just too cute." Naruto as his eyes started to open. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," said Sakura as she moved her hand away from Naruto's ear. "That has got to be the best wake-up call I've ever had," said Naruto as he looked at Sakura in the eyes. "Best?" said Sakura as an idea came her head. "I bet you can beat that." "I don't know how," said Naruto as Sakura pushed herself up just a little bit. "Like this?" said Sakura as she suddenly climbed up on top of Naruto and within a few seconds pressed her lips against his. For a few seconds Naruto's eyes went wide before he started kissing her back. After a few seconds of haven they parted. Sakura's pink hair had dropped down, cutting them both off from the rest of the world while both of them smiled at each other. "I think you won that bet." "Sakura-chan," said Naruto. "So what did I win?" asked Sakura. "This," said Naruto as he went up and kissed her. This time neither one of them was shocked about the kiss, instead both of them kissed each other back from the very start. After a little bit of kissing they parted again. "Was that a good prize?" "The best," smiled Sakura as she got ready to kiss the blonde hunk again. However, just as they were about to kiss again, something interrupted their little world. "Sakura-chan, Sakura-chan," yelled Lee's voice, followed by a loud knocking on the front door. "I will wring that guy's neck," said a very angry Sakura. Slowly they got up and walked to the door. As soon as they opened the door, Lee jumped in and hugged Sakura tightly. "Sakura-chan, I am so happy that you are safe. I was away on a mission and I just heard that your apartment blew up," cried Lee into Sakura's chest. Naruto just glared at Lee, wanting to break his legs for hugging Sakura-chan in front of him. "Lee, I am fine, now get off me," yelled Sakura as she pulled Lee off her. "But Sakura-chan, I was so afraid when I heard that the woman I love almost died," yelled Lee as his tears ran down even thicker. Now Naruto didn't want to break Lee's legs, he wanted to break his neck. Sakura was already rubbing her tempes in frustration, knowing what was coming next. "Sakura-chan, would you like to go on a date to celebrate your survival?" "Lee," said Sakura as Lee leaned closer toward Sakura. "Yes, Sakura-chan." "And no," yelled Sakura as she punched Lee out of the door and into a nearby tree. Lee landed on the ground and looked up at Sakura. "But Sakura-chan, why will you let our love blossom, like the flower blossoms in the youthful spring?" asked Lee as more tears ran down his face. "Lee, I am already dating Naruto-kun," said Sakura as she reached up and rubbed Naruto's cheek, getting a warm smile from Naruto and a look of pure hate from Lee. In an instant Lee was on his feet and in a fighting stance. "Naruto, I have always respected you, however you have taken the woman I love away from me. Fight me now for her youthful love," yelled Lee. "Lee," said Naruto calmly, "you love Sakura-chan, right?" Oh, course I love here, with all the power in my youthful heart. Okay, if you love her, why are you treating her like something that can win in a fight? Lee Sakura-chan's love is hers to give whoever she wants, nothing can change that, said Naruto. However, if you want to fight for her, I will fight for her right to choose whoever she wants to love. Sakura could only smile loving as Naruto stepped toward Lee. Unlike most guys who would just go treated woman like an object when some other guy wanted her, Naruto had treated her with respect. Naruto-kun is such a great man. And just as good at kissing, said inner Sakura. I wonder if his skills go beyond kiss. Shut up, yelled Sakura back at herself before snapping back to Lee and Naruto-kun. I see, said Lee after thinking for a bit before he lowered his stance. Once again, Naruto, your words are true. It is Sakura-chan's choice to whom she gives her youthful love to. However, I would have wished it could have been me. When he said the last part, his face fell. Don't worry, Lee, you'll find someone, said Naruto as he put a hand on Lee's shoulder. Thank you, my friend, said Lee as light tears formed in his eyes. However, right now I think I need to talk to Guy Sensei. Okay, besides we have to get to the training field to meet up with our team, said Naruto. See you later, Naruto, Sakura-chan, said Lee as he slowly walked away. So, Sakura-chan, how about some breakfast and then we head to train our team? Said Naruto. Sure, said Sakura as both of them went back inside. Naruto went to make some breakfast while she went to get dressed. As she walked down the hallway, she looked inside Naruto's bedroom and was greeted by a shocking sight. There was Naruto sitting up in bed, asleep, his head resting on top of someone else's head. Sakura looked closer. Naruto appeared a little bit older, and the person that his head was sleeping on was an older version of herself. Her older self was asleep using Naruto's shoulder as her pillow. However, they weren't alone. Sleeping in between them laid the older girl with a mix of pink and blonde hair from her daydream the other day, except she looked a few years younger. Along with her were younger versions of the two blonde hair boys, both of them asleep, one on both sides of Naruto and her older self. The two boys were hugging either Sakura or Naruto, while the older girl's arms, one was on each of her parents. At the foot of the bed where the Kyuubi normally slept was a crib. On the ground on either side of the crib laid two foxes. One she realized they were the Kyuubi, the other one, a large white fox, was Juno. Sakura just looked at the scene. They all seemed so peaceful and you could sense the love in the room. Sakura just looked on, confused, as the image of her older self eyes opened and her head moved a little to look toward the doorway. They looked at each other for a second before the older Sakura smiled and the image disappeared from sight. What was that? Asked Sakura out loud to herself. What was what? Asked the Kyuubi as he walked up to her before looking into the empty bedroom. Oh, nothing. What do you need? Said Sakura. Kit was wondering if you wanted pancakes or scrambled eggs? Asked the Kyuubi. Eggs are fine. Thanks, said the Kyuubi as he started to walk back to the kitchen, mumbling something along the lines of, I am a demon lord, not a waiter. Any word from Hanabi? Asked one of the elders. No, said Hayashi as he looked around the council room. That is not good if she was captured, said another of the elders. Hanabi is the best that the main house has, she likely hiding out waiting for the ANBU to stop looking for her, said Hayashi. Suddenly a branch member bust through the door. What is the meaning of this? Yelled Hayashi as the branch member cowered in fear. I am sorry, Lord Hayashi, but I bring news about your daughter Hanabi, said the branch member as he got down on all fours before the head of the clan. Speak. My lord, she has failed. The Namikaze captured her before she could complete her mission, said the clan member. She is being interrogated by the ANBU as we speak. What? Yelled Hayashi. They are holding my daughter and didn't inform us. Sir, the Hokage said that since she tried to kill another leaf ninja and that we are at war, that it is possible that she is an enemy ninja and needed to be integrated, said the branch member. This is not good, Hayashi, said an elder. The vote is coming up and now the Namikaze has caught one of our own trying to kill the Haruno inside his own house. He will most certainly not vote our way. Agreed. If this doesn't angry him, nothing will, said another of the elders. We have to fix this problem right away. We have to get his vote for the good of our clan, said one of the few woman council members. Agreed. Daughter, any luck on driving the Haruno away from the Namikaze? Asked Hayashi. No luck, father. It seems that the witch never leaves Naruto-kun's side, said Hinata as the council members raised an eyebrow. Sorry council members, I lost my cool for a moment. You are forgiven, daughter, but what have you done to get to the Namikaze? Asked Hayashi. I tried to get the Hokage to pair our genin teams up together, but she denied me, saying that Naruto-kun and the Haruno have been teammates since they were genin, therefore it was best to team them up together. While I was paired up with Kiba Inuzuka instead, said Hinata. Then the Hokage is more foolish than we thought. She should have paired up you and the Namikaze. Both of you are from one of the 3 most noble clans in the village, said an. Agreed, however it could have been worse. At least the Inuzuka clan has always stayed loyal to us like the dogs they are, said another of the elders. Hinata was a little offended that they would insult their clan's most loyal ally and her friend. Okay, back to the matter at hand. We only have a mouth before the vote, and right now my other daughter is being integrated, said Hayashi. Well, our first step should be to free your daughter and then get rid of the Haruno, said the elder. Agreed, but how she was caught while trying to remove the Haruno in the Namikaze house? Said Hinata. Exactly, a Haruno in the Namikaze household, said the elder. There is a very old law that hasn't been changed since the first Hokage. It says that any of the 11 major clans can enter another clan's house during a time of war if they believe a spy is in it and is stealing the clan's secrets. All we have to say then is that we thought that the Haruno was trying to steal some of Namikaze's clan secrets, said the elder. Excellent, it will free Hanabi and make the Haruno look like a thief in front of Namikaze at the same time. However, we will have to give them something that makes it seem possible that we entered for that reason, said one of the elder. Excuse me, elder, said the branch member. What, you have not left let? Yelled Haisher as the branch member cowered in fear. No sir, you haven't dismissed me yet. However, I do know how you can justify that entry, said the branch member. Please speak, said Hinata. Sakura Haruno carries around a little white fox that belongs to the Namikaze clan, therefore all you have to say is that you, though she was stealing the fox and was going to give it to our enemies, said the branch member. A good idea, said one of the elders. It surprises me that it came from a branch family member. Tell me, what is your name? Asked Haisher. My name is Hikura, sir, said the branch member. Hikura, do you have a family? Asked Haisher. Yes, sir, a little girl about to go to the alchemy, said Hikura. Well, if you talk about this to anyone, she will not live to see graduation, said Haisher as Hikura started to shake. No, sir, I will never tell anyone about this meeting. Good, then you are dismissed, said Haisher as Hikura slowly left the room. Excuse me, elders, but I will go free my daughter, therefore I must call this meeting to a close. Slowly all the elders got up and left, leaving only Hinata in the large room. I never imagined I would be doing these things, said Hinata slowly. Naruto-kun, why couldn't you just have taken the deal, or better yet give up on Sakura? She beat you every day when you were genin, but yet you didn't care. I would never hit you like Sakura would. I would never yell at you or call you hurtful names. I would only love you like I have since our days as genin. That is when Hinata started to cry. Why will you not love me? Why don't you realize that we belong together? Hinata spilled her soul out to what she thought was an empty room. However, a little fox sat up in the rafter listening in, as he has from the beginning. Sakura and Naruto walked onto the training field to find Kinkura showing off Ronan to her teammates. Yes, Naruto-sensei gave me him because I can't understand the dogs my family use, and apparently Fox can speak human after a year. Ah, he is so cute, said Hinura, and Luke gathered around scratched Ronan's ear, and of course Ronan was loving every second of it. Okay kiddies, before we do any missions we are going to have some training, said Naruto as the kids groaned. But Naruto-sensei, we graduated from school, we want to go on missions and live the lives of ninjas, said Rick. With training you can live the life of a ninja longer, said Naruto. Believe me, I almost died more times than I can count. If it wasn't for my training I would have died, but with Sakura-chan and mine help you won't come as close as neither one of us. Okay sensei, said Rick. That what is our training? Asked Luke. Our first exercise is climbing trees, said Sakura. Climbing trees? Asked Hinura. We already now know how to climb trees. Without using your hands? Asked Naruto as he walked up to a tree and counted up it. As the genin looked at him stunned. Okay, the trick is to move your churka to your feet, then use it to latch yourself onto the tree. Now everybody pick a tree and uses a kunai to mark how far you make it up the tree. Okay, said the genin as they each of them lined up in front of a tree and run up. Naruto had to fight back laughter as Rick tripped while running toward the tree, causing him to do a face plant into the ground. Luke had gotten the farthest for the boys, maybe 7 feet off the ground, while Minuto had put too much force into his foot, sending him flying until he landed on top of Rick. Meanwhile, Sakura could only help from smiling at the sight of the girls beating the boys in the tree climbing exercise. All the girls had gotten at least 10 feet off the ground. Another example of the fact that girls are better than boys. Screamed inner Sakura. You forgot the fact that in general girls can control their chakra much better than boys. Only because they in general have less, said Sakura back to herself as Rick finally got up from the ground and finally tried to climb the tree. Only he didn't put too little force into and slipped off right away. It is okay to fail the first time. I failed the first time, said Naruto, trying to cheer up the boys. What about you, Sakura-sensei? How did you do your first time? Asked Hinura. Well, I did good, answered Sakura. Right, you did good, more like you were a natural, said Naruto as the genin looked at him. She walked right up the tree without even trying, while me and Sasuke were out all night trying to figure it out. Really, you're that good at chakra control, Sakura-sensei? Asked Luke. Well, I kind of have to be a medical ninja, said Sakura. You're a medical ninja? Wow, I always wanted to be a medic, said Luke. Well, maybe Sakura-chan can teach you. She did study under the Hokage, said Naruto as Luke's eyes widened before she turned back to Sakura with pleading eyes. Can you, Sakura-sensei, can you teach me? Asked Luke. Sure, but first you have to master the chakra exercises that we are doing, said Sakura as Luke along with the others went back to trying to figure out how to climb trees. So how long do you think it will take them? Asked Naruto as he landed next to Sakura. I would bet you that the girls are done within the hour. The boys will take much longer. Lu will be first guy to figure it out, and then I am not sure if Rick or Minuto will be next, said Sakura only to Naruto. I agree, but I think that Lu may figure it out faster than you think, said Naruto as he suddenly sensed another present. Naruto turned around to see Gaara walking over the little bridge that leads over the creek that lead to the training grounds. How you doing, Gaara? I am fine, said Gaara as he walked up to Sakura and Naruto. So Gaara, why are you here? Asked Naruto. I came to speak with the Hokage about the war and of course to see my sister's wedding this weekend, said Gaara in his normal monotone voice. Wait, Temari's and Shikamaru's wedding is this weekend, yelled Naruto as Sakura looked at him dumbfounded that he didn't know that. Naruto, how could you not know that? Yelled Sakura at her boyfriend. Well, no one told me when they were getting married. All you guys told me was that they were getting married, said Naruto as he looked at the ground as Sakura suddenly realized that he was right. Nobody told him at his party and she had been with him since then and she hadn't told him. That's okay, at least you found out before the wedding, said Sakura in an understanding voice as the genin walked up to see what was going on. Hey, what do you think is up with the eyeliner? Asked Kinkura. I don't know, said Rick. Do you know Minuto? Yeah, he's a freak, said Minuto, unaware that all three older ninjas could hear what they were saying. Suddenly sand wrapped around Minuto's mouth. I am the Kazekage, you fool, said Gaara as the sand tightened a bit around Minuto. Now Gaara, please don't kill one of my genin, it would mean so much more paperwork for me, said Tsunade as she appeared on the scene and Gaara released his sand. So, old lady, what brings you here? Asked Naruto how soon he wished that he hadn't done that because Sakura's fist sent him flying into a tree so hard it topped over. Naruto-kun, you baka show some respect toward our Hokage, yelled Sakura as the genin looked on stunned at the strength that Sakura had. I am sorry, Sakura-hin, said Naruto as he finally got up from the ground. Why did you come, Lady Hokage? Asked Sakura. 2 reasons. First, to give you team their first mission. Second is to tell you that I had to release Hanabi, said Tsunade as she handed a scroll to Naruto. What, why? Asked Naruto. Gaara, will you please make a wall around us? Asked Tsunade as a doom of sand surrounded the three, blocking the sound of their voice. Therefore the genin and even Gaara couldn't hear them. The Hyuga clan used some old law saying that they thought Sakura was stealing Juno to give her to our enemies. Under the old law, they have the right to enter your house in a time of war to remove the treat to the village, said Tsunade. So you're telling me that they can come into my house any time that they want? asked Naruto. Not anymore, I removed that law from the books, said Tsunade. Wait, couldn't we have used that law to find Tenten? Asked Sakura. No, because she is part of their clan, therefore she would have the right to know their secrets, said Tsunade, that is if they would share them. So the reason why they could come into Naruto-kun's house was because I am from another clan? Asked Sakura. Yeah, said the Hokage. However, I also warned the Hyuga clan that if anyone with any relation to their clan is found unwelcome inside the Namikaze estate, then Hanabi will pay with her life, along with the other person. Said the Hokage, I am sorry, but there is nothing I can do until we find Tenten. I see, said Naruto as Naruto hit the sand wall and Gaara removed his sand. As soon as the sand was gone, Gaara left along with the Hokage. So, Naruto-sensei, what is our mission? Yelled Rick as Naruto pulled out the scroll that Tsunade gave him. Well, there is a missing cat we have to find, said Naruto as all 6 genin face fell. After a few days of D-ranked missions, it was time to give the genin a break while Naruto, Sakura and their friends had a party to set up and go to. Even though the Nara clan was one of the founding clan, it was always small compared to the Hyuga or the pre-massacre Uchiha clans. Therefore the party was going to pretty small, mostly family and friends. Sakura sat inside the Namikaze living room reading a book while Naruto was caring for the foxes outside. Normally she would train with Naruto, learning how to use Juno in her medical field. However, yesterday after a hard training session Juno had used too much chakra, therefore she was now resting. It still surprised Sakura how good Juno was finding a fake victim, one of Naruto's shadow clones, with extremely low chakra. Juno was able to find a chakra that had faded far beyond what even Sakura could sense. This would come in handy whenever they were looking for a wounded ninja on the battlefield. Suddenly a loud knocking came from the front door. Sakura got up and opened the door to find Ino standing there. Hey Forehead, do you want to go shopping for some dresses for the wedding? I like that idea. We could find a little black number that could make Naruto-kun go wild, and then after the party we could have a little bit of fun with him, said a smirking inner Sakura. I agree, except for that last part. I plan to wait till we are married, said Sakura back to her inner self. I don't think you could wait that long to get your hands on Naruto-kun, said a very sarcastic inner Sakura. Sure Ino, I'll come, but first I have to tell Naruto-kun that I am leaving, said Sakura as an idea came into her head. Crap, how can I leave this place without Naruto-kun by my side in case the Hyuga attack again? Sakura and Ino entered the backyard only to see Naruto taking care of one of his younger ninja foxes that had broken its leg. Naruto-kun. What is it, Sakura-chan? Asked Naruto as he looked up briefly to see where Sakura was at. I am going to go shopping for a dress for tomorrow night. Okay, just take Kyubi along with you, said Naruto as the Kyubi, who was currently half asleep, woke up. Why do I have to go with your mate to go dress shopping? You should, asked the Kyubi. We are not mates, yelled both Sakura and Naruto. However, both added in their own minds, yet. Fine, I'll go, said the Kyubi as he slowly followed Sakura and Ino out the door on their day out. If you said that the Kyubi enjoyed waiting around as Sakura and Ino tried almost every dress in the entire store, then you would be lying. They had already been at it for hours plus another hour for lunch. Finally, he was nearing the end of his ordeal. Ino had picked out her dress and Sakura had it narrowed down one dress, but she couldn't pick the color. So, Ino, what do you think, this dark red, pink to match my hair, or keep it a simple black? Asked Sakura. I don't know. Truth be told, Forehead, you look amazing in all three, not as amazing as me, of course, said Ino. Go with the red, chimed in Kyubi as he lied on the floor. What, you're talking now? You hardly said a word all day and now you decide to talk? Asked Ino. Why do you think I should go with the red? Asked Sakura as she held up the dress. Because when I was inside Kit Hiaway thought you looked your best in red, said Kyubi as Sakura blushed a little as she went to pay for the dress. So instead of a little black number we are doing a little red number, said inner Sakura, and Naruto-kun likes seeing us in red. The next day around 3, Naruto sat in the living room wearing his only formal suit. I hate this thing, said Naruto as he messed with his tie. Just deal with it, Kit, said the Kyubi as Sakura entered the room, and the Kyubi had to fight back, laughing at Kit's reaction to Sakura's dress. Naruto's mouth was almost on the floor and his eyes were wide. He yelled Naruto inside his head as he took in the sight of Sakura. She looked like she had just walked out from one of his dreams. Sakura had on a blood-red dress that hued her curves. The dress went up in 2 lines before leading into an open back. Naruto also noticed an opening in the dress for her leg to come out from, and he saw that she still had a kunai hostler on her leg. Think Ada Wong's dress from Resident Evil 4. So what do you think, Naruto-kun? Said a smiling Sakura who was also fighting back laughter of Naruto's face. Yes. Yes, yelled inner Sakura as she jumped for joy. We got him now. Yes, we do, responded Sakura as she walked up to the handsome man in front of her before speaking to him again. Sakura-chan, you look, said Naruto as he struggled to find words to describe Sakura's appearance, but to Naruto, if she had walked out just in her training clothes, she would be beautiful. I can't think of anything to describe you right now. Well, you can think of words while we are on our way to the wedding, said Sakura as traced one of her fingers across Naruto's cheek as she walked toward the door. As she walked, Naruto caught the perfume that she had put on, and that combined with her normal smell was driving him crazy. Are you coming? Naruto followed her out of the door. The wedding was beautiful, and of course Sakura cried, but not as much as Ino did, which, considering that she is going to marry Sasuke, the fact that she was so emotional was a little surprising. Luckily for him and Sakura, Hinata sat next to Kiba and Shino near the back of the church, while Team 7 plus Ino sat near the front. Choji stood next to Shikamaru as his best man. Temari's maid of honor was a childhood friend from Sand, and Gar had taken the place of Temari's father in giving her away because Orochimaru had killed him years ago. When the wedding was over and the wedding party inside a Nara estate began, Naruto and Sakura luck in the church didn't carry over to the party. They had to sit at the same table as Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Ino was sitting with her former teammates at the head table, and Sasuke was with her. The moment that Naruto had picked his seat next to Sakura, Hinata had rushed and took the other seat next to Naruto. Hello, Naruto-kun, said Hinata in a joyful and loving tone of voice that made Sakura want to cut her throat. Hello, Hinata, said Naruto as he tried to ignore Hinata's advances. However, it was hard considering that she was almost sitting on his lap and she was breathing down his neck. Naruto-kun, didn't you think that the wedding was beautiful? Asked Hinata, hopping to start a conversation with Naruto. It was nice, responded Naruto as Choji and Temari's friends started their best man and maid of honor speaks. After that was over, they started eating as Hinata kept trying and failing to start a conversation with Naruto. All the response he gave was a few words. Hinata kept breaking up any conversation that Naruto was having with Sakura. Naruto-kun, why are you ignoring me? Asked Hinata in an almost pleading tone of voice. Hinata, I am not ignoring you, said Naruto as he turned to look at Hinata. Yes, you are, you're only talking to her, said Hinata. No, I am only to have a conversation with my girlfriend, but you keep interrupting me, said Naruto as Hinata's eyes widened as she looked at the grinning Sakura. What, you're dating? Asked a stunned Hinata. Yeah, said Naruto as the music started, and Sakura grabbed his arm and pulled him away from Hinata and toward herself and the dance floor before Hinata had time to do anything. I am so glad to get away from her. It was so unconformable having her flirting with me. Yeah, it kind of bugged me too, said Sakura. However, I knew that they would never do anything with her. How did you know that? Asked Naruto, a little bit surprised that Sakura was acting so cool that Hinata was trying to get him. He thought that Sakura would want to break Hinata's neck. You're too much like a fox, Naruto-kun, that is how I know, said Sakura as they counted to slow dance. You would never betray your mate, because foxes never do. Sakura-chan, I think you're a little bit confused. We are dating, we are not mates, said Naruto. However, he added just to himself. How I wish that we were. Yet, Naruto-kun, we are not mates yet, whispered Sakura into Naruto's ear, sending a shrivel of delight down his spine before tilting his head down and smiled at Sakura. I stand corrected, Sakuran, said Naruto as the two of them danced as Hinata started to glare at Sakura, longing to be her. Hey Hinata, do you want to dance? Asked Kiba as he blushed a bit. No thanks, replied Hinata as she glared at Sakura, who now had her head resting on the soft spot on Naruto's neck. I will not lose Naruto-kun to you, she thought as she sat there as Naruto and Sakura danced almost all night. I wonder what mission the old lady has for our team today, Sakura-chan, asked Naruto as he and Sakura walked into the Hokage's office. It had been 5 days since the wedding, and each of those days all the missions that they got were D's mostly finding the same 5 cats. You two finally decided to show up, said Tsunade. I have some good news to share with you too. What is that? Asked Sakura. Well, the war is almost over, said Tsunade. I just got messages from Lightning and Sound offering their complete surrender. What, the Sound surrendered? Asked Naruto. Yeah, it turns out that Orochimaru's lackeys are all fighting for command of the Sound Village, said Tsunade with a smile. The only thing that they agreed to was that they wanted peace with us. So they are in a civil war? Asked Naruto. Yeah, if you called it a war. Apparently Orochimaru sent all but 2 battalions to destroy us and none of his army returned, said Tsunade. Also, Lightning isn't do much better in troop count. The only difference is they are not in a civil war. What about Rock? Asked Sakura as she looked at her master. That is the problem. Rock always had the largest army and it looks like they kept half of it back. Also, their hatred of your father, Naruto, means that they want to kill you before you can rebuild your clan. So what is this mission? Asked Naruto, afraid of what will happen. It is AC ranked pushing on AB, said Tsunade as she held out a scroll. We got word that in 3 days that the new Rock Kage will be making a speech to rally his people to war. Your missions is to dust up that speech and scare them off the warpath. How? Asked Sakura as Tsunade smiled and explained her plan. That sounds good, but since we are going so deep into enemy territory, I would like another Jonin to come with just to look after the genin, said Naruto. I thought you would, said Tsunade as another person walked into the room. So what do you think our mission will be? Asked Rick. We will find out when our senseis get here, said Luke. I won't matter, all it will be is another D ranked, like getting the same cat out of the same tree, said Kinkura. I think they let cats go on purposes to let us find them, said Hinura as Sakura and Naruto appeared. Okay guys, we have a mission, said Naruto. Okay, where was the cat last seen? Because the sooner we get this cat, the sooner I am away from these kids and get back to gaining more power, said Minuto, the moment that said that a kunai was at his neck. I wouldn't walk down that path if I were you. Too much power can lead to your downfall, said Sasuke into Minuto's ear before removing the kunai. Allow me to introduce Sasuke Uchiha, he will be joining us on our mission, said Naruto. Naruto-sensei, do we really need another Jonin to get another cat? Asked Luke. Who said anything about a cat? Said Naruto. Our mission is C-ranked almost B, so go home, gather things for a 5-day mission and meet us at the West Gate in 2 hours, said Sakura as the genin ran off to gather their gear. Let's hope this doesn't turn out like our first C mission, said Naruto to his teammates. Don't worry, you dobe, we were all trained by Sannin, we can handle whatever comes our way. Or are you a scaredy-cat? Asked Sasuke as got a glare from Naruto. Boys? Said Sakura as she rolled her eyes. Come on boys, let's go get ready. I can't believe we finally get a real mission, said Rick as he skipped down the road away from the village with the rest of this team. Sakura did have to fight back laughter at the sight of Rick acting just like Naruto did when they went on their first missions. So Naruto-sensei, where are we going anyway? Asked Hinura. We are going to the Rock Village, said Naruto as the genin's face filled with fear. The only one who was smiling about that was Minuto, and that worried all 3 Jonin. Naruto-sensei, why are we going there? Asked Kinkura fearfully. We are going to end this war, said Naruto as they walked down the path to the Rock Village. Meanwhile, back in the village, Kiba sat in a dinner eating some baroque with Choji and Shino. Normally Shikamaru would join them for their weekly lunch get-together, but he was busy on his honeymoon. I swear you guys, I can't get Hinata to look my way, said Kiba as he lowered his head. All she ever looks at is Naruto. Kiba said the last part with anger in his voice. Why are you mad at him for having Hinata chasing him? He is dating Sakura after all, isn't he? Asked Choji as he put even more meat into his mouth. Yes he is, and it not him that I am mad at, said Kiba. I hate the fact that he has something that makes Hinata-chan love him and I don't have that. Well, maybe Hinata will give up on Naruto after he dates Sakura for a while, said Shino. No she won't, she was glaring at those 2 all night, said Kiba. She hasn't looked at anyone else since she was a genin. Well dude, I don't know what to tell you, you can't become Naruto after all, said Choji. No I can't, said Kiba. Later that night Kiba stood waiting for Hinata leave the Hyuga compound to have super at her one of the village's dinners like she did every Monday night. Soon she was leaving and Kiba set his plan into motion. He ran his hands through the hand signs and a second later Kiba was replaced with Naruto. "Hey Hinata-chan," said Kiba, in Naruto formed. "Naru-kun," said Hinata a little surprised but happy. "Where is Sakura?" Well, she kind of freaked out when she heard that Sasuke and Ino were engaged, so she broke up with me hoping to get Sasuke, said Kiba. "Turns out she was using me to get Sasuke." "I am so sorry Naruto-kun, do you want to join me supper?" asked Hinata. "Sure," said a smiling Kiba, as Hinata and a Kiba in Naruto form walked down the street. Naruto and Sakura sat in a tree as the rest of the team slept, on the border of fire and earth. They had made excellent time getting to this point. If they counted on this pace, they should make their target just in time. Now normally only one of the Jonin would be standing guard, but Sakura wanted to spend time with Naruto, therefore both of them had decided to stay up, sit in a tree and just look up at the stars. "It's so beautiful Naruto-kun," said Sakura as she lay on Naruto's chest looking up at the cloudless starry night. "Yeah it is," said Naruto, who was not even looking at the sky but at Sakura herself. "Hey you two, time for you to get some sleep," said Sasuke from the base of tree. Sakura and Naruto landed on the ground. "Fine, we will get some sleep." "When do we move out?" asked Naruto. "In 4 hours." "Fine," said Sakura as she and Naruto went to the tent that they were sharing. Naruto and Sakura went to bed, and it seemed the moment that they closed their eyes they were being woken up by the genin. They cleaned up camp and prepared to make their way into rock country. "Okay, be ready for anything, we are in enemy territory," said Naruto. "The QB and I will take point, my squad behind me. Sakura-chan will be in the middle followed by her team and I will be in the back," said Sasuke. "Everyone got it?" asked Naruto. "Yes sensei," said all the genin but Minuto. Soon they were off jumping from tree to tree toward their target. Soon mountains that surrounded the rock village came into view. They were a few hours into their trip when the QB finally spoke. "Kit, do you smell what I smell?" asked QB. "Yeah I do," said Naruto as he raised his hand and everyone to stop. As soon as everyone stopped, Sakura ran up to him. "What is it, Naruto-kun?" asked Sakura as Naruto suddenly tensed up. "Everyone hid," said Naruto as the genin went for the leaves in the trees. A monument after everyone was hidden, 3 rock. NBU appeared below them. "If we just stay still they will pass us by," thought Naruto. Suddenly a kunai came flying through the air. Only it wasn't thrown by the rock NBU. It was Minuto. That fool. Minuto's kunai was blocked and the ANBU started to throw weapons into the trees. In an instant Naruto disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared next to the first ANBU, hitting him in the back of head, knocking him out. Meanwhile Sakura reached into her weapon pouch and pulled out 2 long needles. She sent them at another ANBU, hitting him in the neck, sending him to the ground. While Naruto and Sakura took down the other 2, Sasuke sent 2 kunai into the last ANBU knees before jumping down and kicking the ANBU into the ground. "Minuto!" yelled a very angry Naruto. "What?" asked Minuto as he landed on the ground. "Why in the world did you do that?" asked Naruto. "They are the enemy, they need to die," said Minuto coldly. "This mission is to end the war with No Blood Shield," yelled Naruto. "Naruto-sensei, Sakura-sensei, come quickly," yelled Rick as all 3 Jonin looked away from Minuto to see that Kinkura lying on the ground with a kunai in her lower arm. Sakura ran to her. "Don't worry Kinkura," said Sakura as she studied the wound before pulling out the kunai and start healing the wound. It wasn't that deep, but worried her was the fact that Kinkura had a fever. "Crap, the kunai is poisoned," thought Sakura as she turned to Juno. It seemed to her that Juno read her mind. Juno ran up to Kinkura's upper arm before biting down on it. "What is Juno doing?" asked Luke. "She is skiing out the poison," said Sakura as Juno released her grip on Kinkura's arm. Juno spat out the poison before going back to getting the poison out. While Juno and Sakura were trying to remove the poison, Ronan was using his nose trying to wake Kinkura, liking her face from time to time. While the genin minus Minuto were watching Sakura work, hoping, praying that their teammate and friend will pull through. Meanwhile Naruto and Sasuke were searching the ANBU for information before tying them to a tree. "What are you doing?" asked Minuto. Well, we are trying them to a tree before they wake up, said Naruto. What, they are not dead? We need to kill them, said Minuto as he pulled out his mace. The moment he did that, Naruto disappeared and grabbed Minuto's arm. Put that away, said Naruto with anger in his voice. Why should I listen to you? You are a fool that lets emotion control your actions on the battlefield. We are tools of war, we live for war, yelled Minuto. You have all this power, our mission should be to end this war by killing everyone in the rock village. You want me to kill an entire village? A village filled with women and children. What type of person do you think I am? Yelled Naruto. Not a ninja, that is for sure. I am a true ninja, I live for battle and blood, said Minuto. I was born to end lives. That is where you are wrong, said Naruto. He grabbed Minuto's headband and ripped it off his head. You are no longer a ninja. You can't do that, said Minuto. Yes, I can, Minuto Marino, for putting your teammate in unnecessary risk, therefore I remove you from the ranks of Leaf Ninja, said Naruto before knocking him Minuto. Naruto put Minuto's body on the ground before going over to the rest of the team. How is she? She will be fine, but her mission is over. We removed the deadly part of the poison, but it was mixed in with a knockout drag. She will be out for at least a day or so, said Sakura. That is great, good job Sakura-chan, said Naruto. Naruto-kun, what happened to that idiot? Asked Sakura as she pointed toward Minuto as Sasuke finished tying up the rock Anbiu. I removed him from the ninja ranks and knocked him out, said Naruto. He is a bloodthirst monster and he will be more dangerous to us than to the enemy. Okay, so what do you want us to do now, Dubei? Asked Sasuke. You and Sakura-chan will take the genin back and I will complete the mission, said Naruto. No, said Sakura, I will go with you. Sasuke and one shadow clone from each of us can handle the genin. Okay then, said Naruto as he walked up to the Anbu and pulled out a set of paper seals. What is that? Asked Sakura. It is a seal that will keep them knocked out for 24 hours, said Naruto as he placed a seal on the 3 Anbu and Minuto before making a shadow clone and picked up Minuto. Sakura made a shadow clone and the clone picked up Kinkura and Ronan. Hey Dobe, I found this, said Sasuke as he handed a piece of paper to Naruto. It says that the Rock Kage's speak happens at 7 tonight. Said Naruto. Take good care of them, Sasuke, said Sakura. I will, but take care of yourselves as well. I don't to find another best man and I know Ino doesn't want to find another maid of honor, said Sasuke as he led the genin away from the rock and back toward the Leaf Village, leaving Naruto and Sakura alone to complete the mission. As Naruto and his team were in the field, Hinata was on cloud 9. The dinner she had with Naruto Kiba was so magical. He told her to one of the best dinner in the village and then to a moonlight walk. Hinata smiled as she thought back. Flashback. Hinata and Naruto walked hand in hand in one of the many parks. It was late at night, so no one was around but them. They only had the stars for their light. Soon they were lying in a field, Hinata using Naruto's stomach as her pillow as they gazed up at the stars. Isn't this beautiful? Said Hinata as she started up at the night sky. Yeah, it is, said Naruto as Hinata turned onto her belly and looked up at Naruto. I have never felt so at peace and so safe, thought Hinata as she pulled herself onto Naruto's body. They were forehead to forehead and her chest rested on his. Kiba was going crazy. Hinata is so beautiful, thought Kiba as his dog-like senses smelled everything around them. However, the one smell that was driving him crazy was Hinata's soft scent. I love you, Hinata-chan, said Kiba in Naruto form as Hinata's eyes widened and she formed a huge smile. You don't know how long I have wanted to hear you say that, Naruto-kun, said Hinata as tears of joy in her eyes as he placed her head on the base of his neck, tears running down onto Kiba's shoulder. That she thought was Naruto's shoulder. I love to you, Naruto-kun. That broke Kiba's heart. She didn't love him, she loves Naruto. I am only setting her up to have a huge fall when Naruto returns his mission. Do I really want to hurt the woman I love? Thought Kiba as he ran his hand through Hinata's hair. Hinata-chan, I have something to tell you, said Kiba. Just shut up, said Hinata before slamming her lips against his. Kiba forgot all about telling Hinata that he was not Naruto but he was really Kiba. He got all caught up in the kiss as he placed his hand on the back of Hinata's head as she placed her hand on his cheek, deepening the kiss. They parted a few minutes later. They began a full makeout session before Kiba took her home. End flashback. Why are you so happy, daughter? Asked Hayashi. Father, I have excellent news. I am now dating Naruto-kun, said Hinata. That is indeed excellent news. With the Namikaze on our side, then our clan will reach new levels of power, said Hayashi with a smile. With the Namikaze in our back protect along with the other clans we control, our clan will control the village. After the vote we will change the laws, expending the council head to a lifetime, and then he will become the Hokage, said Hayashi. I am sure that Naruto-kun will agree to that after I have talked to him, said Hinata. That is why we put you there. You can control the Namikaze and your kids and grandkids will have a strong bond to the Hyuga clan. Making sure that we control the Namikaze clan for the next 3 generations and maybe longer, said Haishur. After all, that is how we control the other clans. I don't care about the clan power. All I want is Naruto-kun, said Hinata. You may have your Naruto-kun, but only if he gives us his vote and that later that his clan keeps on supporting us, said Haishur. I am sure that Naruto-kun will agree, said Hinata. However, I will ask Naruto-kun if I can move in with him, if that is okay with you, of course. It will be, the more time you spend with him, the more you can get him into our line of thinking, said Haishur as he left his daughter. Hinata Namikaze, said Hinata with a smile. Meanwhile, Sakura, Naruto, Juno and the Kyuubi had moved on from the Anbu battle site and were now standing on top of the stone-topped mountains that surrounded the rock village on all sides. 2 narrow passes lead out of the valley where the village sat. The mountains formed a first line of defiance against invaders. Only the best ninjas could go over the sharp rocks. So how much longer do we got? Asked Sakura as she looked down at the glowing lights of the village. It is 7 now, said Naruto, as he looked down at his watch, but we should wait a little before we start the fun. Fine, just be careful, said Sakura as she kissed Naruto. I'll be fine, they won't even lay a hand on me, said Naruto. Okay, but please come back to me, said Sakura as her eyes started to water a bit. I will, it is a promise of a lifetime, said Naruto as he removed her tears with one of his fingers. Kid, it is time to start the show, said the Kyuubi. Okay then, see you later, Sakura, said Naruto as he disappeared in a flash of light. Meanwhile, down in the rock village, all the villagers and ninjas were gathered in a huge courtyard looking up at the castle-like Rock Kage resident as their new Rock Kage spoke. This is a time that will test our endurance, said their leader from the balcony overlooking the courtyard. We will get revenge on those you have dared to stand against the strength of rock. Those made everyone in the audience clap. We will crush the leaf and remove the last Namikaze from the face of this earth. I don't think that will happen anytime soon, said a voice behind the new Rock Kage. He spun around to see the wild blonde hair of Naruto Namikaze. Also, all the Rock NBU members were lying on the ground. What? How did you get here? Yelled the Rock Kage as he got into a stance. You can't beat me, said Naruto as 4 more Rock NBU jumped to the sense and landed 2-1 each side of their Kage. I came to ask you one more time to surrender and end this war peaceful. Never, Rock will never give in to the scum of the earth like you and your father, yelled the Rock Kage. The war will end when you are dead and your village is removed from the face of the earth. So I have to convince you the hard way, said Naruto. All the mountains that surrounded the village erupted with towering flames that made the night into day, and gale force winds ran through the village, knocking everyone but Naruto to their knees. What are you doing? Yelled the Kage. Convincing you, said Naruto as the earth itself started to shake and lighting started to appear in the skies. Suddenly a loud howl filled the air as everyone looked toward the tallest peak as a form appeared out of the flames. It struck fear into the heart of every single rock ninja and villager. The form's red eyes was filled with hate as 9 tails swiped at the other nearby mountains, removing the tips, causing flaming rock slides to land near the village outer wall. What is that thing? Asked the Rock Kage. That is the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox, and he is on our side, said Naruto with a smirk, and the only thing stopping him from coming down and getting revenge on your buttes for killing his mate 20 years ago is me. What do you want? Asked the Kage as the Kyuubi's tails kept hitting the mountainside. We want peace, that is all. All you have to do is sign the peace treaty and he will go away and will only return if you dare to attack the Leaf Village or her allies ever again, said Naruto. As he watched the villagers of the village cower in fear of the Kyuubi. Parents covered their children using their own bodies as a shield against the power of the Kyuubi. I hate doing this, but in the end it will save their lives, thought Naruto before he spoke to the Kage again. So what is your answer, doing your surrender, or does the Kyuubi come down to kill you all? Choose now. Fine, we surrender, said the Rock Kage as Naruto tossed him the surrender papers and watched him sign it before taking his copy and disappearing in golden flashback to Sakura and the Kyuubi. Naruto landed on the ground in front of the Kyuubi. Looking up, he saw Sakura standing on the Kyuubi's forehead. It surprised him how even as the Kyuubi let all of this evil energy go, she had an air of calm peacefulness. Also, the light given off by the flames of the Kyuubi made her look even more beautiful, if that was even possible. Naruto-kun, did they sign it? Yelled Sakura over the sound of the flames. Yeah, they did, said Naruto as the Kyuubi started to shrink and the flames died down. Well, let's go home, said Sakura as she and then hugged her boyfriend. Soon both of them disappeared in a flash of golden light. The Kyuubi stayed just a little bit longer looking down at Rock Village. I should destroy you for what you did to my mate, said the Kyuubi as he thought about breaking his word to Naruto and destroy the village below him. Suddenly he heard a whisperer-like voice on the wind, and voice he hadn't heard in 20 years. Don't do it, Kyuubi-kun, it said in a sweet gentle voice. Sakura-chan, asked the Kyuubi as he looked around trying to find where his dead mate's voice had came from, but only found nothing. He disappeared in a burst of flames. However, the moment he did, the shadowy outline of an 8-tailed fox appeared on the mountainside. The fox's green eyes glowed in the darkness before it disappeared. Using Naruto's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Sakura and Naruto caught up with their team just as they crossed back into Fire Country. They didn't rest, they wanted to get Kinkura back to the hospital. However, soon all the genin were being carried by the Jonin or one of their shadow clones back to the village. The next morning the Rock Village awoke to find the mountains all but burnt clean of the dense forest that once covered its side. Luckily the farmland inside the valley was untouched. However, in the side of one of the mountains leading out of the village, the Kyuubi had used his tails to make a symbol, and the leaf symbol was now dug deep into the mountainside. Hinata Hyuga strolled down the street as happy as she had been since, well, she never been this happy before. Yes, I am dating Naruto-kun, screamed Hinata, enjoyed herself as she walked toward the Namikaze resident, hoping to surprise Naruto-kun. As she walked ever closer, her mind wandered back to the magical night in the park and their kiss. She was unaware that the person she kissed wasn't Naruto but was in fact was Kiba. Hinata was snapped out of her memory by a good friend. Hey Hinata-chan, where are you off to? Asked Kiba. Well, I'm off to see Naruto-kun. Kiba, I would like it if you stop calling me Chan. I am dating Naruto-kun now and he wouldn't like it if you called me Chan, said Hinata somewhat coldly to her friends. I see, said Kiba as a thought ran through his head. Crap, I have to head her off before she reaches Naruto house. Don't worry Kiba, you'll find someone just like I found Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she walked past Kiba toward Naruto's house. I don't want to find anyone else, I want you, said Kiba softly before rushing off to head off Hinata. Kiba ran across the rooftops, quickly turning into Naruto as he went. He arrived just as Hinata was walking up toward the Namikaze front door. Kiba ran toward Hinata. He reached her just as she was about to knock on the door. Hello Hinata-chan, what brings you around here? Asked Kiba as Hinata turned to face him. Why, to see you of course Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she walked toward what she thought was Naruto and kissed him. Hinata, what are you doing to my Naruto-kun? Yelled a voice from the doorway. Kiba and Hinata parted to see a very angry Sakura standing in the doorway along with a Juno. Your Naruto-kun, I have been dating Naruto-kun for 3 days after you broke up with him to get Sasuke back, said Hinata as she glared at Sakura. Okay, now I know that you are lying to me. First, why would I want Sasuke when I have Naruto-kun? Secondly, 3 days ago Naruto-kun and myself were on a mission to the Rock Village. We just got back today, said Sakura as she marched up toward Hinata. Now tell me, why were you kissing my boyfriend? Like I said, he isn't your boyfriend, you witch, yelled Hinata. Suddenly Juno started barking. Sakura looked down to see Juno growling at Naruto. Somehow Sakura knew what Juno was saying. I see, said Sakura as she looked back up from Juno to Hinata and Naruto, Kiba, while smiling a bit. What do finally see that you don't belong with Naruto-kun? That you belong with lower-class clans. I know Kiba is looking for someone, said Hinata. No, I do belong with Naruto-kun, however unlike you I can tell that isn't Naruto-kun, said Sakura with a smirk. What, of course this is Naruto-kun. The past 3 days of my life has been Haven, and that could only be true if this is Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she finished. A golden flash of light appeared by the front door. When the light disappeared, Naruto stood there holding a bag of food. A second later, the Kyuubi appeared in a ball of flames. Now do you believe me? Said Sakura with a smirk as Naruto placed the bag down before he walked up to the scene, looked at his fake self before saying, "Come on out, Kiba, I can smell dogs on you," said Naruto as Hinata looked as her. Naruto lowered his head before transforming back into Kiba. Kiba, it was you? All this time? Asked Hinata softly. Yeah, it was me, Hinata-chan, said Kiba as he lowered his head in shame. Please try to understand, Hinata-chan. I love you and I have since we were genin, but you always looked at Naruto. So I thought that if you thought you were dating Naruto but you were really dating me, then once you found out then we could date normally. So what do you say, Hinata-chan, will you go out with me? Hinata just stood there crying a little before she slapped Kiba hard across the face, sending him to the ground. Never, I will never date you, Kiba. I love Naruto-kun and we will be together, and no dog like yourself or that pink-haired witch can stop that, yelled Hinata as she pointed at Sakura. However, soon she found herself on the ground with a hard punch and Naruto standing over her. Never insult Sakura-chan in front of me ever again, or next time I won't leave all your bones intact, said Naruto coldly as he glared at Hinata. Why Naruto? Why her? She was so mean to you, asked Hinata. Because she is the woman I love and love forgives all, said Naruto. I bet you Kiba has already forgiven you for what you said just a few seconds ago. I don't really care about Kiba, I only care about you, Naruto-kun. I want us to be happy, said Hinata. Hinata, there is no us. I love Sakura-chan. It is time for you to look past me to see that there are others who will love you. No, there is no one else. There is only you, yelled Hinata. Besides, you need my clan's power to help you rebuild your clan. Hinata, yelled Naruto full of rage. Is that all you think I care about? Power means nothing to me. I would rather live in poverty and have Sakura-chan at my side than have all the power in this entire village and not have her. But Naruto-kun? Started Hinata. But nothing, yelled Naruto. I love it when Naruto-kun defends our honor, said inner Sakura. I love it that he loves me just as much as I love him, thought Sakura as Naruto took a second to calm down before speaking again. Hinata, you used to be so sweet, so kind. You couldn't hurt a fly, but now you are a perfect little Hyuga. You turned into a power-hungry, greedily, backstabbing, self-centered Hyuga. I don't know how it happened, but you are not the same Hinata Hyuga to who I was friends with. Yes, I am Naruto-kun, yelled Hinata. No, Miss Hyuga, you are not, said Naruto as he turned his back on Hinata. Now get off my yard. Naruto-kun, why are you doing this? I am Hinata. We are friends and we belong together, said Hinata with tears in her eyes. No, Miss Hyuga, the Hinata Hyuga I knew is dead. You are a stranger to me, and as a stranger I ask one more time, go away or I will force you, said Naruto. No, I will not leave, Naruto-kun, not until you call me by my name, said Hinata. Fine, you leave me no choice, said Naruto as he turned around and within a second punched Hinata in the gut, knocking her out cold. Hinata fell to the ground as Naruto turned to face Kiba. Kiba, will you take her back home? Sure, said Kiba as he walked over to Hinata. However, before he picked her up, he gently moved some of her hair out of her face. Naruto, Sakura, I am sorry for what I did. I didn't mean for all this to happen, he said while holding Hinata in his arms with her head resting on his upper arm. Don't worry about it, Kiba. I did the same thing when we were genin, only I became Sasuke to try to kiss Sakura-chan, said Naruto. That was you? Asked Sakura. Yeah. You ran away from me that day. Why? Asked Sakura. Well, I drank some rotten milk that day and, said Naruto. What, you drank rotten milk? Do you know what that does to your body? You baka, yelled Sakura. I do now, said Naruto. While those two were going at it, Kiba just stood there just looking at Hinata loving in his arms before proceeding to the Hyuga compound, leaving Naruto and Sakura to fight it out. The genin had been given the day off. Minuto's uncle, Ibiki Marino, originally argued with the Hokage about Naruto's remove of Minuto until he heard that he almost caused Kinkura's death and had mouthed off to his sensei. In the end they agreed that Minuto was too good to get rid of, therefore he would be given another chance, but if he crossed the line again he would be removed from the ninja ranks forever. Since the genin had the day off, Naruto and Sakura went over to the Uchiha district for lunch with Sasuke, Ino and Ino's parents. Lunch was good, they mostly by talk of the upcoming Uchiha Yamanaka wedding. After lunch the guys went outside to talk while the girls stayed inside and planned the wedding. I think blue would be good for the center color, said Ino's mother Liz. Liz means lily in French. Just don't make the bridesmaids dress ugly, said Sakura as the talk went into what type of flowers to use, and that went right over Sakura's head. I hate it when Ino talks about flowers, thought Sakura. Sakura, said Liz. What? I asked you what do you think we should have as the centerpiece flower? Asked Liz. Mom, we have to use a rose, it is the flower of the Uchiha clan, said Ino. Okay, but I do want to put some lilies in, they are after all our clan's flower, said Liz. Why don't you use them both? Asked Sakura. That could work, said both Yuka and Ino as they went on and on about the flowers. Finally Sakura need a break. I'm going to the restroom, she said as she stood up to leave the living room. Sakura walked down the hall thinking, we have been at this for only an hour and I am already sick of helping Ino pick out things. Time must fly faster for Ino, said inner Sakura. Besides we will find out when we are planning ours and Naruto-kun's wedding. Yeah, and when that happens I plan to ask Ino about everything, like she is doing to me, thought Sakura with a smirk as she neared the bathroom. She was about to open the bathroom door when she heard a notice coming from the room across the hall from her. Sakura's fingers went down to her weapon pouch as she opened the door to what should have been an enemy bedroom. When she opened the room she found it was something totally different. The walls had pictures of boys and other teenage girl things. However, what stunned her was the 4 girls sitting on the floor inside. All of them had leaf headbands on, but they looked only 12, maybe 13 years old. The first girl had on tight brown pants with a blue jacket. On the shoulder of the jacket was the Uchiha sign. The girl had the same hairstyle that Ino always used, her long ponytail was pulled back and band of hair covered a little of her face. Just like Ino, this girl had blonde hair, but unlike Ino she had black tips. The entire back half of the ponytail was jet black in color. Except for the black part of her hair, she could have passed as Ino's double. Sakura also noticed that a sword similar to what Sasuke's carries rested on the bed. Sakura took her eyes off her and moved to the next girl. She looked like a mini Tamari except with brown hair. A giant fan rested next to her, but her arms were crossed just like Shikamaru does from time to time. Next came a girl with silver hair wearing brown jacket and a light gray skirt. Her face looked so much like Anko, but the silver hair was defiantly Kakashi's. The last girl was one that she had seen before. She had blonde hair with pink highlights running through it. Her blue eyes shone just like Naruto, and a brown fox slept on floor next to her. She had on black shorts with a blue skirt over it that went up into an orange sleeveless shirt. Think Sakura after time skip up with the colors orange and blue. No, I am telling you that Kib is the cutest, said the Uchiha. She even sounded just like Ino. I am telling you Liz, you are wrong, said Sakura's daughter back at the Uchiha. Yeah right Kushina, you are only saying that because you have the hugest crush on my brother, said Liz. As Sakura's eyes widened, her daughter was named Kushina. I do not, yelled Kushina back at Liz. Dude, said Liz as the two of them started yelling back and forth at each other. Just like Ino and Sakura did when they were genin. Troublesome, said the Tamari's and Shikamaru's daughter. My dad told me that both their moms and dads fought like that all the time when he was their sensei, said the silver hair girl. And somehow they still stayed best friends. Shut up you two, yelled both Liz and Kushinsa before the entire scene disappeared. What was that? Asked Sakura. It was just like the time when we saw Naruto, an older us and our family sleeping in the same bed, and when they were playing with the fox pups, said inner Sakura. Yeah, Now I really think I am going crazy, maybe I need to get some sleep, said Sakura as she rubbed her forehead. I wonder where the name Kushina came from, said inner Sakura as she got into a think pause. I don't know, maybe it is just some name I dreamed up, said Sakura as she turned and headed back to the bathroom. When her back was turned, an 8-tailed fox appeared in the bedroom, looked at her for a few seconds before disappearing a gentle gust of wind. As Sakura stood in the bathroom taking up as much time as possible before going back to Ino and her mother, she listened in on Naruto, Sasuke and Inoichi sat around playing cards and drinking a few beers. So Naruto, have you decided if you're going to vote for me or are you going with Haisher? Asked Inoichi. Sir, I don't really want to talk about that right now. I hate all this moving and dealing, said Naruto. Well, that is another thing that you and your father have in common. I remember what my dad told me, your father hated dealing with the politics of the council, said Inoichi. Hey, speaking of the fourth, Naruto, where are you going to be during the festival on Friday? What festival? Asked Naruto. Are you kidding? You don't know it is the festival celebrating the day that your dad defeated the Kyuubi, said Inoichi as Naruto looked at the ground. Oh, it is October 10th again, said Naruto sadly. I will have to tell the foxes to be on extra alert. Why? Asked Inoichi. Are you kidding? That is the day that the villagers are after me the most. I am not going to leave my house, said Naruto as Inoichi started laughing a bit. You can't be serious, it is the largest festival that this village has. You have to go out, said Inoichi. Mr. Yamanaka, I don't really want to celebrate the day my father died sealing the Kyuubi in me, minutes after my mother died giving birth to me, said Naruto so sadly that Sakura wanted to go out and comfort him. I understand now, Naruto, said Inoichi as the guys went back to play cards. Sakura went back to Ino and Liz, who apparently hadn't noticed that she was gone. I feel so bad for Naruto-kun, he never went to that festival, thought Sakura as the two other women talked more and more about flowers. Then take him to the festival, said inner Sakura. No, you heard him, he lost his entire family on the day that he was born, yelled Sakura back at her inner self. Wait a second, the day he was born. Friday is Naruto-kun's birthday. I have to get him something. You could always give him yourself, said inner Sakura with a smirk. I am sure that he will love unwrapping you as much as we would. How many times do I have to tell you I plan to wait till marriage, said Sakura to her inner self. It was another day, another meeting of the Hyuga Council. Daughter, I believe you have some good news to tell the council, said Haisher as he along with his two daughters sat in front of the council. I do not, father, said Hinata. What you told me just days ago that the Namikaze broke up with the Haruno and you had taken her place, said Haisher. Father, I am ashamed to say that I was tricked by Kiba Inuzuka. He took Naruto-kun's form when he was away on a mission, hoping that when I found out that it was really him that I wouldn't care that it was him, not Naruto-kun. So one of those dirty Inuzuka dogs got in our way again, said an elder. Hinata, isn't this Kiba Inuzuka the son of Kinsun Inuzuka? Asked another elder. He is, said Hinata, a little confused about where the elder was going with this. I see, said the council member as he gathered his thoughts for a moment. Fellow council members, the vote is just under a week from now and at this moment we appear to be losing. We should have a backup plan if the Namikaze vote doesn't come our way. What are you proposing, elder? Asked Hinata. That if the vote fails we should tighten up our bonds to our current allies. Already Hanabi is promised to Kinomaru Sarutobi next in line to lead the Sarutobi clan. If this vote doesn't go our way, I believe it would be best to promise Hinata to this Kiba Inuzuka, since after his mother's death he will take the role of the leader of his clan, said the elder as Hinata eyes widened. Kiba has older sisters so he wouldn't be leading his clan, said Hinata. Hinata, you should know that the male of the Inuzuka clan lead the clan. The only reason why Kinsun is leading the clan is because her husband died on a mission, said an elder. Therefore, if the vote doesn't go our way, then your marriage to the Inuzuka will be the next best thing for the clan. No, I belong with Naruto-kun and Naruto-kun alone, said Hinata. Hinata, be quiet, you are a tool for this council to use to support and spread the Hyuga clan power and influence. Hanabi has already agreed to wed the next in line for the Sarutobi clan seat and she didn't argue. Why should you be any different? Asked Haisher. Hinata was livid. The only reason why Hanabi did fight with the council was because both she and Konohamaru wanted to marry each other. They had fallen in love when they were placed on the same genin team. However, she was friends with Kiba, she didn't love him. Thought Hinata. Agreed, if this vote doesn't go our way then we will promise Hinata to the Inuzuka to tighten our alliance with them, said Haishur. Yes, every once in a while you do have to throw a dog a bone, said another of the elders. Is that all I am to them, a bone to be thrown to a dog to keep it happy? Thought Hinata as the meeting went on her just halfway there. Elders, please give me more time to win Naruto-kun's heart, asked Hinata with tears in her eyes. Wipe your tears away, daughter, show your strength as a Hyuga, said Haishur. We will give you until the vote is over on the Monday after the festival. If after that you do not have the Namikaze, then we will enter talks with the Inuzuka clan. Soon after that the meeting was over and Hinata had to go do her other duty. As one of the few in the Hyuga main household trained in the medical field, she was responsible for checking up on their guest in the basement. Hinata walked past where all the records of the Hyuga clan going back to before the founding of village were held. She walked past the floor where all the pipes that brought warm water to the compound and took wasteway were on. Finally she reached her goal, a door at the end of a hallway. On either side of the door stood a Hyuga ninja. These two were from the branch house, however, as members of the main house guard they held a higher standing in the clan. These were the ninjas of the Hyuga clan and the Hyuga clan alone. They reported only to the clan and had the clan symbol on their headbands instead of the leaf symbol. Only the best of the branch clan became these elites. The only one ever to turn down a spot on the elites was Niji. Hinata never understood why he turned it down. The elites were far from the equal of the main house, but they were above normal branch house ninjas. Good day, Lady Hinata, said the first ninja. Open it, said Hinata. By your command, said both of the Hyuga's elites as they turned to the sealed door and placed one hand on each side of the door. Then they formed a hand sign to channel their chakra, before activating their Byakugan. When they turned on their bloodline limit, the door slowly opened. Hinata walked through the door into the room beyond. It was well lit and spacious. It had fake windows with pictures of the village painted in them. In the far corner stood the bed where Tenten sat. Oh, it is that time of the day already, said Tenten. Good afternoon, Tenten, said Hinata with a smile as she walked toward her cousin's wife. Don't good day me, Hinata. I have been down here for 2 weeks, said Tenten. I haven't seen my husband in what should be some of the happiest moments of our lives. Instead I am stuck in the basement being held against my will because of something that I have nothing to do with. So don't you dare good day me. Okay, then let's get your medical exam over then, said Hinata as they went about Tenten's medical exam. You and your child is doing fine. Good, said Tenten. How is Niji-kun? He is doing fine, he misses you. Tenten, and once again I am sorry that we have to do this, said Hinata as she walked back out of the door. The moment she was gone, Tenten broke down and started crying again. Tenten, said a new voice. Said Tenten as looked through her watery eyes toward the sound of the voice. Only to come face to face with a brown fox. Who are you? I am Stan, I am one of Naruto Namikaze ninja's foxes. I have been sent to find you, said the brown fox. What, Naruto knows what is happening? Asked Tenten. Yes, along with Sakura and the Hokage, said Stan. We have proof that the Hyuga is behind everything, and now that we have found you, all Naruto has to do is use his Hiraishin no Jutsu to teleport in here, grab you, and get you back to your husband. As he said the last part, Tenten's eyes widened. No, Naruto must not use that just to get in here, said Tenten. Why not? Do you not want to return to your mate? Asked Stan. Well, of course I do, but look around the room, will you? Said Tenten as she moved her hand around her cell. Stan looked around the room and saw what he had missed. My God, said Stan. Now you see what I mean, said Tenten. I can't believe I missed that, said Stan as he walked up to the wall to get a closer look. Under closer inspection he confirmed his worst fears. When does the next person come? Not until breakfast tomorrow, said Tenten as she sat down. Okay, since I am stuck here I will wait till then and leave with them, said Stan. If you want you can write a letter to your mate. I will make sure he gets it. Thank you, said Tenten as she went to her little desk in the corner and started to write a letter to her husband. Lord Naruto isn't going to like this, said Stan as he burned the image of the seals that ran across all the walls in the cell. It was getting dark at the Namikaze estate as Sakura walked down the hallway toward Naruto's family archives. To her shock, Naruto was sitting with his back to the door at a desk reading scrolls. Slowly she walked up to him and placed her hands over his eyes. "Guess who?" she said in a playful voice. "Hinata," said jokingly Naruto as Sakura slapped him lightly across the back of his head. "You baka." "Sorry, Sakura," said Naruto as he spun the chair around to see his girlfriend. "So, what are you reading, Naruto-kun?" "It better not be one of Jiraiya's books," said Sakura. "No, I am not reading those books. I found my dad's notes about the Rasengan," said Naruto as he showed Sakura the notes, who took them and read a little. "Naruto-kun, this says that your dad thought that there is 4 forms of the Rasengan, but I have only seen you use 2, said Sakura. "Yeah, Dad only mastered the normal Rasengan. I went past him with the Omega Rasengan, but he believed there were 2 more forms," said Naruto, one called the Flying Rasengan, the other the Golden Rasengan. "Okay, who are these 2 different?" asked Sakura. "In the Flying Rasengan you take a normal Rasengan but you use your churka to throw it at your enemy, turning the Rasengan into a long-range weapon," said Naruto as Sakura's eyes widened. "Throwing a Rasengan, but how would you control the churka once it leaves your hand?" "I don't know, the only clue Dad left me was 2 letters CS and I have no idea what that means." "CS, said Sakura out loud before she snapped her fingers. "I get it, CS stands for chakra strings. All you have to do is attach them to the Rasengan and then you should be able to control it from a distance." "Yeah, that could work. It would be tricky, but it would be very hard to get the strings on," said Naruto as he wrote his own notes. "So what is this golden one about?" asked Sakura. "Well, apparently a golden Rasengan is where you apply so much churka control you turn the spinning Rasengan into a solid ball of golden churka," said Naruto. "What a solid ball of churka? That is impossible," said Sakura as Naruto shook his head. "Apparently my mom's clan had an attack style like the gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan, only instead of blocking the churka points it turned parts of the enemy churka solid, and apparently even the smallest amount of solid churka explodes so violently it could destroy an entire person. So an entire Rasengan off this solid churka could destroy almost anything." "Not almost anything, anything. If my dad's math is right, a normal Rasengan, if turned into a golden one, could blow up everything in about 1/8 mile, said Naruto. "Scary," said Sakura. "Yeah, I don't think I can even pull this move off. I don't think I have the chakra control to pull it off." "You may have the control to through," said Naruto. "True, but I want that kind of power, and I don't think I can form a normal Rasengan." As Sakura. "Yeah, maybe one of our future kids could pull it off," said Naruto with a smirk as Sakura spotted a picture framed on the desk. She grabbed the picture from the desk to get a better look. It was a picture of a man and a woman maybe 2 years older than what Naruto and Sakura were now. The man, she recognized the man as the 4th, but not the woman he was with. "Hey Naruto-kun, is this picture of your mother?" "Yeah, Sakura-chan, that my mother, Kinshina," said Naruto with a smile as Sakura's eyes widened. "Kinshina is the name of our daughter in that strange daydream I had yesterday," thought Sakura as she placed the picture back down next to the books Naruto had on foxes. "This is just too weird," said inner Sakura. "I am going to bed, Naruto-kun," said Sakura as she stood up and left the room. "Good night, Sakura-kun," said Naruto. "What are the odds of my vision of mine and Naruto-kun daughter would have the same name as Naruto-kun's real mother?" thought Sakura as she walked down the hall, back toward the bedroom. Suddenly she hit her foot on something in the middle of the hallway. She bent down and found stuffed toy fox. "Where did this come from?" asked Sakura as she looked around. Everything seemed normal until she noticed that one of the doors was open. "Wasn't that closed earlier?" said Sakura as moved toward the door. Slowly she opened it only to see what was supposed to be an empty bedroom was replaced with an occupied bedroom. In the back center of the room was a bed with 2 nightstands on it. The room smelled like perfumes and was painted a light orange. Sakura walked up to the bed and was greeted by the sight of the girl she had seen 3 times before, Kinshina Namikaze, laying in her bed, fast asleep. Right next to her was a brown fox that looked up at Sakura for a second before laying its head back down. Sakura just stood there gazing at the sleeping girl, She looked so much like herself, but all Sakura could see was that she had Naruto's golden hair with strains of pink running in it. Slowly Sakura sat down on the bed, and to her surprise it felt real. Sakura just sat as Kanshina did something Sakura herself does in her own sleep from time to time. She extended her hands and grabbed the nearest soft thing before bringing it to her chest and holding it tight. Unluckily for the brown fox, Kanshina's hands found her and pulled her to Kanshina's chest. The fox didn't like it at first, but in the end gave in to Kanshina's huge. "This is my daughter," thought Sakura as she gazed loving at the sleeping angle, that is when she reached up and moved some of her daughter's hair out of her face. As she did this, Kinkura's blue eyes opened a bit. "Mom?" said Kinkura, half asleep. "Everything is fine, go back to sleep," said Sakura. "Okay, Mom," said Kinkura as she went back to sleep, and everything faded, sending Sakura flying onto her, but because the bed she was sitting on disappeared. "Wait a second, I just talked to my future daughter," said Sakura. "Now I know I am going crazy." "Sakura, are you okay?" said the QB as he appeared at the door. "I am fine, I think," said Sakura as she stood up. "Did you see anything?" asked the QB as Sakura paused for a moment. "Yeah, I did." "Why do you ask?" said Sakura. "What did you see?" asked the QB. "I saw a girl that I think was Naruto-kun's and mine kid," said Sakura as QB just looked at her. "What? That is strange. I sensed 3 chakra sources coming from this room. One was you, another felt like a mix of you and Kit. However, the other one I couldn't place my paw on, but I have felt it before," said the QB. "So I am not going crazy?" asked Sakura. "No, there is some other power here, and the fact that you saw Kit's and your daughter means that it apparently powerful. It has to be able to open time rips." "Time rips?" asked Sakura. "Basically, if you use the right type of churka and then form it in exactly the right way, you can open a small hole in time and space," said the QB. "How it takes so much, only demons can do it, and of that only fox demons know how." "So what I saw was the future?" asked Sakura. "No, what you saw was one path that the future can take," said the QB. "Come on, I thought you were going to bed." "Yeah," said Sakura as she walked past the QB and closed the door behind her. In the darkness of the room, a pair of green eyes glowed. "QB-kun Yubaka," said the fox before it disappeared. The next morning, Hinata, Kiba, Naruto, Sakura, Anko and Kakashi stood in front of Hokage. "Good morning," said Tsunade as she fought the urge to drink the sake she had in her new desk drawer. "What is this meeting about, Lady Hokage?" asked Hinata. "Well, now that the war is over, I have to inform you that next month after the Chunin exam we will go back to the 3-man squads," said Tsunade. "That is fine with me, Lady Hokage. I will be happy to be far away from him," said Hinata as she pointed toward Kiba. "Hinata, I don't care what your personal problems are, but you will show your fellow ninjas respect," said Tsunade. "Also, I said we will be going into 3-man squads after the exams." "This that all, Lady Hokage?" asked Anko. "Yes," said Lady Hokage as a brown fox walked into the room with 2 scrolls wrapped up in his tail. "Take your mission strolls and leave." "Sakura, Naruto, stay, I need to talk to you about Minuto." "Of course, old lady," said Naruto, making Tsunade's eye twitched as the rest of the Jonin walked out. "All right, Stan, what have you found?" "Found 1010 last night. She is in the lowest level of the Hyuga main house under constant guard by 2 of their elite ninjas. She is in relative nice conditions, a soft bed, a desk, couches and books to read. However, she can't leave, of course, and she misses her mate," said Stan as he dropped the first scroll onto the floor. "I have a letter form 1010 to her mate. I believe his name was Niji. Well, hopeful he will be seeing her by the end of the day," said Sakura with a smile. "Yeah, all we have to do is gather the ANBU and then move against them," said Naruto. "No, Lord Naruto, that is not wise," said Stan. "Why?" asked Sakura. "What did the Hyugas do this time?" asked Tsunade. "The cell that 1010 is in is sealed with a seal that can only open when 2 of their elites using their bloodline limit decide to open the door," said Stan. "Well, I just use the Hirashin no Jutsu and jump in there, grab her and get out," said Naruto as Stan shook his head. "No, sir, there are churka sensing seals placed all over the cell if any other churka sources enter the room after the door is closed," said Stan. "Then the trap is sprung." "What is their trap?" asked Sakura. What I thought was wallpaper that lined the entire cell is really on big paper bomb. When they are trigged the entire cell goes up, said Stan as everyone's eyes widened. So they would rather kill the prisoner and the rescuers? Said Naruto. Yeah, and the seals they placed on will only destroy that room and leave the rest of the house intact, said Stan as he dropped another scroll. Sir, I drew the seal if you wish to study it. Thanks, Stan, said Naruto. Well, we could get Niji and a branch member to open the door, said Sakura. No, Lady Sakura, that will not work. The Hyugas who guard the door have a seal on their hands that allows them to open the door. So unless you find a way to get that seal it won't work, said Stan. Well, at least we know that she is safe, said Sakura. I'll make sure that Niji gets this letter and understands that he can't go after her until we find a way to open that door, said Tsunade as Sakura and Naruto left. Naruto, remember the vote is this coming Monday. I wonder when our senseis will get here? Asked Rick as everyone sat waiting for Naruto and Sakura to arrival. They will get here when they get here, said Minuto. I am not talking to you, you almost killed Kinkura-chan, yelled Rick as he pointed at Minuto. Rick, it is okay, said Kinkura as she sat on the ground petting Ronan's head. Just shut up you three, yelled the other three genin. Hello everybody, said Naruto as he and Sakura appeared in front of their team. Hello senses, said all the genin, even Minuto, to the surprise of Naruto and Sakura. Well, our mission today is to set up stands for the party tomorrow night and then a little bit of training, said Naruto. Okay, then, said everyone as they went toward the village's main street where every business was setting up stands to sell their goods to all the people who would be out for the party. Soon they were out front of their first job site. It was a bakery that would be selling cakes to the partiers. Hello Naruto Namikaze, I am so happy to see you, said the owner as he walked out. Naruto, his hand extended, however to Sakura's surprise Naruto crossed his hands and glared at the store owner. I don't remember you being happy when I walked into your store when I was 7, said Naruto as the man's eyes widened. I see you remember that, said the man as he lowered his head. Yeah, you tend to remember a person who throw a kunai into your leg then lead a mob of people to beat you up almost to the point of death all because you wanted to buy some food, said Naruto coldly as Sakura finally understood why Naruto was acting so cold. This is the guy who hurt Naruto-kun, yelled Sakura in her mind as she glared at the man and tightened her fists. Kill him. He hurt our man, yelled inner Sakura. Sorry, if I knew that you were a Namikaze, said the man. Why would my name matter? Asked Naruto as the genin looked on wondering why Naruto was being so cold. Well, we all thought you were the demon fox, said the owner. Well, I wasn't the QB, I was a hungry 7-year-old boy who saved up a week worth of change he found in the street for a loaf of freshly baked bread, said Naruto as the owner heads fell. I am truly sorry, will you please forgive me? Asked the owner. Sure, said Naruto as he extended his hand and took the owner's hand. Thanks, said the owner. Why aren't you completing your mission? Asked Naruto as the genin started to work to complete their mission. Most villagers awoke on the beautiful 10th day of October almost jumping for glee at the fun they knew that they would have that night. However, Sakura wasn't having a good morning. She wasn't having a good morning because her Naruto-kun wasn't having a good morning. Normal when they got up Naruto would kiss her, they would laugh at breakfast before starting their training. However, today he got up without a word, they eat in silence and he went into his indoor training field even though it was bright and sunny outside. However, it wasn't just Naruto who was off, the QB had retreated just like Naruto. He, like Naruto, was sitting in the silence of the darkened training field. Also, every single one of Naruto's ninja foxes were out and apparently in a very tense mood. Finally, Sakura had it. She walked toward the training room door, only to find it locked. Naruto-kun, it's me. I know, Sakura-chan, said a soft, scared voice from the room. Will you open the door? I want to talk to you, asked Sakura. A second later she heard the door unlatch. Slowly she opened the door. Naruto and the QB sat near the far wall of the room. Close the door please, Sakura-an, said Naruto softly as Sakura did what she was told. Now the only light came from a small candle by Naruto. Sakura walked up to Naruto before sitting in front of him. The small red candle sat a little to the left of in between them. Naruto's head faced the floor so much that Sakura couldn't see those heavenly blue eyes. Even the QB's head hung in shame. Naruto-kun, I know that this day is horrible for you, but please talk to me. Sakura, for a moment the only sound was the flicking of the candle. Yeah, today is always the worst. This is a day we both lost our families, said Naruto as he titled his head toward the Kyuubi. Kyuubi, you had a family? Asked Sakura. Yeah, a mate with our first pup on the way, said Kyuubi as he laid his fox head across his feet. His eyes held so much pain that it makes Sakura's eyes water. What happened to her? Asked Sakura. My mate needed some food, so I went to get some. When I came back she was dying, a bunch of rock ninjas pretending as Leaf had attacked her. I could only watch as life faded from her eyes, said the Kyuubi softy. I am the most powerful demon lord, but yet I couldn't protect her, my own mate. Sakura was crying now. So your mate died on this day? Yes, and I attacked this village thinking that you had killed my Sakura, said Kyuubi. Sakura? Asked Sakura. Yes, my mate was named Sakura just like you. She even had pink hair and green eyes just like you. Don't worry, Kit picked you for you. I had no power over him. Sakura blushed a little before looking back at Naruto. Naruto-kun, please talk to me, I want to help. I know that, Sakura-chan, it's just, said Naruto as he looked up at Sakura. Naruto's eyes were on the point of tears. Just nothing, you always watched out for me, even back when I didn't want you to. Now it is my turn to watch out for you, said Sakura as Naruto finally started crying. In an instant Sakura had pulled herself up to Naruto, who was now crying like no other. Sakura instantly pulled Naruto's head to the base of her neck and placed her lower head just above his nose. Naruto's tears ran down her shirt as hands wrapped around him, holding him tight to her. He started to spill out all the pain stored up over the now 20 years. In between Naruto's tears, Sakura heard words like villagers, mobs, beating, and fire. However, the most common word was demon. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I am here, whispered Sakura as rubbed Naruto's back, fighting back her tears. Naruto-kun has always been strong for me whenever I cried. I have to do the same for him, thought Sakura. This is the day that I was always on the run, however nowhere was safe, said Naruto in between tears. The villagers were always after me, they beat, stabbed, and burned me. It's okay, Naruto-kun, you're safe with me, said Sakura lovingly into Naruto's ear. One time they burned down my apartment with me still in it, said Naruto as he grabbed Sakura's shirt with one hand. But that wasn't the worst, said Naruto. What could be worse than the beatings or starvation? Thought Sakura. It's okay, Naruto-kun, you can tell me. What was the worst? They never came, said Naruto as he started to cry harder. I waited every day. But they never came. Who never came? My parents. Since I had a birthday, I knew that I had to have parents, but they never came, said Naruto as Sakura understood who he was talking about, and her heart was hurting seeing the man she loves in pain. Every day after school I watched as the other kids' parents came to pick them up. Every day I hoped that my parents would come to take me home, to keep me safe from the villagers, to love me. Every day I would sit waiting, hoping that they would come, but they never did. I was all alone. Naruto-kun, said Sakura as she started crying, placing her head onto of Naruto's. I promise you, Naruto-kun, you will never be alone again. That is my promise of a lifetime. I also promise that I will always be there for you. I love you, Naruto-kun. I love you to Sakura-tan, said Naruto back as both just sat there in the dark crying in each other's arm. Hinata sat at Naruto's favorite ramen stand hoping that he would show up, however it was now 7 and she had been there since noon. Where are you, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata as the streets started fill up with partiers. Hey, Hinata-chan, said a voice as Hinata looked up to see the last person she wanted to see. Hello, Kiba, said Hinata with venom. Hinata-chan, I am sorry, but it was the only way I knew to get you to look at me, said Kiba as he sat down across from Hinata. However, you said yourself that the 3 days with me was haven. No, it was hell, you tricked me, said Hinata. Yes, Hinata-chan, I tricked you. I took Naruto's form, but the rest of it was me. All the time we talked it was me. When we kissed it was me, said Kiba. Yes, it was, said Hinata as she glared at him. However, all I was thinking was about Naruto-kun. I see, said Kiba as he looked at the desk. So you love Naruto only for his body then? No, I love Naruto-kun and everything about him, yelled Hinata as she stood up. What is so different between me and him? Asked Kiba as he too stood up. I love him, yelled Hinata. You loved me when I was in his form, so besides the fact that I don't have blonde hair, what are our differences? Yelled Kiba back. You're a dog, said Hinata. He is a fox, snapped Kiba back. I know him. We have been teammates since we were genin, said Kiba. Will you two shut up? Said Ino as she and Sasuke walked into the restaurant. Sorry, said Kiba as he sat back down. However, Hinata kept standing. Ino, I don't have to listen to you, said Hinata. No you don't, but everyone is looking at you two having your little love fight, said Ino. I don't love him, I love Naruto-kun, yelled Hinata as she pointed toward Kiba. This is almost the same as when Sakura was after you, Sasuke-kun, said Ino as she looked at Sasuke. Yeah, she never got it through her head that I didn't want her, said Sasuke. Well, until she found love with Naruto. She didn't find Naruto-kun, Uchiha I did. I loved him since we were genin, said Hinata. Well, he loves Sakura just as long and now she loves him back, said Sasuke. That is why they are spending the day together. What? Yelled Hinata. What you know where Naruto-kun is, tell me. Like he will tell you, said Ino as she rolled her eyes. Tell me, yelled Hinata. He is at home, said Sasuke. However, you'll never get in, he has all his foxes on high alert. I have to talk to him now, said Hinata as ran out of the stand towards the Namikaze compound. While Hinata was rushing toward Naruto's house, Sakura was holding a sleeping Naruto in her arms. He cried himself to sleep, thought Sakura as she ran her fingers through his hair. I wish I knew a way to make him happy again. I know a way, said inner Sakura with a grin. No, we are not going there, yelled Sakura back, even as much as I would love it. I don't think I am ready. I believe you are lying to yourself, said inner Sakura. Besides, Naruto-kun will love what I got him, thought Sakura as Naruto slowly started to wake up. Feeling better, birthday boy? Asked Sakura as Naruto opened his eyes. A little better, said Naruto as he sat up and looked into Sakura's eyes. Thank you for doing that, Sakura-chan. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I am just sad that you had to carry that heavy burden as long as you did, said Sakura. Now are you ready to get your birthday present? What? Asked Naruto. Don't tell me you haven't got a birthday present before, said Sakura a little worried. Well, the pervert always got me one of his books, said Naruto as Sakura's eyes twitched at the thought of her Naruto-kun becoming like his sensei. However, I hate those stupid things. I read one once and burned the rest. Good, because I don't want you to become a pervert like him, said Sakura. You would only like a pervert Naruto-kun in the bedroom, said inner Sakura with a wink. Come on, let's go get your birthday gift, said Sakura as she led Naruto by the hand to one of the side buildings. I hope you like your gift, Naruto-kun. With that, Sakura opened the door to show two young foxes, maybe a month old. The young foxes were being watched by one of Naruto's older foxes. Thanks, said Sakura as the older fox walked out of the room. Naruto slowly walked up to the young foxes. They both had silver hair with a single black streak running from their nose to the tip of their tail. They both had black eyes as Naruto's eyes widened. Sakura-chan, are these? Ya, Naruto-kun, these are silver black-back foxes. Made them up, said Sakura as Naruto picked up one of the foxes. Who liked Naruto's nose when he was picked up? Sakura-chan, how did you find this foxes? They are the rarest breed? Asked Naruto. I looked into that book you have about fox breed. Also in that book I saw that you had a name of a fox breeder in Wave. So I asked Sasuke to go get you two foxes, one male, one female, and I gave him the book to get the best breeds, said Sakura. So do you like them? Of course, this is the only breed I couldn't find. So what are their names? Asked Naruto. You get to name them, said Sakura as she picked up the female fox. How about John and Telia? Asked Naruto to the foxes, who both yipped happily. As Juno whined by the door, Sakura lowered Taila to the ground before picking up her fox. Meanwhile, Naruto had made two shadow clones and took John and Telia to the other fox pups. Juno, don't worry, you're still my fox, said Sakura as yipped happily. Let's go have some super, said Naruto as they walked out. As they walked out, Juno ran across Sakura's feet, tripping her onto Naruto, sending them crashing into the soft ground. With her on top and the he below, Without even thinking, they started kissing. Outside, Hinata had just arrived only to be stopped by 3 of Naruto's foxes. "What are you doing here, Hyuga?" asked one of the foxes. "Please, I need to speak to Naruto-kun," pleaded Hinata as she turned on her Byakugan. She couldn't see inside the house, but maybe he was in the backyard. What she saw broke her heart. Her Naruto-kun and that pink-haired witch were having a makeout session. They were kissing as they rolled, putting Naruto on top of Sakura. Hinata watched as Naruto placed kisses down Sakura's neck. Hinata couldn't take it anymore. She turned off her Byakugan. "We have orders from Lord Naruto, and no one except the Hokage may enter, so go now or we will rip your throat out," said a large red fox baring his fangs. Suddenly, with tears in her eyes, she ran away from the house. Meanwhile, Sakura broke the kiss. "Naruto-kun, I have another present for you," said Sakura with a smirk as she stood up. "Sakura-chan, you already have given me more than what I can ask for," said Naruto. "Don't worry, we will both like this," said Sakura as she took Naruto's hand and led him toward his bedroom. Light filled the room as Sakura and Naruto both lay in the NDE with only a light blanket covering them. Their clothing was spread randomly all over the room. Sakura's whole body was resting onto of Naruto's. Her pillow was his shoulder. Naruto had one of his arms resting on her lower back, the other one on top of her head. Sakura's eyes slowly opened and a warm feeling throughout her boy. Her body could still sense every little detail. Naruto's arms holding her tight, making her feel so safe. His hot breath hitting the top of her head sent jolts of joy down her spine. She felt Naruto's leg move, wrapping it around hers. Then it was the intoxicating smell that saturated the room, filled her nose. "This feels so good," thought Sakura as she moved her head closer to Naruto. "I told you that you couldn't wait to get in his pants," said inner Sakura with a huge grin. "Okay, I admit it, you were right," said Sakura to her inner self. "Yes, victory is mine," yelled inner Sakura as she disappeared, letting Sakura take in the sight and smells. Sakura didn't know how long she just laid there, just staring at him. Naruto's hair was always wild, but now it was even wilder. That is when Sakura noticed a blonde and pink spot on the point where the shoulder meet her neck that wasn't there last night. Sakura moved a little, and that is when she saw what it was. It was a seal. Inside a black outline was 2 full-body foxes. The 2 foxes were face to face. Their bodies curved until their tails touched and became intertwined. However, what stunned her was the fact that one of the foxes was pink with green eyes, the other blonde with blue eyes. "Okay, that is weird. That is the same spot where I gave him a love bit last night," thought Sakura as Naruto started to move a little. "Sakura-chan?" asked Naruto as he woke up. "Morning, Naruto-kun," said Sakura lovely as she pulled herself up until she was forehead to forehead. "Sakura-chan, I didn't think it was possible, but you look more beautiful than ever," said Naruto as he looked up at Sakura. Her hair was a mess and a layer of sweat covered her face. However, it was the smell that was driving him wild. The smell she was giving off was a mix of her with a hint of himself and what they did in this room. Soon both of them started kissing again. However, a loud bang on the door stopped them. "Kit, Sakura, I know what you two are about to do, and normally I would let you two go at it," said the QB from the other side of the door. "However, you have only an hour before you meet with the Hokage for your mission, and if you two didn't show up, she would send someone, and I don't think you want one of your friends over here when you two are going at it." Instantly, Booth made a run for the bathroom before both of them stopped at the door. "You can go first, Sakura-chan," said Naruto. "No, I will take longer, you go. Just share," yelled QB from the other side of the door as both Sakura and Naruto blushed as they entered the bathroom. "Hey Sakura, what is that on your neck?" asked Naruto as he pointed toward a spot on her shoulder. "What, I have one too?" asked Sakura as she placed her hand on her neck. Before looking over to the mirror, she had the same seal was on her neck as Naruto. "Naruto-kun, do you have any idea what it is?" "No, never seen anything like this before," said Naruto as he studied the seal. "Don't worry about the seal, I will explain later," yelled QB from outside. After a longer than normal time in the bathroom, Sakura and Naruto walked out only to find breakfast waiting for them. "Who did this?" asked Sakura as the QB appeared. "I did." "How?" asked Sakura. "My tails, you baka," said QB. "I see. Now tell me, what does this seal mean?" asked Sakura as she pointed toward the fox seal on her neck. That is the fox seal and you two are the first humans to get it, said QB. It marks you two as mates. So what do the two foxes mean? Asked Sakura. Who cares, we are mates, yelled inner Sakura happily. Let me guess, the blonde fox represent me and the pink one Sakura-chan, said Naruto as the QB nodded his head. Yes, also Sakura, since now you're part of Kit's family you can summon foxes just like him, said QB as Sakura's eyes widened. But we aren't married yet, how can I have the ability to summon his clan's animal? Asked Sakura. Humans, said the QB as he shook his head, foxes mate only once and for life, so since you mated with Naruto that makes you his wife as far as I am concerned, said QB as both Jonin eyes widened. So this marks me as Naruto-kun's wife? Asked Sakura. As far as foxes are concerned, said QB as a smile spread across Sakura's and Naruto's face. So is there anything else this seal does? Asked Naruto. I'm not sure, like I said you two are the first humans to have this seal. Normally it happens only to demon foxes, but if it is like normal one, the only thing that will happen is that you two will become very protective of each other, said QB. Now you two should be going. Wait, will this seal fade or something? Asked Sakura. No, said QB. If it did then people wouldn't know that you two are mates. What, are you afraid that people will know what we did? Asked Naruto. No, it's just I know how crazy Hinata can get. Imagine what will happen when she finds out, she will snap, said Sakura. I see, well we will have to cover it up then until we take care of the Hyuga problem, said Naruto as he moved his jacket to cover the seal. Sakura did the same thing with her shirt. Before they headed out to meet the Hokage. They both arrived at the Hokage office only to find everyone else already there. The moment that Naruto and Sakura walked through the door, Hinata ran up to Naruto grabbing at Naruto's jacket. Naruto-kun, please, I have to speak with you right now, said Hinata as Sakura glared at Hinata touching her mate. How dare she touch my mate? Kill her, yelled both Sakuras to themselves. Okay, if you let me go I will hear you out. Excessus Hokage, said Naruto as Hinata and Sakura walked out into the hallway. Naruto-kun, can we talk in private? Asked Hinata as she looked at Sakura. Just talk, I am going to tell her everything you tell me anyway, said Naruto coldly. Okay, I am going to plead with you to dump her, said Hinata as she pointed towards Sakura. Hinata, please stop this. I am not going to dump the woman I love, said Naruto as he rolled his eyes. Please Naruto-kun, if you don't start dating me, then my clan is going to give me to Kiba, said Hinata as she started crying. Hinata, do you love me? Asked Naruto. Yes, yes, yelled Hinata. Then why would you put your own happiness in front of the man that you say you love? Asked Naruto. When you love someone you put their happiness in front of your own. We will be happy together, Naruto-kun. I know we will, pleaded Hinata. No Hinata, I can only be happy with my mate, said Naruto with a growl as Sakura smiled. Mate? Asked Hinata. Yes, mate, said Naruto back as he pulled down his jacket to show the fox seal. What is that? Asked Hinata. It's the fox seal, it marks us as each other's mate for life, said Sakura as she pulled back her shirt to show her seal. No, this can't be real, said Hinata. Yes it is, said Naruto. No, I refuse to believe this, said Hinata. I can't control what you believe, Hinata, and I don't feel that sorry that you have to go into the arms of someone who has loved you as long as I have loved Sakura-chan, said Naruto. With that said, Hinata broke out in tears. Then I am doomed to be married to a dog, wailed Hinata as she ran down the hallway from them. I really didn't want to make her cry, said Naruto as he lowered his head a bit. Sakura walked up and hugged him. Don't worry, I had to cry over losing Sasuke, but then I found you. She will do the same. Now let's go to the meeting, said Sakura. Tsunade sat in her office going over the last bit of paperwork for the evening before the vote. I hate paperwork, she said before taking another sip of sake. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Enter. Slowly the door opened and in walked the last person she wanted to see. So what do you want, Hanabi? Asked the Hokage as the youngest daughter of Haishur walked toward the Hokage. I need your help, Lady Hokage, said Hanbai. Oh, and why should I help you? You did try to kill my student, snapped the Hokage. Lady Hokage, please try to understand I had no choice, said Hanabi. So you were forced, you the loyal pet of the Hyuga clan, said Tsunade. Yes, lately the Hyuga council has been doing some things that bring dishonor to our clan, said Hanabi. Like what? Asked Tsunade, not letting on that she already knew about the dishonorable things. They were behind the bombing of Sakura's apartment, me going after Sakura, and they kidnapped Tenten to keep Niji silent, said Hanabi. Okay, why are you telling me this? Asked Tsunade as she leaned back in her chair. Because I want to bring them down, said Hanabi. Okay, why would you betray your own council? Asked Tsunade. Because they council is a cancer that needs to be cut out, said Hanabi. However, when we bring them down, I ask that you let me go. Why should I let you go? You tried to kill Sakura, said Tsunade. Like I said, I was forced, said Hanabi. Oh, and what did the council hold over their perfect soldier? Asked Tsunade as she rolled her eyes. They said if I didn't carry out that mission, they weren't going to let me marry Kinomaru-kun, said Hanabi as she lowered her head in shame. So if you didn't try to kill Sakura, they weren't going to let you marry Kinomaru? Asked Tsunade. Yes, said Hanabi. All I want to do is get this over and then start my life with Kinomaru-kun. So will you be willing to help us get Tenten? Asked Tsunade. Yes, said Hanabi. Okay then, said Tsunade before yelling, Yes, Lady Hokage, said the NB. Get me Naruto Namikaze and Niji Hyuga, said Tsunade. Yes, Lady Hokage, said the ANBU as he disappeared. A few minutes later, a loud knocking filled the Namikaze household. Coming, said Naruto, wearing only sweatpants as he walked to the door. Followed by Sakura, who was wearing shorts and a sports bra. Naruto, open the door. Naruto Namikaze, the Hokage needs to speak with you, said the NB. Okay then, tell her that we will be right there, said Naruto. I will, said the NBU before he disappeared. Well, looks we will have to have our fun later, Naruto-kun, said Sakura with a smirk. Yes, we will, said Naruto with a foxy grin before both head back to get dressed before heading off to the Hokage's office. Okay, old lady, why did you wake up us in the middle of night? Asked Naruto as he and Sakura appeared in a golden flash in the office. Niji walked in right after them. We have a way to get Tenten out, said Tsunade as she gestured toward Hanabi. What is she doing here? Asked Niji. She is going to help us by opening the door to Tenten's cell, said Tsunade. Okay, why should we believe you? Asked Sakura. You did try to kill me. I only tried that because if I didn't, my clan wouldn't let me marry Kinomaru-kun if I didn't, said Hanabi. I see, so what is your plan? Asked Sakura. At 9 in the morning breakfast I will be taken to Tenten. When they open the door I will knock them out, and at the same time I will also grab the files from the archives to prove that the Hyugas are behind it all, said Hanabi. Okay then, but what happens to the clan after we remove the council? Asked Niji. I found in my family files that the birdcage seal was developed by my clan, therefore I will be more than likely to remove it from the branch members, said Naruto. So did the my clan steal it from yours or something? Asked Hanabi. No, that is what I am assembled about. They sold it to the Hyuga, said Naruto as he lowered his head before looking at Niji. I am so sorry that my clan put your clan through so much pain just for some money. Naruto-kun, you are not reasonable for what your ancestor did, at least you can set it right, said Sakura as she placed a hand on his cheek, causing Naruto to smile, and he glazed loving into her eyes. Tsunade could only smile at these two jonin she thought as of her children. Will you two wait till you two are back home to do that? Said Tsunade. Their kids will be beautiful, she added to herself. Okay, after the vote happens the Hyuga council will gather to go over the vote, that is when you should take them down, said Hanabi. Okay then, until tomorrow then, and remember Naruto, the vote is at 10, said Tsunade as they all left. I need a drink. The next morning Naruto sat in the Namikaze council chair as the rest of council members talked politics. I hate this, said Naruto as he leaned back in his chair. So how are you doing, dope? Asked Sasuke as he walked up to Naruto. I am bored out of my mind, said Naruto. Don't worry, the vote itself won't take long, but the talking beforehand will take time, said Sasuke as Hayashi Hyuga walked up to them. Excuse me, Sasuke, but I wish to talk to Naruto in private, said Haishir. Sasuke walked away, leaving Naruto and Hayashi. What do you want? Asked Naruto. Still going against the rules as always? Naruto, said Hayashi, I have come to ask you to reconsider the deal we offered you. If I turned it down before, why do you think I will take it now? Asked Naruto. Because if you take this deal, you can have my daughter Hinata as your wife, said Hayashi with a smile. With the power of the Hyuga clan helping you, you can rebuild your clan. I see 3 things wrong with what you just said Naruto as he held up 3 figures. First, I already have the woman of my dreams, so why would I want Hinata? Second, who are you to decide who she is going to marry? Lastly, if I remember correctly, my clan is already more powerful than yours, so why should my clan become your clan's SLV? I see, said Hayashi as he narrowed his eyes. Then you really are a fool. You would rather taint your clan's blood with blood from a nothing clan than the daughter of one of the most powerful clans in this village. I love her, and if you say one more thing like that about Sakura-chan, I will feed you to my foxes, said Naruto as his eyes narrowed. Fine, said Hayashi as he went to the podium in the center of the half-circle table. Okay, let us call this meeting to order. With that, all the council members took their seat, went through roll call. Okay, we are here to vote over who should be the new council leader. The 2 choices are Inoichi Yamanaka and myself, Hayashi Hyuga. Now it is time for a short speech from each candidate, starting with Inoichi Yamanaka. Thank you, council head, said Inoichi as he stood up. You all know I have been on the council for 13 years, I have raised a beautiful daughter, and I have fought for this village in both the Rock War and the Two Sounds invasions. However, I believe it is a time of change. We can see that with the return of both the Uchiha and Namikaze clans. In this time of change, we need to change the guard. For 20 years, we have never changed our council leader. It is time for change. With that, Inoichi sat down. Thank you, Inoichi, now I will speak, said Hayashi. These times is a time of change. In this time of change, we need a constant to make sure that we don't rush into something foolish. I have kept this village on the road of progress, why would we want to get off that road? Thank you all. Hayashi paused for a moment before speaking again. Now it is time to vote. Remember, each clan has 1 vote. Unless there is a tie, then the current council head's clan gets to take a tie-breaking vote. Okay then. Akimichi clan? The Akimichi clan votes for Hayashi Hyuga. 1 for Hayashi Hyuga. Heikate clan, who does your clan vote for? Asked Hayashi. The Heikate clan votes for Inoichi Yamanaka, said Karen Heikate as Hayashi's eyes narrowed. 1 vote for Hayashi Hyuga, 1 vote Inoichi Yamanaka. I vote for myself, therefore it is now 2 to Inuzuka clan. Who do you vote for? We vote for Hayashi Hyuga, said Kinsun Inuzuka. 3-1 now Mitarashi clan. Whom do you vote for? We in the Mitarashi clan votes for Hayashi Hyuga. 4-1 now Marino clan. Whom do you vote for? After much thought, we of the Marino clan votes for Inoichi Yamanaka. 4 votes Hayashi Hyuga, 2 votes Inoichi Yamanaka. Nara clan, said Hayashi. I vote for my friend Inoichi Yamanaka. The vote stands now at 4-3, Namikaze clan, said Hayashi as everyone looked at Naruto. The Namikaze clan votes for change with Inoichi Yamanaka leading the council, said Naruto as half the council smiled while the rest frowned. The score is now tied 4-4. Sarutobi clan. To whom do you vote for? Asked Hayashi. We of Sarutobi clan vote for Hayashi Hyuga. The votes stand as 5-6 votes are needed to win. Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan votes for my future father-in-law Inoichi Yamanaka. The vote stands at 5-5 with 1 vote Yamanaka. To whom do you vote for? Said Hayashi, grinned his teeth. I vote for myself, said Inoichi. Fine, then I will step down and let the new council leader Inoichi Yamanaka, said Hayashi as Inoichi walked up to the podium and took it as Hayashi walked back to the seat as Inoichi began his victory speak. After that, Hayashi went back to the Hyuga council room to deliver the bad news. So the Namikaze vote didn't go our way? Said an elder. Yes, said Hayashi as the entire main house sat in the room. This is indeed a dark day for our clan, said another elder. Oh, you have no idea how dark it is, said a voice as all the Hyugas looked up to see Naruto standing on one of the ceiling poles. What are you doing here, Namikaze? Yelled a Hyuga elder. Well, I am here to carry out an arrest warrant, said Naruto with a smirk as the Hyuga council got into fighting stance. What are you talking about, Naruto-kun? Said Hinata. Well, the Hokage has ordered the Hyuga Council arrested for, said Naruto as he paused to pull out a scroll. 2 charges on blackmail, 2 attempted murder and kidnapping a PRGNT woman. How do you know that? Asked Haishur. I told them, said Niji as he appeared next to Naruto. Your wife will die for your treachery, yelled Haishur. That is where you are wrong, father, said Hanabi. What? You betrayed us too? Asked Haishur as he looked wide-eyed at his daughter. Yes, said Haishur, 1010 is in a safe place. Now we can do this 2-way, said Naruto with a smirk as Tsunade, dozens of ANBU, Sakura, with Juno, Sasuke, Ino and the rest of their friends appeared in the room. The easily way or the hard way? You will have to take us, yelled Haishur as the Hyuga started attacking the ANBU. Just as the battle started, Naruto noticed the Haishur and Hinata had made a break for the door. Sakura-chan, yelled Naruto as Sakura spun around to look at her mate. Haishur and Hinata are making a run for it, yelled Naruto. Then let's go get them, said Sakura as she and Naruto followed the 2 Hyugas out the door. They found Hinata and Haishur waiting in a large courtyard. Daughter, you take the Haruno, I will take the Namikaze, said Haishur as the 4 ninjas glared at each other from across the court. Sakura glared into Hinata's Byakugan eyes as Naruto did the same for Haishur. You can't get away, the whole compound is surrounded by ANBU, said Naruto. This will lead to a war, the branch members will protect us, said Haishur. Well, they would, but it so happens that my clan developed the birdcage seal and I found the blueprints. With that in hand, Jiraiya is right now removing all the birdcage seals from all the branch family members, said Naruto with a smirk. What, you are freeing those savages free? Yelled Haishur. Those are people, not animals, yelled Sakura back. They might as well be. They may be offspring of our clan, but they unfit to have any freedom and must be controlled just as those of the lower clans should be. Only the noble should rule, and we of the Hyuga clan are the noblest of the noble, said Haishur. That is where you are wrong, we are all equal, said Naruto. This coming from a Namikaze, I will show you how great the Hyuga clan is, by defeating you, yelled Haishur at Naruto. I don't think so, said Naruto as the Kyuubi appeared next to him in a ball of flames. I will enjoy ripping your flesh from your skull, said the Kyuubi as he licked his lips. No, I want to do this, said Naruto to the Kyuubi, just watch over Sakura-chan. Your mate doesn't need me to watch over here, but I will keep an eye on both of you, said the Kyuubi as he walked toward a wall in order to watch the fights. Hinata, we don't have to do this, said Sakura. Yes, we have to, you have taken everything from me. You have taken my family's honor and my Naruto-kun, said Hinata. Hinata, I didn't take your clan's honor and Naruto-kun was never yours, said Sakura. Shut up, yelled Hinata as she charged at Sakura. In an instant, Sakura slammed her fist into the ground, breaking it apart and knocking Hinata into the air. Meanwhile, Naruto had pulled out a kunai from his holster. I will make this fast, said Naruto as he disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared behind Hayashi. He was about to stab Haishur in the back when he spun around and grabbed the kunai. Do you really think that would work? Said Haishur as he tried to hit Naruto's chakra points, but Naruto moved faster than Hayashi's hands. Naruto jumped away from Haishur. How can you? Did you know where I was going? Asked Naruto. Simple, your grandfather was my sensei when I was a genin and I was also one of your uncle's friends. Therefore I saw them use that jutsu all the time and in time I learned how to follow it, said Haishur. Looks like I will have to do this the hard way then, said Naruto as he started to form a Rasengan. When Naruto was forming his Rasengan, Sakura was having her own trouble. While Hinata was in the air, Sakura threw some kunai at her, but Hinata blocked them and landed softly on the ground. Is that all got witch? Asked Hinata. You have no idea what I can do, said Sakura as she pulled 2 needles out and threw them at Hinata. That will not work, said Hinata as she went to block the needs. However, as soon as she touched the needs, they explode, sending Hinata flying backwards into the wall. Was that good? Asked Sakura as she walked up toward Hinata. What was that? Asked Hinata as tried to stand up but couldn't. Naruto-kun gave me those needles. They have a seal that explodes with the force of 4 paper bombs each on contact. That is of course after I trigger the seal, said Sakura as she stood over Hinata. Suddenly a loud voice filled the air. Fong over Fong. Sakura's eyes widened as she headed the sound coming from behind her. She jumped to the side just as Kiba's technique arrived, then came to a stop just in front of Hinata. "Kiba, what are you doing?" asked Sakura as Kiba turned to face her. "I am defending the woman I love," said Kiba as everyone looked at him. "Count on one of our dogs coming to help us," said Haishur as Naruto finished his Rasengan. "I am not here to help you," growled Kiba. "I only care about Hinata-chan." "Kiba, don't do this," pleaded Hinata. "Sorry, but I have to do this," said Kiba as he and Akamaru got into a fight stance just as Hinata passed out. "Don't worry, Sakura-chan, I will take of this guy and come help you out," said Naruto as he finished the Rasengan. "Don't worry, I can handle myself," said Sakura. "I don't think you will be getting rid of me that fast," said Haishur. "That is what you think?" said Naruto as he reached into his vest. "What are you doing?" asked Haishur. "I am doing one of the justice that my dad developed but never mastered. The flying Rasengan," said Naruto with a smirk as he pulled the strings and helped them up to the edge of the Rasengan. Hayashi watched as the strings got pulled into the Rasengan. "Are you ready?" asked Naruto. "Bring it, boy," said Haishur as Naruto threw the Rasengan at Haishur, who just stood there. "Foolish boy, all I have to do is my rotational move to block the Rasengan. It will never touch me," said Haishur. "Who said anything about touching you?" said Naruto with a smirk as he yanked the strings out Rasengan, causing it to lose chakra control. The result was an explosion of chakra right in front of Haishur, sending him backwards and just like Hinata into a wall, unable to move. Naruto turned around just in time to see Sakura jump out of the way of one of Kiba's Fong over Fong twisters. She jumped to the side to miss one only to see another one only 3 feet away from her face. "Sakura!" yelled Naruto. However, suddenly a gall force wind hit the move before it Sakura, sending it flying backwards. "What was that?" asked Sakura as she looked around for the source of the wind. "Kyubi, was that you?" asked Naruto before running to Sakura's side. "Kid, I am the demon fox of fire, not wind, and will you let me fight? I am getting bored," said the Kyubi as Kiba and Akamaru reappeared by Hinata. "This is not good, buddy. Now Naruto is fighting us as well, and what was that wind early?" asked Kiba as Akamaru barked. "I know, boy, I don't like fighting my friends either. But we will protect Hinata-chan." As the two of them were talking, Juno walked up and sat right in front of Sakura before turning to face Kiba and Akamaru. "Juno, I think you need to go by the Kyubi. You are too young to take them on," said Naruto, but Juno didn't move. "Fong over Fong," yelled Kiba again as the two twisters came at Naruto, Sakura and Juno. However, before either Naruto or Sakura could move, Juno flicked her tail, sending a gust of wind at Kiba and Akamaru. The wind was so strong it sent them flying backwards, hitting the wall. "What was that?" asked Kiba as he rubbed his head as he stood up. "That little fox flicked her tail and we were sent flying back." "What do you think, buddy?" "Nothing happened, Akamaru." Kiba looked over to see Akamaru with a look of fear. "What is it?" "Woof," said Akamaru softly. "What do you mean you're afraid? It is just a little fox, we can take it." "Woof," said Akamaru. "Fine, then I will do it myself," said Kiba, Fong over Fong. Another twister came flying towards Naruto, Sakura and Juno. "You are starting to bug me," said Juno as Kyubi's, Sakura's and Naruto's eyes widened. Then Juno opened her mouth and blew a gall force wind at Kiba. Kiba was forced to stop and cover his face with his hands as he tried to stand against the wind, but it was too much for him. He flew back, hitting the wall again, only this time he didn't get back up. "Juno, you can talk?" asked Sakura as the Kyubi walked up to the group. "Yes, Sakura, I can talk, and I always have been able to," said Juno, "and please, Juno isn't my real name." "So what is your name?" asked Naruto. "And how did a pup like you get that power?" asked Kyubi. "I have this power because I am not a normal fox, I am a demon fox," said Juno as her eyes glowed green and a white mini twister came around her. When it disappeared, a completely different fox stood there. She was maybe 2 inches shorter than the Kyubi, had 8 tails, glowing green eyes and pink fur. "My name is Sakura, 8-tailed demon fox of the wind," said the fox that used to be Juno. "My name is Sakura," said the pink 8-tailed fox had replaced Juno. "How are you doing, Kyubi-kun?" All the Kyubi could do was blink wide-eyed. "Wait, you're Sakura?" As in Kyuubi's mate that Sakura? Asked Sakura. Yep, said Sakura Fox, as the Anbu and Tsunade arrived. I think they can handle this. With that, Sakura's green eyes glowed and another white wind storm surrounded them. The next moment they found themselves in Naruto's backyard. Much better. Sakura? Asked Kyuubi in a shaky voice. Yes, Kyuubi-kun, it is me, said Sakura with a smile as Kyuubi walked up to her. Slowly one of his tails came out and touched Sakura's face. It is you, said a stunned Kyuubi. Yes it is, you baka, said Sakura as Kyuubi stepped forward until he was standing right in front of his mate. His 9 tails wrapped around her, pulling her tight to him. They placed their heads on each other's shoulders. How can this be? I watched you die, asked Kyuubi. The fox seal you baka. It kept part of my soul alive in you, therefore after my body pasted on my soul was sealed in you, said Sakura. But if you were sealed inside me, how did you get out? Asked Kyuubi. Through Juno, said Sakura. Wait, if Juno and you are 2 different foxes, then what happened to her? Asked Naruto Sakura as the 2 demon foxes broke their hug. Sakura, I hate to tell you this, but you never meet the real Juno. She died during the first night that Naruto was taking care of her in Snow Country, said Sakura. So who have I been training with the whole time? Asked Sakura. Me, said Fox Sakura. When Juno died, I decided since the body was enemy that I would use it. So next time Kyuubi-kun touched Juno's body, I took my chance and transferred my soul into the body. I see, said Sakura. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Asked Naruto. Simple, this baka, pointing a tail at Kyuubi, wouldn't have believed me, so I need to get some of my demon powers back, said Sakura. I am still only about as strong as a 2-tailed, but give me about a year or 2 and I will be back to normal power. You were behind the time rips, weren't you? Asked Kyuubi to his Sakura. Well, maybe you aren't as big a baka as I thought you were, said Sakura as she used one of her tails to rub Kyuubi behind his ear, which made her leg move. Yes I am, but I am your baka, said Kyuubi back to his Sakura. Yes you are, and I wouldn't have it any other way, said Sakura. Time rips? Asked Naruto. For a while now I have been testing me powers by briefly opening up little holes in space and time, showing her what could be her future, said Sakura with a grin. You have been showing Sakura the future? Asked Naruto to the pink fox. In a way, I was showing her the most likely path her future will take, and to make it fun I focused on someone I thought she would like to meet, said Sakura. Therefore I showed her both of yours kits, but mainly the eldest. Wait, you have been showing her what could be our family? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Fox Sakura as Naruto turned to look at his Sakura. So, Sakura-tun, please tell me, what do our kids look like? Asked Naruto. I don't know where to start. The one I saw the most was our eldest daughter, Kushina. My god, I don't know how to describe how beautiful she is, said Sakura. Suddenly an idea popped in her head. Sakura, can't you show him like you showed me? Later, opening time rips take a lot of churka and I need some rest. I am still not up to full strength, said Sakura as she yawned. That's fine, I dreamed for years on what Sakura's and mine kids might look like. I can wait as long as you need to. Besides, I should go talk to the Hokage about what Kiba did and also get a mission for the kids this afternoon, said Naruto as he kissed Sakura before disappearing in a golden light. After an hour of talking to the Hokage, Naruto returned to find Sakura sitting on the couch reading. Welcome home, Naruto-kun, said Sakura as she closed her book before getting up and kissing Naruto. So, what is our squad's mission? We today and tomorrow off, said Naruto smirked, and Sakura smiled. Our genin on the other hand do not cross town. I wonder where they are? Asked Rick. Yeah, I wanted to show Sakura-sensei that I learned how to bring a fish back to life. Hinura. Wow, Hinura, you really are learning those medical just as fast, said Kinkura as Hinura grinned with pride. What can I say, I always dreamed about being a medic, said Hinura. They should be here soon, said Minuta as a figure appeared before them. Lady Hokage, said all the genin as they bowed. It's okay, I am here to deliver a message. I have given your teachers today and tomorrow off, said Tsunade as the genin all smiled. However, you maggots are not as luckily. I am giving you temporary training, sensei. Suddenly 2 men appeared, both in green. This is Guy and Rock Lee. Back with Naruto and Sakura. So they have Lee and Guy together? asked Sakura as Naruto nodded his head. I feel sorry for them. So how are Kyuubi and Sakura doing? Asked Naruto. I really don't know, I just left those two alone. I mean, they have 20 years of time to make up for, and I am still a little shocked to find out that I am partnered up with a demon lord and that Juno died. Said Sakura. I know, but it seems that Juno died a long time ago and Sakura just took her chance to return to her mate. Can you blame her? Asked Naruto. No, of course not, and I never said that. It will just take some time getting used to. What is going to happen to the Hyugas? Hanbai has stepped in as temporary leader, but most of the power rests with Neji. Hinata and the others are being held by the ANBU awaiting trial. Said Naruto. Kiba is being detained, but they will be light on him. I mean, all he was doing was defending the woman he loves. One thing I don't understand about Kiba, why won't he just go find another girl to love? I mean, Hinata never returned his feelings, so why stick with her? He stayed for the same reason why I stuck to you even when you were chasing Sasuke. Said Naruto. He loves her with all his heart and soul, and no force in this world or the next can change that. I see, and Naruto-kun, I am real sorry that I made you wait so long, said Sakura as she lowered her head in shame. Naruto walked over to her and using one hand he gently tilted her head back up. You are well worth that wait, said Naruto with a smile. Suddenly Sakura crushed her lips against his with so much force it caused the couch they were sitting on to tip over. This sent Sakura and Naruto rolling onto the floor, kissing as they went. However, they parted for a second. Bedroom, said Sakura back as with one move Naruto picked her, carrying her as she kept kissing his face and neck. As they got to Naruto's door, Sakura used her free hand to open the door and Naruto used his foot to close the door. In the corner, Fox Sakura was curled up with her head resting on Kyuubi's feet while he had his head on top of her and his tails had wrapped around her like a blanket. Naruto carried his Sakura to the bed. Meanwhile, their genin were already falling down. Come on, my youthful genin, we still have 3 hours of training to go, said Lee as he gave them a thumbs up. Lee, I am so proud of you, yelled Guy. Guy-sensei, yelled Lee. Lee, yelled Guy as the two of them hugged. I never thought I would miss Sakura-sensei and Naruto-sensei, said Minuto. These guys are weird, said Kinkura. I can't feel my legs, said Luke. I can't feel anything, said Hinura. God, kill me now. It will be less painful, said Luke. These guys are just strange, but I do like their fighting style, said Rick as he drank some water. All right, we still have 100 more laps around the village to do, said Lee as all the genin groaned. Just think we get to do this all over again tomorrow. No, yelled all the genin.